Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with the Secret Thursday stream. Oh my gosh. With everyone's favorite, wears sunglasses over his normal glasses, Adam Friend.
How's it going, man? So we
Was
already,
Adam felt bad about the miscommunication regarding the Crowder Daily Wire thing. So he's like, Sitch, we got to stream today. We got to make up for it. Let me make it up to you.
well, no,
And
I made it clear that I
okay,
thought people would be interested in this and that,
you did.
yeah,
You did.
they've,
After you said you were going to secretly recording me saying something negative and leak it.
nobody knows what you're talking about.
I know.
We should get into the video.
We should. We should.
Do you, I bet I pre-watched this, but I pre-watched it at like 1.75. There's a lot of complete mania in here. We talked for a little bit before we started, and it feels like we might disagree on this. So
Yeah, we'll see. I didn't watch, unfortunately, the lead up to this, which was Vaush on Rising, which is kind of hilarious, but it sounded like it was kind of boring.
yeah, I didn't watch it either. It seemed boring. I did hear people talking about it, but it sounded boring from what people were talking about.
Yeah.
The Vosh talked a little bit about this on his live stream after it happened, and I did see that. And Vosh, to his credit, said it did get heated.
It gets very heated.
But he said it gets heated, but I feel he was very much trying to downplay it. Like, oh, it was, heated but cordial. I'm not sure this is heated but cordial. So.
Right. So apparently this is going to be broken up into 3 parts. This is only the first part that has been released. I think part 2 will be released on Monday. I'm not sure if it'll be publicly released or on our private Patreon. We'll see. So maybe we'll cover this part 2 on Tuesday. But this just came out. It gets very heated, gets very incendiary. So
right, and Briahna Joy Gray throws in all the clips, so we don't have to give any content.
her editor does a fantastic job making Vaush look really bad.
Yeah,
so,
it's awesome.
So,
it's totally awesome.
Let's jump into it.
And Briahna Joy Gray fans are fucking subhuman pieces of shit who are despicable people who are only in it for the aesthetic and for the grift. Dipshit retards like Briahna here. There are very few people on the quote left who I have less respect for than Briahna Joy Gray. What a piece of shit. I do hate her. We're never gonna have her on this show. Briahna Joy Gray is a truly reprehensible person. They are spineless, grifting, weaselly, worthless little pieces. An idiot. I have no respect for Briahna Joy Gray. This is what we call a Joy Gray moment right here. No matter what she personally believes, she covers for fascists. She's representative of the rot in the online left, unworthy of the platforms that they stumbled into through the charity of people smarter than them. For a genuinely unhinged person, she'll never have me on. You'll never have me on, will you, Briahna? You know that wouldn't go well for you.
I'm excited to be joined today on Bad.
You know that wouldn't go well for you.
Wow. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Vaush, for ruining our demonetization right in the beginning of the stream.
I think we talked long enough that we might be able to get past it.
We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of bad words, but wow, good job, Brianna's editor, really just piecing all those clips together.
So evidently, Vaush went on their show Rising. Briahna Joy Gray is on Rising, which is kind of a corporatized platform on YouTube. And Vaush was very cordial and nice, and I guess everyone clued Briahna Joy Gray into the fact that Vaush has, pretty much defamed her online for years now after the interview.
Right.
So she I guess, reached out to him after the fact to do this, which, I mean, it does seem like she wants to talk about the stuff since she put it in a clip, right, Sitch?
Well, they do. She brings it up.
Yeah.
She brings it up. It takes a little bit to get into. There's a little bit of cordiality in the beginning, but it definitely devolves. So.
Yeah, very quickly.
Faith podcast for the first time by prolific Twitch streamer turned YouTube streamer. Vaush, welcome to the program.
Hello, what a pleasure to be here. Hope you're doing well this fine morning.
I am doing well. Look, so the reason I wanted to talk to you today is because I had the pleasure of meeting you for the first time on Rising last week. You were brought on, the producers reached out to you to come and talk about some of the discourse that's been going around about Andrew Tate and this crisis of masculinity that seems to have been an ongoing problem and trend for some years now. The rise of popular internet figures like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate as reflective of some deficit in society more broadly that is leading to both these YouTube figures and also a lot of kind of dangerous socially maladaptive behavior offline, I would say. And whether or not the left has met the moment in the same way that the right has in terms of offering an off-ramp to people who feel perhaps isolated, disillusioned by society, et cetera. And what people noted after our interview was that there had been this history of you having had some substantive criticisms of me online. And it felt odd to folks that we had never actually talked about it before we were kind of in this public setting, talking very cordially. Joining us now to discuss is YouTuber Vaush. Welcome to the show.
My pleasure to be here. How y'all doing?
We're doing all right. And I was...
How does that's got to be a massive screw up on whoever booked that, right?
Yeah, I'm dying for someone to leak the screaming out that the producer got, not knowing that this bad blood had been between them.
Right. I mean, you can't have someone you're like, oh, we're going to put him on our large, somewhat mainstream platform. Oh, this guy, by the way, he's done nothing but call you fascist, stupid, idiot for like 3 years.
Yeah, they're contributing to blowing Vaush up. It feels like they messed up, and then Briahna Joy Gray wanted to turn this into an opportunity to kind of like bring Vaush into the fold. And obviously this is the first part, so maybe by the third part she manages to pull it off, but it does not end cordially on this section.
You think this was an attempt to bring Vaush? I completely disagree. I think this was an attempt for her to attack Vaush on her platform for all of the past transgressions.
So you think it's to take him out?
Yes.
That's completely against Briahna Joy Gray's message. Her message is she's all about building coalitions. This is why I think Briahna Joy Gray is actually a lot smarter than a lot of people on the left. It's because she understands democratic politics.
Well, I can't read her mind, so obviously I don't know what her true intention is. But I will say this. We already know how this, even though she hasn't played the entire or made public the entire conversation, so we don't know how this ends. We can guess based on the fact that the editor plays all these clips of Vaush calling her subhuman in the beginning of this. If this ended well, with them reaching some agreement, those clips would not be in here.
I'm not certain that they wouldn't be.
That would imagine
if Vaush
at the end of this.
If Vaush's argument is I can say all these nasty things about you and we can still work together, then why wouldn't she throw all those clips in there?
Because she wouldn't. Okay, just think about this for 1 second. If this conversation ends with Vaush and Briahna Joy being like, let's shake hands and become allies now, she's not going to then completely bring up all the bad blood again by just saying like, oh, here's all the clips of you insulting me throughout the years. That would completely undo any of the work that would happen towards them coming together.
Well, from a narrative perspective, it would show how the distance that they came. What do you mean no?
No. I'm just telling you, that's not the it's not how
you're not work. You're literally not even engaging with the idea.
She might have been. No, I'm saying you might be right in that maybe that was her plan.
Look, from a narrative perspective, if you're telling a movie, if you're telling a movie, and you're going through a character arc, you're basically saying since they got to the end of the character arc, and everything was hunky dory, and they shook hands and sung Kumbaya, that they would cut out all of the previous stuff that gave context to the character arc. That's ridiculous.
This is no, because you can't. What you're saying makes sense for a story in a movie, obviously. That doesn't make sense for the way in which these online conversations happen.
Look,
they don't operate according to the same narrative principles.
Look, the narrative that people, and I mean, we try to do this on this show. The narrative that people can be at loggerheads with one another and bring it back from the brink, and have a productive disagreement. I think isn't our show about that?
Yes. Wait a minute. I agree with you, and I think people can do that, of course. Though it's much easier when you're just disagreeing with someone or attacking their ideas as opposed to attacking them, calling them subhuman, calling them fascist, but for Vaush is like the worst, thing you could possibly be, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different than just disagreeing with or attacking their ideas.
But your position is it's impossible for them to have said Kumbaya in the end of this because she included those clips. And if they did sing Kumbaya at the end, she would not have included those clips.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fundamentally disagree, but we can move on.
Well, and also, if that's the case, first of all, I'm predicting, okay?
So this video basically gets here. So without those clips, this video gets 1,000 views.
Okay, so we'll have a gentleman's bet here. I'm betting that this conversation, when we see the full parts of it, they're not going to end on amicable terms.
Okay.
Going forward. Okay.
Well,
and those clips to me are a good indication that that's not the case. And also breaking it up into 3 parts, where the first part ends with it like very negative, because as you said, that's going to be what everyone's going to talk about. Oh my gosh, they're going to watch the beginning of this. They're going to see, holy crap, Vaush is so horrible. Look at him insulting her. Blah, 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 blah. Then maybe they'll watch part 1. Maybe they'll watch part 1 and they'll say, oh, wow, they must be like mortal enemies. And a lot less people watch part 2 or 3. So if it does end with them, deciding to work together and to be allies, then Briahna Joy completely screwed the pooch on editing it and releasing it. But I don't think she did. And I don't think that was how this is going to end.
I think it's Briahna Joy Gray. And I also, I'm agnostic on how this ends. I literally said, I don't know how this ends. You're the one that's making the declaration that you know how it ends. So I don't,
we can,
what's the point in betting when I'm sure
I'm confident.
I will take the gentleman's bet.
I'm confident.
I was impressed by your professionalism and decorum in that context. And I thought that you might be a good person to actually be able to have it out with and discuss some of our substantive disagreements and also anything else you want to talk about today. How does that sound?
Oh, sure. Look, I love arguing with folks, but the masculinity Andrew Tate business, it's pretty serious. I think it's important to take the opportunities you can to talk about it. Plus, there's just no fun in getting off in the head every time you're, in the same Zoom call as someone just because you've argued online. If folks did that, there'd be no way for anyone to do any kind of collaboration the way things are these days.
Well, we're not going to pause that much. There's just so much to say. First of all, it's funny because, and we've talked about this, whenever Vaush is like talking to a more mainstream audience or an audience he thinks he can leverage, he puts on the nice face.
He grifts.
Yeah, he puts on the nice face. And it's funny because she's like, oh, we had a nice conversation in that format, so maybe we'll have a nice conversation here. It's like, no.
Yeah. He literally tried to change the subject. He's like, let's talk about Andrew Tate and masculinity. She's like, well, maybe let's talk about how you're a mini Andrew Tate towards me for the last year and a half. How about that?
I have to watch the video because I'm very curious at what kind of useless things that they both say about Andrew Tate and helping men going forward.
Well, we watched the Anna Kasparian version of it and laughed.
Completely useless.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure it's exactly the same. Yes. It just, hey, let me have access to your big audience and everyone can come listen to me. But I'm certain, can Vaush really draw in that audience? I mean, we're getting
no.
Look, Briahna Joy Gray is, these people are professionals in, we want to engage in democratic politics. We want to move the needle with voters.
Right.
So.
Well, and that's another thing too. It's interesting is that he's like, oh, no one could talk to each other if being mean to each other is like the breaking point because everyone's mean to each other on the internet. And it's like, well, some people are a little bit more mean than others. We've insulted people. I don't know. We don't usually have the hard-ons for people or the aggression towards them that Vaush has for a lot of the people he doesn't like. So
of course,
to me, it's kind of hilarious that he's trying to be like, well, everyone acts the way I do on the internet. It's like,
no,
they don't.
Though? They don't.
Do they?
It is Briahna Joy Gray. So
yeah, I keep saying it wrong.
I agree. And Vaush, I got to say, I don't see us as having really argued online. I have, become aware over the years of a number of, critical videos you've done about me, You, I believe, took offense to a radar that I did about defunding the FBI.
No matter what she personally believes, she covers for fascists.
We were on opposite sides of the force the vote conversation.
The specific force the vote movement was one of the most blatant grifts that got passed as left-leaning activism in the past several years.
And I'm sure there's been some other things over the years, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. What would you describe as your kind of substantive disagreement with me or my political approach?
Oh, I wish I'd written a list. I've got such a bad memory. Look, the gist of it is this. And, we're all, not everyone's going to agree on every part of this. Some disagreement is natural. But I've noticed a tendency across the left where, as a reaction to the idea that softness and identity politics has in some way weakened the left's movement, the left coalition, I see some people who are moving towards this, well, the right and the left both have the same fundamentally valid critique of society, which is to say that there are elites in charge who have an undue and inordinate amount of power, and that the best way to challenge those systems is with a kind of like radical populist movement that is left-leaning but can reach out to the right. Principally, I don't disagree with this. It's definitely possible to take right populism against economic elites and turn it in the right direction. Sometimes they're just mad about Jews. Really a coin flip on that one. Notice sometimes this discourse sort of spirals off and sends people in a bad direction. I've criticized Jimmy Dore plenty because I feel like he's one of the poster children for this particular movement, to the point now where he's just a Republican, indistinguishable in every way. If I had any criticisms of your takes, they'd probably be somewhere in the line of that vein. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? This tendency, this line that's been drawn.
Yeah, I've heard people make that criticism, but
So it's always weird to me when people say Jimmy Dore is a Republican. Like, they see things through this very narrow lens of, who are you attacking? If you're attacking people on the left, then you must be on the right. If you're attacking people on the right, you must be on the left. It's like, well, it's very possible that Jimmy Dore is pretty far left-wing populist, but he just hates the mainstream left more, and that's where his focus is. So much so that he'll end up, supporting even, or having, amicable conversations with people on the right that you would think, that doesn't make sense. And I wonder with Jimmy, it's not clear how. I don't think he's a very intelligent individual.
Jimmy?
And I wonder, and I wonder how much of it is like stupidity, and how much of it is just being cynical. Because maybe his audience is, he's able to pull in a lot of people on the right maybe now. Right. And so he doesn't want to attack them maybe. This is what was so weird in that conversation before he ran away that we had with him, where he said that, he thought Dave Smith was in favor of a public option.
Yeah.
We got libertarian, government shouldn't exist, ANCAP Dave Smith. And he's like, I think he's in favor of a public option for healthcare. And I was like, what?
We seem to be the only ones. We seem to be the only ones tracking people's actual arguments in good faith, to be in all honesty. Nobody even really knows anybody's position.
Right. But see, that's what was frustrating, because when Jimmy was on before he ran away, that's why I asked him, I'm like, where are you politically? Because no one knows the answer to that question.
The answer he gave, still, it's a mystery. I have no idea what his position is. So,
actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I do think that I don't think it's stupidity. I think it's entirely cynicism, cynical and pragmatic cynicism on Jimmy Dore's part, where he's intentionally sort of being vague with his beliefs because he probably knows that he has a lot of right-wing populists in his audience and he doesn't want to piss them off. So
yeah, I disagree. I disagree that Jimmy Dore is not intelligent. I think that's
it can be a little both, right?
Well, I'm not sure that you could be as funny as Jimmy Dore and be just an idiot. So,
him and Kurt were attacking Scott Adams the other day, which is pretty funny. And Kurt said that Scott Adams has his positions just because Scott Adams is famously anti-Trump. And I was like,
I know. I fell out of my chair.
That's an interesting position to have, but okay.
We should have Kurt on and we can talk to him about that.
Oh my God, no. Anyway.
I'm often confused as to why people make that criticism of me. So, for example, I know that you did an extended video on
it skipped a little bit,
but
so
I'm
back
often
it up.
confused as to why people make that criticism of me. So, for example, I know that you did an extended video on my Marjorie Taylor Greene is right radar, right? Which was an argument attempting to, with a provocative title and framing, say, hey, conservatives, not conservative leadership, I want to make sure that we make a distinction between, we're talking about Republicans or conservative voters versus Republican or conservative politicos who I think are often acting in bad faith, whereas some voters have a good faith interest in a lot of these issues where there's overlap between the left and the right, but are...
Okay, so this is a brilliant distinction that she makes. It just completely goes over Vaush's head. She says, listen, we're all adults here. We all know politicians are lying, thieving bastards, you know, who will sell their grandmother's teeth to get some sort of electoral advantage. And that should be separated from the actual voters, the rank and file voters who are, you know, tend to be, you know, good natured. They're trying to vote for the policies that they think will better their lives, right? Okay, do you think Vaush agrees with that position? I don't think so.
I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, he pushes the fascism fear pretty hard.
The entire right wing is fascist. Like, he couldn't even get through his opening without accusing every right winger of being anti-Semitic.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's not. This is the thing. Briahna Joy Gray makes an argument that it's all about building coalitions. And if we can bring some right wingers into our coalition and have them voting for our candidates, I'm all for it.
Okay.
And Vaush is like, but they're fascists.
Yeah, but so you're looking at this as like it's sort of intelligence, and I'm looking at it as just this is a difference of perspective, because they're both actually saying the same thing about different people. Because she's saying, hey, she's basically saying, I'm giving up on the mainstream or the center left, essentially. She's like, I've given up on the center left. They all are suck and are evil, and I think they're going to basically hamper the movement. So now I'm going to reach out to populist right-wingers, because I think the populist right and the populist left can kind of create some kind of magic coalition, which, first of all, I think is insane. That will literally never happen. So to me, that's
right.
Like
Vaush is standing in the way of that happening.
No. The populist right will not join forces. So here's the difference. Briahna Greyjoy is not like Jimmy Dore can kind of get away with it because Jimmy Dore will be very anti-woke stuff. That's the only possible way the populist left and the populist right can team up. If the populist left becomes anti-woke and just becomes basically like class-based socialist, that's the only way it'll work. Briahna Greyjoy is not in that camp. She's very woke. She's very into identity politics.
Briahna Joy Gray.
I know, I can't say it. I don't know. I'll just say Briahna. Briahna is very into identity politics, and she's very woke. There's no way that she can get right-wing populist, which is largely, not entirely, but is largely a response to the culture war. There's no way she's going to get them to team up with her. That's impossible.
Do you watch a lot of her content?
We've watched a bunch of her content on stream before.
I mean, but we've watched the woke stuff. We haven't really.
Yes.
I feel
like
she
become suddenly anti-woke over the last.
No,
and all the videos I haven't seen.
She exists in this weird kind of middle ground where she doesn't straw man the right as much as the woke people do.
I understand. Yeah, but that's good, not to straw man people on the right. But if you're still a believer of woke identity politics, you're never going to have a coalition. It doesn't matter how much you understand what they're saying.
Most woke people do not even understand right-wing arguments. Like it's a complete mystery to them. So the fact that she can at least separate herself enough emotionally that she can steel man the arguments being made leads me to believe she's far more intelligent. Like, I do not believe that Vaush is even capable of understanding right-wing arguments. She even in this exchange, you know, towards the end, she basically says, you know, I don't think you even understand my argument, Vaush. Right. And he does not seem to understand it to me. Maybe you disagree.
Well, so I don't think it's a question of intelligence. I think it's a question of your ability to control your elephant and to be able to actually maybe even be empathetic enough to put yourself in the other side's position to try to understand them.
That doesn't, intelligence isn't related to that?
I don't think so. I mean, you could call it emotional intelligence. I don't know, but not like intellect. People, there's very smart people that are incredibly one-sided politically.
No, I agree. I totally agree. And I don't like partisanship and intelligence do not correlate. You can be completely smart and totally partisan. I think she is obviously totally partisan, but I do think she's smart.
No, I'm sure she is.
I would say
I think they're both intelligent.
IQ
I think they both I think they both score high on an IQ test.
Right.
Okay. I don't think Vaush is an idiot.
I think she's an idiot either. I think she's got plus 20 on Vaush, to be honest with you.
I'm not so sure about that. But what I was saying earlier is that they're both making the same argument, is that she's saying, I don't like the center left. I think they're going to stand in the way of the leftist revolution that basically she wants to enact in the country, or she wants the country to follow.
Right.
And Vaush, so she wants to team up with the populist right. And Vaush has the same goal. He wants the leftist revolution, but he just views it like, well, I don't think we'll ever team up with the populist right because he thinks they're fascist. And so he says, well, I think that we can like keep infiltrating and pushing the center left to become more and more radical left, essentially.
Yeah, that's
so
a
it's
disagreement.
just a different strategy that's being employed here.
Yeah, it's good the way that you set it up with the different coalitions.
Right.
But I do think if you ask Briahna Joy Gray, if we had her on the show, she would say the coalition she's looking at includes people in the center left. So I'm going to be looking for her.
Maybe, but it's see, this is why I don't think it's intelligence. I think if you're asking me which one of these is more likely, is the populist left going to team up with the populist right, and then that's going to bring in some sort of like populist left, revolution in the country, or can the radical left slowly infiltrate and keep pulling the center left further and further to the extreme? If you're asking me which one of those is more likely, Vaush's view is far more likely, in my opinion, that the radical left can keep pulling the center left more extreme than Briahna Greyjoy's kind of version of things. So in my mind, she's the one that's acting more based on not quote unquote objective intellect, but more on like she's just very angry at the center left because of, she used to work for Bernie and she views them as like betrayal and
sellouts.
Blah, 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 blah. And sellouts. And to me, she's the one that's acting more by her elephant in that sort of strategy.
Are being drawn to the right because they don't see a space for it on the left. I just want to be clear. I'm not giving any credence to what Marjorie Taylor Greene as a person is saying. But in the context of that radar, I'm saying, okay, let's acknowledge that for once, the right is adopting a position that has long belonged to the left, that these deep state institutions have historically over-targeted the left and progressive movements, whether it's the Black Panthers, whether it's communist and socialist movements in the first half of this century. And let's make sure that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is not a good faith actor, who is buffoonish in her takes and in her politics and in her behavior, let's not let her be the one that owns the space. Let's use this opportunity, this opening that Republicans have set up to actually advocate for the kinds of reforms to these institutions that the left has always wanted to have. Let's take this moment and write it in our own image instead of completely abdicating our voice in this space. And I was really clear in that radar. I don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene. What she's fighting for is stupid. She just wants to insulate Donald Trump. I say all of these things repeatedly. I say repeatedly that the right is not the answer, that people should not vote Republican, that I vote independent, that I would never vote Republican. And yet, despite what I feel to be, an almost exhausting level of caveating, inevitably there's someone who pipes up and says, oh, Briahna Joy Gray is running cover for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think I called her, I forget what epithet I called her in the course of the radar, but
some kind
it wasn't
of racial
nice.
slur, no doubt.
LOL. But you know what I mean, Vaush. So what do you say to that?
Well, I remember that. This was the FBI discourse. Mm-hmm. It just, in the terms of Marjorie Taylor Greene and the, broken clock being right twice a day thing, it reminds me a little bit of like a Holocaust denier who, will briefly acknowledge the existence of the Holocaust only when comparing it to, COVID lockdowns or something, right? Very marginal, very narrow. I'm going to take the correct sort of framing on an issue for just a second, so it allows me to take, an awful take. Because I don't think, and you've said this, right? I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene really has an issue with the FBI. Oh my goodness, sorry, it's so early. The FBI or institutional power. It's really just a matter of where it's being used. And I'm kind of curious about the way it's, kind of taken shape in this discourse too, because I don't really have an issue with the way the FBI has been behaving with regards to like the raid on Mar-a-Lago or any of the recent investigation stuff since the Trump administration. I mean, it's still the FBI, right? Not exactly an ally of the left, but broadly as an institution of the state, as the feds. They've been doing, it seems, a relatively upstanding job, certainly compared to what they've done in the past. I worry about fomenting any kind of opposition to them now in the context of how the right sees them as being, if you accept the FBI as bad broadly, you're kind of giving leeway to the right there to make invalid criticisms against their behavior when they're targeting legitimately stuff they've done.
So I think that's a perfectly legitimate argument, which is why, literally in the context of that radar, I said, part of the issue is that elites want to change institutions when they start to hold elites accountable. And that historically, the FBI and these kinds of deep state, for lack of a better word, institutions have been used to run cover for elites. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So regardless of how you feel about Mar-a-Lago, whether was a political raid, and of course, there's all of this stuff going on now with Biden and whether or not he's being treated similarly or differently. And that's a whole other quagmire. But regardless of whether you feel like Trump is being unfairly persecuted by the FBI or not, the left knows how it feels about the FBI. And why not let the left make its claims about how the FBI should be reformed in a progressive way if you have concerns about the right only using this issue of FBI reform as a way to insulate Donald Trump. And I find that a lot of conservatives in the rising audience, for instance, are very hostile to the idea that a powerful institution would be weaponized to defend the rich but attack the poor, or even attack the left and attack the otherwise marginal. And they are open to that argument. And they, in fact, were very receptive to that argument in the comments of that video and elsewhere online. And so, again, I wonder what you make of that. I feel like that's a legitimate point that you made and one that I addressed in the context of the radar. So why the kind of hostility about the radar in particular?
Well, because of the framing, which, to be fair, you kind of did right there, right? The Mar-a-Lago thing.
So she's making the case that she addressed his point in the radar in her segment. He took her out of context and basically made her argument that she actually made in the thing, which the classic Vaush, right?
Right. Well, I think he says later in this, he only watched the clip. He didn't watch the actual thing,
Hilarious.
Usually, he's not, Vaush isn't very much like me. I'm always like, I see a clip and I'm like, where did this come from? Let me see the whole story.
Yeah.
And, he doesn't really have an excuse too, because if he's streaming constantly,
he has time to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, you think he'd be looking for more content, not less. I don't know. People like to react to these clips and make these like crazy things, but they get into it a little bit later. But so the thing that they're arguing about is that she was trying to jump on board with the whole defund the FBI thing.
Yes,
and the thing that's kind of annoying to me in this kind of the discourse is that the FBI, like the police, like it's not like a principled position that most people are having. Like, there's some people who are like very libertarian that are just anti these things in general. But most people that are not in that camp, it's not about principles. It's just whatever side I view as leveraging this power against my political opponent, I'm in favor of at the time. The thing is, it shifts because she's going to bring up like, oh, the FBI, when they were under Hoover, they were going after, MLK. And, the Black Panthers, and oh my God, they're so evil. They're always going after leftists. And it's like, okay, but then you ignore, like, well, what about after that when the FBI was primarily going after like KKK and racist, and white nationalists. And that was like a huge part, after the civil rights movement and after Hoover, a huge part of the FBI was, trying to quell sort of racial hatred in this country.
Yeah.
And then that's just what's annoying. Like, it's the same thing with the police. Like these institutions, they can go in either direction politically, and you could be, say, well, they should be reformed. There should be controls. There should be safeties to prevent sort of political abuse for the FBI, the police. I agree with that 100%. But this kind of just like, well, we should just eliminate, the police. We should just eliminate the FBI. It's like, that's impossible. That's like literally impossible. You can't just eliminate them. There needs to be some sort of enforcement agency for laws. You can't just throw them out.
Yeah, there needs to be safeguards though that prevent them from being used by the elites for their own personal pet projects. I do agree. Yeah.
Of course. But that's why this is so dumb when like the left says something like defund the police, or the right now saying defund the FBI. It's like, well, you can't just get rid of it. You can change it. You can make it, you can put safeguards in place, but you can't just eliminate it. That's stupid.
Right. Yeah. This is all, I mean, it is technically the FBI going after Trump is going after the elites. So,
right.
Briahna Joy Gray doesn't necessarily acknowledge that.
Well, I mean, I don't even like framing it the way she does, where it's like it's the elites used against the people, because it's not. That's not. I don't like viewing things in that way. I think it's just the left. It's like political. You know, certain political biases will enter into the FBI or the police at different times in American history, and those political biases can shape the direction that these institutions go.
Her framing also makes it seem as though the elite's interests are always aligned, which is fortunately not the case.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Right. A lot of times our society is structured so, you know, elites are battling with other elites instead of uniting to subjugate the people. So,
right.
Yeah, that's the advantage of decentralized power.
And the Biden thing ain't really comparable. The raid on Mar-a-Lago was because Trump had failed to comply with pre-existing demands to turn over the material. Seems like Biden just, you know, dropped spaghetti out of his pockets and left a bunch of documents everywhere. Stupid, no defending it, but not really federal raid territory.
No, I don't think they're comparable, and that's why Biden wasn't raided. I do think that because Biden took the position when the Trump documents were outstanding, that it was deeply irresponsible for a president to have been in this position, that I think he said something like, no one should ever be president who was so irresponsible with documents. And now here he is, obviously in the exact same situation. So I do think Biden set himself up for a number of comparisons and claims being made about his fitness because of overreaching with the Trump argument.
However, I totally get it. You know, I'll tell you a secret. I voted for Bernie during the primaries, not Biden.
Yeah, I'm aware, but you did vote for Joe Biden during the general election, and you advocated for people to do so, which is perfectly fine. But I do believe that's another point of contention that you've had with me, that you disagreed with my hesitation to endorse Biden so quickly, and my demand that the left hold out, and including Bernie, hold out a little longer in the endorsement process until he had gotten something more in the line of concrete concessions from Joe Biden.
Yeah, I'm happy to hit to that. But with regards to the document thing, you said that the question, you know, he went so hard on the Mar-a-Lago raid thing, you know, Biden, and then it turns out, you know, he's got these docs around. I agree, this is a political, you know, falter on his part for sure. It doesn't really speak to the FBI though. I wanted to ask though, you know, specifically, because when the cons are talking about the FBI, they're usually criticizing.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
I figured.
Now it's interesting to me that you turn on Fox News and they'll say like Joe Biden is the most radical leftist socialist president to ever exist in the history of this country, enacting all of the most radical leftist policies to ever happen.
Yeah.
And then you turn on like, you know, whatever the left-wing Brown and Greyjoy is, you know, on YouTube, and it's like Joe Biden is basically a Republican. He's so far to the right.
He's the most right-wing president we've ever had, a total neocon.
Right. There's literally no difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And you're just like, what is, I don't know. What is happening here?
What's happening is a lot of disingenuousness, which that's what drives me crazy. It's like,
I don't know if it's that. I think it's just delusion. I think it's just self-delusion on all sides.
Really?
Like people cannot perceive reality, you know, properly. Like, yes, Joe Biden has obviously a lot of woke leftists in his cabinet, and they're passing a lot of woke leftist legislation.
Right.
But also, he has, you know, they're not super far left economically the way that Briahna Greyjoy likes.
Right.
You know, they're more sort of, you know, center left-ish on the economy stuff, which in today's standards is like just one step away from neoliberalism, essentially. So it's like, well, they just can't just describe it properly.
Yeah.
Or even see it properly.
Yeah. And either side does something good and you can't even call it out. Like, you know, Trump did prison reform and stuff like that.
Right.
Didn't get any credit for
it.
Biden
or,
did.
You know, Joe Biden with the chip ban.
Yeah, I was going to say that exact same thing. Yeah, Joe Biden cuts China off on chips. Like, really punches China in the face. Does he get any credit for, being tough on China from the right? Hell no.
No, right. Yeah, or when Trump was tough on Russia, when he said, screw you guys have been cheating the missile ban, we're going to get out of that. And we're going to do our own thing now. Yeah. Did anyone say, well, maybe Trump isn't a Russian simp? No, not really. I mean, no one cared.
It's all precisely for behavior is just and warranted, like the Mueller investigation, for all the fun and fireworks that turned out to be. In principle, I get it, much in the same way that the whole Russiagate business ended up turning up some pretty interesting info, indictments and knowledge, and how the Russian government was making a cat run out of there. Silly. The Russian government was making a good effort to, lean on the scales however they could. It seems like, at least at the moment, I don't really know what you mean when you say reforms to the FBI. What does that mean? Because when MTG says it, she means like don't go after cons ever. So like what reform are we like looking for here?
Well, to be frank, what MTG was advocating for was abolishing the FBI. That's what was trending. That's the phraseology that people were using, abolish the FBI. And I'm of the mind that given the historical, I believe in the radar, I mentioned that 85%, I think it was, of all FBI investigations, wiretapping, assassinations, all of the things that it's done have targeted the left. So on balance, do I care about the Mueller investigation?
If that's true, why can't the right see that? Is the right like just completely brain dead? First of all, do you even believe that stat? That sounds like complete nonsense to me.
Dude,
like, how would you even study? How would you even study that?
First of all, I completely believe the stat because, because the right is the party of law and order, and the left is the party of throwing Molotov cocktails. Of course, there's going to be 85% more investigation of people on the left. They're the tear society down party. Why would they not be? Why would it not be?
With you.
Why would it not be more investigations of the left?
Because after the civil rights movement, so much of the FBI's role, again, as I said, was counteracting hate groups that were usually based around racism.
Right. And
those are generally not quote unquote left-wing groups. So I don't know where that stat comes from. That sounds completely made up.
So it's 15% racist and 85% revolutionaries?
That'd be in her worldview, or maybe I don't know, maybe it was like the 85% all come from the Hoover era. Like this, is that what she's talking about?
I'm interested to dig into the stat. I mean, it is an interesting thing.
I mean, I don't even know how you would, who's collecting that information?
Somebody dug into it, obviously, or she wouldn't be using the stat.
That sounds so made up.
She didn't just make it up off the fly. Come on.
Well, no, but she got it from someone who I think probably made it up.
Well, that happens often, right?
Right. But
that's usually the case. Usually when we go digging for somebody else's stat, we find out, okay, well, this is based on nonsense.
Right.
That happens again and again and again. That's like normal. That's usually normal.
Well, I'll see if anyone knows where this comes from. Because I think I'm trying to find her video where she
Come on, let's get to the yelling.
I'm very curious, but
there's a lot of yelling in this video.
Yeah, we'll get to the... Okay, start it up. We'll look at the facts later.
Or a raid in Mar-a-Lago as compared to the murder of civil rights leaders and the wiretapping of everybody from Martin Luther King to Elvis. No, I would happily abolish the...
Where are those Elvis tapes? How come those haven't dropped? What's going on?
Yeah, wait, what? Did she misspeak?
She just said they wiretapped Elvis. Look, it's been... What, it's been 50 years. Come on, leak the tapes already.
FBI. So that's top level. If people are making that argument, even if it means incidentally that there are some, let's say, legitimate investigations that don't occur, I personally, on balance, would be happy with that compromise. Now, that's not a compromise that needs to be made. Any number of institutions exist to investigate errant presidents and the like. The DOJ can continue to exist. This argument is often brought up in the context of, like, let's say, abolish ICE or abolish the police. Abolish the NSA. There have been institutions that have accommodated the needs of those, of those institutions before those relatively newer versions existed. And I don't think that simply asking for substantive reform or abolishment of one institution means that everyone else gets off the hook, which is, again, why I made it clear in my radar that advocating for systemic reform for the purpose of insulating elites against criticism is absolutely the opposite of what we should do. But we should be cognizant of the fact that these institutions are designed and are put in place to do the exact opposite, to protect elites and target people who are marginalized politically or otherwise.
Sure.
And if the right wants, right? And if the right wants to kind of step in it by popularizing the idea of abolish the FBI, and if that movement's going to have some kind of legs, rhetorically or otherwise, if there's going to be a moment for that, why not have people who are much more knowledgeable than I, frankly, design the kinds of reforms that they think would actually be beneficial to the left? And I had some people on the podcast.
So she's basically saying, seize the moment. If all of a sudden there's the political will to get something through that we want, why aren't we doing it? And she even follows it up with, because Vaush is saying, well, they don't really want that. And she's like, yeah. And then you make them look like fools when you put it up and they vote no on their own thing, which is like, that's brilliant democratic politics, is it not?
Well, it depends. Like, yeah, from her perspective, if she actually wants to abolish the FBI, because of their history, well, in her mind, because she's hyper fixated on some things, then that would make sense, I guess. I don't think the mainstream left has any interest. I don't think the mainstream left or the mainstream right has any interest in abolishing the FBI. They might want to reform it, and maybe you could transform that into a. But here's the problem. Maybe she would make the argument. Maybe people would make the argument that if you have the strong ask, in the beginning, it's like the Daily Wire contract. If you have the strong ask up front, you can negotiate, to a middle point. And I think that used to be the way the politics used to work. I don't think that's the way it works anymore, because the same thing with like defund the police. If the ask from the beginning is so preposterous, all it does is end up hurting you, and it goes nowhere, and it goes right in the trash can.
Look, I don't think in a million years anything that she's proposing is possible. Okay.
Right.
I am just pointing out that Vaush is not even engaging with the logic of the argument. She says very clearly, if this could happen, if the left could put some abolish the FBI proposal up in Congress, and the left voted on it, and the people who've been yelling the loudest about defunding the FBI or abolishing the FBI are on the right, and all of a sudden they don't vote for the proposal, they look like morons. That seems easy. That's like totally obvious.
Yeah, but see, well, it's interesting because then Vaush could support it. See, so obviously Vaush doesn't believe in I don't think he believes in defunding the FBI, which would be the main contention.
No, that's what's interesting here. The guy who, we've criticized him on this show for his ACAB stuff. I hate the police. Like Doomer had a bunch of outtakes on his video where he's basically, showing Vaush saying, you should attack the police, basically.
Yeah, but
terrible things.
But you have to understand that Vaush, like most people in these political spaces, is operating in a hypocritical headspace. Yes,
right.
Because he can say, when the BLM stuff is roiling, he can say, abolish the police are fascists, police are terrible, blah, 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 blah. But then turn around and say, I'm glad that the FBI is keeping a check on, investigating Donald Trump.
Right. He's just a hypocrite. He has no.
Well, it's not just a hypocrite, but he's viewing, because of the way the politics are, he can view each organization independent of each other and separately and say, abolish the police, but, maybe we should keep the FBI. So that's what I'm saying. Just because he's abolished the police doesn't mean that he's going to agree with getting rid of the FBI alone.
Right.
So I actually found where she
85?
got that number from.
Okay, let's hear it.
So I think she misspoke here when she said it originally. What she said was 85% of the COINTELPRO resources were supposedly dedicated to investigating left-wing groups, which that I would believe. I could definitely believe that.
So that's just the wiretap stuff.
Well, the COINTELPRO operations, right? Those specifically.
Right.
So, which, included wiretapping, but also included disrupting and subverting and some other things. Well, so that makes sense.
What's COINTELPRO?
That was the operation that happened from, let's see, what were the years? From the 56 to 71. And it was a series of covert and illegal projects. Illegal? Well, according to Wikipedia, this is illegal. I don't know who makes that distinction. Conducted by the FBI aimed at surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting, and disrupting domestic American political organizations.
Okay.
But here's what's interesting. And this is why I think it's silly for her to have this position, too. This ended in 1971.
Right.
I mean, has the FBI still been doing this, 85%?
71. Oh, my God. That's like 50 years ago.
Exactly. Like, did we think that the ideology of the FBI is the same
as it
now
was
that it was
50
years ago? Like, I'm very suspect on that.
Yeah. That's some old numbers.
Right. And I'm sure most of that was because, that was during the Civil Rights Movement. There was a lot of radical leftist organizations. This was during, Vietnam War.
Yeah, see, this is what I said.
So just like, to me, it's very silly to think that the FBI is operating in the same headspace that it was in 1971.
How many right-wingers were out there protesting the Vietnam War?
No, right.
Yeah.
It was mostly the right-wing stuff was mostly KKK.
Right.
Things of that nature. So.
Right, but after the Civil Rights Movement, the KKK stuff probably died down a bit.
I don't think it did. I think the FBI after 71, worse. I think. Well, I don't know if it died down. It might have died down, but I think the FBI's shift of focus recently, in the last 20 years at least, I think has been a lot less on far left groups and more on far right groups.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
I've seen them talking about it. So
yeah, I mean, I can't even. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I've heard the FBI, send out any warnings about far leftist groups. It seems like in my entire life, it's always been like, oh, there's all these, racist groups that we have to watch. I've never heard them complain about like the socialists infiltrating America or anything.
I looked at FBI books to read, and they're all rah FBI, or the FBI is the deep state institution coming to kill us all. It's like there's no middle ground.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Which is, why do I have to do this? Both these extreme perspectives completely trigger me. So I'm just it's so insane to read these books.
Well, wait a minute. So Hoover, I think COINTELPRO basically stopped when Hoover died, essentially. So.
Oh, okay.
So she's basically just saying under Hoover, the FBI was mostly attacking or mostly going after the left, which I would agree with that.
Hoover established the FBI, though. That's like the FBI has been around for 50 years, and that's like the first 10 years of the FBI, right? When was the FBI established?
1919.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Well, actually, wait
a second. No, it was because they called him like a Hoover. I thought Hoover was the
FBI was established in 1908.
Okay.
So no. They call the building the J. Edgar Hoover Building which maybe they should not change. Maybe they should change the name of that building.
Okay.
He's not really a good guy, but.
I thought Hoover established the FBI, but this is why I need to read a book on the FBI.
Right. I think he's the longest serving. I mean, he was FBI director for it says he was FBI director from 1924 to 1972. So he had way too much power. Way too much power.
Right. J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah.
Talk about what those reforms would actually be. I think it was Alex Vitale, and then I think I spoke to also Cornel West shortly after to try to pin them on what they would advocate for in terms of substantive reforms to the FBI and whether they thought that this was a moment that the left should be pushing. And while I think that Cornel West did agree that this was something that we could politicize and take over if we wanted to, I think very few people were willing, or maybe we just hadn't put enough thought at it because it's a new moment, and to what constructively, or concretely rather, that would look like. But I think it's a conversation the left should be having, right? That's a conversation go ahead.
That's my issue, right? Alex and Cornel aren't the people with their hands on the levers. The right is, or at least potentially could be,
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean that right now, we talk about material conditions. The historical context of this discussion, abolish the FBI. This is not one in which we're having a level-minded conversation about the exact ways in which to reform the institution.
I agree, but that's exactly what I'm pushing for.
No, well, but hold on. But it ain't happening. You know,
right? But why isn't it happening, Vaush?
Well, this is the same issue I had with endorsing Biden. There isn't a third option. You've got exactly two in this case.
Well, there was a third option, and I know that because I voted for the third option.
Well, no, yes. in the general election, not in the primaries.
Yeah, no, in the general election, I voted third party.
Right, like I said, there were two options. Two options that.
How do you like this?
I mean, that's a good answer.
Yeah. I mean, I do think voting. I think voting third party is better than not voting at all. Definitely.
Sure. Yeah, if you're not gonna, obviously.
If you have like a record of voting, politicians tend to think of you as a potential voter, which I think is helpful in our society. So.
Well, okay. Everyone complains about the two-party system. I agree with them. It's annoying. It sucks. The only way to solve it, if people actually want to solve it, the only way to solve it is that you're going to have ranked choice voting. That's it.
Choice voting.
It's literally the only way to solve that problem.
Yep.
Is to have ranked choice voting. And for the people that are really pushing for third parties, you got to get ranked choice voting first, and then you can start pushing for third parties. Because it's the only way.
All their energy to ranked choice voting.
Yes, 100%. Like every libertarian, every far left, Green Party, all the third party people should all join forces to try to get a ranked choice voting. It's the only way you can get a third party to actually make a difference in the election. Yeah, because then people could vote for the third party, and they wouldn't feel like they're throwing their vote away.
You got to get a president and tell them, I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you're going to pass ranked choice voting, I'm going to vote for you. You got to make it like a single choice.
A single party issue, yeah. I mean,
single voter issue in one election. Yeah. Yes. You got to be able to say, listen, I'm going to give you the office for 4 years if you're going to give us ranked choice voting and make them commit to it. That's the only way to get it done. Right. Yeah.
Because without it, I mean, unless you're one of these people that just views like the Democrats and Republicans are the same, which I don't know how people can view that now, especially now. Things are so polarized now. I don't know how anyone can view it that way.
If that's your view, you should have no problem voting for whoever is going to give it to you, right?
Right. But what I meant is like usually when you only have two choices, you do have to choose the least bad option.
Yes.
If that's all you're presented with.
Yes.
That's just the reality of the situation.
Ranked choice voting would change everything. And that's actually Trump would be a very good candidate to go after this because whoever did it would be hated by their party because the parties lose so much power as soon as ranked choice voting becomes a thing. The Democrat and Republican parties are the ones that stand to lose. So yeah, it would be interesting if somebody could get Trump. Who's the guy that Trump always listens to? The CRT guy? That's the guy.
The CRT guy?
Yeah, do you think he'd be in favor of it? Not James Lindsay, the other James Lindsay.
Oh, Rufo?
Rufo, yes.
Well,
I wonder if Rufo is in favor of ranked choice voting.
They should be, because you can get more radical people elected with ranked choice voting.
They stand a better chance of getting elected.
Because it doesn't just help third parties, it helps also it's a very populist idea. Because the thing is, a lot of times you say like, oh, I want to vote for this guy, they're more radical, or they're more anti the mainstream, but they're not going to win. So you vote for the guy that you think is going to win, right?
Right.
Like a lot of people have that calculation. But if you have ranked choice voting, you don't have to make that calculation.
No, you vote for the guy that you really want to win first, and then you vote for your second choice, which
your safety choice
and
is
your
second.
You're right. And your third choice and your fourth choice is like Biden, I guess. Right. Right.
It's like right. Like if we had ranked choice voting, it's very likely, well, not very likely, it's possible Biden would not have got the nomination.
Of course. Yeah, totally.
I mean, he still had lots of name recognition, so it still would have been pretty close. But no, you're right. If Trump ran on that would be genius. He would actually get a massive chunk of the
independent
anti-establishment left, like the Briahnas of the world, would vote for him on that issue alone.
I wonder if she would. I would love to ask her.
She would.
You think so? We should tweet at her. I wonder if she would do it. You would have to ask her privately, because there's no way in hell she's going to say, I would vote for Trump. There's no way. There's no way. like it would have to be a reality for her to admit.
She might say no, because even if he says it, she'd say, well, he's not going to actually do it, right?
Right.
Because I mean, he has to get Congress to vote on it. He can't just do it by fiat. So
executive order.
I don't think you can do that as an executive order.
Huh. That's crazy.
And it would be difficult too, because elections are done on a state level. So I don't even know if the federal government has the authority to just sort of enact this, but
ranked choice, like they could enact it for president, right? Ranked choice voting.
I don't know if they could actually.
Would you have to change the Constitution? Because isn't voting in the Constitution? That is a whole nother wrinkle to the.
No, but the mechanism is not, to my knowledge, or at least that. But that's what I'm saying. I think it's the state's power to determine how they decide their electors. So if the federal government wanted to have that power, that might have to be a constitutional amendment.
Sitch and I are moving to DC.
So this would be a very difficult thing. You have to start doing it on state levels.
Huh.
Well, hold on. I've never really given a damn about, well, here's a edge case that perfectly represents my virtues or whatever. You've got what you've got. In the case of the FBI,
just to be clear, Vaush, I didn't vote third party because it represents my virtues. I represent third party because, practically speaking, if third parties get, I believe, to 5% of the vote percentage, they get additional funding. It makes it more possible for a third party to get ballot access and to be an actual contender and change that oppressive two-party duopoly reality that we live under today. It's a real thing that can happen.
I'm sorry, but that's just cope. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't. Do they get funding?
She's probably right, but I'm just saying, like, that's just a pipe dream. It doesn't matter whether they get, more funding or not.
Yeah.
If enough people actually do, in fact, vote third party.
I can, and I'm happy to support third parties.
In a way that throwing my vote away for Joe Biden in Washington, D.C. is actually doing nothing with my vote. So we're talking about political...
doing nothing.
Pragmatism.
He became president.
Right. With or without my vote in Washington, D.C., and not even a state... That is the most effective way for me to actually politically represent my interests.
My point here ain't about criticizing your vote. It's that only two people were going to be president, and there are only two real paths to FBI.
No. But those are two different. But Vaush, I want to be really clear here. Mm-hmm. You said there were two options. You didn't say at first there's two options for what a presidential outcome was going to be. But my vote is not connected to what I want the presidential outcome to be. There are other political realities that my vote can determine. And it's the same thing with this FBI stuff. I would have loved a world, Vaush, where you and I were having a conversation about, gosh, I know the FBI has done a lot of messed up stuff. And if there's an opening here for the elected representatives to be a part of drafting what new legislation would look like to reform the FBI, we should be pushing for that and making sure that it's written in our image, not a right-winger's image. But instead, now you and I are back and forth on the internet, or at least you are criticizing me on the internet for even wanting to reform the FBI, which seems to me which should be a pretty obvious bedrock.
Abolish.
I would also abolish the FBI, which should be a bedrock easy principle for left people to adopt.
I don't think so at all. I think federal police are a fairly necessary institutional force, much in the same way that in their current system.
Just the local police.
I swear Vaush is like ACAB. What happened here?
That's why I love this. It's like, I view the local police as being racist, so I want to abolish them. But right now, politically, I believe the FBI is helping my political side, so I'm all in favor of keeping them.
Right, yeah, because they're going after Trump. He's like, as long as they're going after Trump, pause on the ACAB, guys.
I know. It's so funny. It's not. I mean, listen, I think Briahna's position here is far more naive, but it's more principled. I'll give you that much. It's definitely more based on principles.
Vaush doesn't have any principles. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, of course not. But we all know that. So
that's what's hilarious about it.
And we need, municipal police. Though obviously they are a largely harmful institution. You just can't up and abolish them. You need to take the work to put in systems that support the same basic functions and practices
Vaush,
they engage in.
Was your response to me that, well, I think that Briahna's going too far in saying that we should
I haven't gotten to my point yet, because we keep getting edge cased here. The issue I have, and we don't need to make no analogies to Biden or Trump or whatever. The issue here is that in this historical context, there are only, regardless of whatever paths you support, broadly or in the long term, there are two attitudes that are institutionally supported towards the FBI. One of which is the standard boilerplate, let them do what they do, Democrats, whatever, moderates. And then the Republicans who want to abolish it. The issue that I have here is that the desire, well, that's true. There's wait, please. There's no institutional support for like moderate reform. There are politicians who don't want to touch the FBI.
That's a tautology.
And politicians who want to abolish it.
You are framing the argument in a limited way. You are defining two choices.
The world
and then saying,
is limited.
No. You're defining two choices and then saying there's two choices. Mm-hmm. There is in fact a world where our job on the left, I believe, is to create additional choices, not to sit around in this doomer. Wait a minute.
What I'm trying to criticize in this
doomer zone, saying, "Well, we can't do anything, so let's be angry." Vaush,
even Briahna hates doomer.
Call me up. What a subhuman something, like a subhuman fascist or something.
Force the Vote fans and Briahna Joy Gray fans are fucking subhuman pieces of shit. Who are despicable people who are only in it for the aesthetic and for the grift.
You wrote down my insult.
They're gonna team up after this, right? Act.
Wait, I mean, I don't get. They could. They definitely could.
We'll see.
But I didn't write anything down. Come on, no fair.
Well, I've never mentioned you in public, Vaush. I've never said anything about you in my.
Are you saying this is a hit piece? Like, obviously, these clips weren't in when they were doing the call.
No, but look at the way that she's changed the art. So the argument was about the strategy of should the left support the defund the FBI movement. Vaush's position is no. He hasn't really actually said why it's no, but he just says it's no, and she's saying it's yes. And they're arguing about that, but now she shifted it to, well, why did you attack me personally, instead of saying defunding the FBI is stupid, but we should reform it.
So she's accusing him of taking a moderate position here in front of her when he went, balls to the wall in his video, which I think is, that's an important distinction to make.
Yeah, but I'm assuming, we haven't seen, because we only have the clip, I'm assuming that Vaush said in that video that he's in favor of reforming the FBI. I'm assuming that's the case. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that's the case. I'm assuming that's always been his position, because that would be an easy position for him to take, to take with his audience. And so to me, this seems more like she's just attacking not the position he's taking, but the rhetoric he's using, and the aesthetic, if you want to call it that he's using when he attacks her, which is fine. But to me, that wouldn't be something you do if you're trying to build a coalition necessarily with someone.
Right.
Entire life.
That's fine. We're both public figures, and we have the right to take shots at each other at our will. But I ain't gotten to the heart of the point here,
because I haven't. But I just want to make sure you were saying right now that there are two options. I want to be really clear. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with you when you say there is no movement on the left to abolish the FBI. In fact, that is the sum total of my criticism. Why is there no movement on the left to abolish or at least reform the FBI? Why is Marjorie Taylor Greene, in the context of a self-interested campaign to protect Donald Trump, the only person who's talking about reforming an institution whose raison d'etre or reform? If you want to reform it, let's talk about reform, Vaush.
Well, the answer to your question, Briahna, is because no one has principles, and it's just based on politics and tribalism. That's the answer to your question.
Of course, she knows that.
100% on board with that.
Well, she's talking about abolition. So were you when I asked you what reforms you'd make.
Well, I Briahna Joy Gray would, but I'm not going to die on this hill. I'm going to talk. I want in a community with people who are like-minded, Vaush, about what the best strategy forward is. I'm not interested in defending my take. It's just a take. It's just a thought. It's just an idea that I would love to develop. No, I don't want takes, Vaush. I want policy to make the left better. I want to make the world that we live in better. I'm not interested in scoring points on the internet. So if someone comes up to me and says, I have a tweak to your identity, I have a tweak.
Look at that. That's brilliant. We're on the internet right now, though.
Yeah. No,
don't we have to score points?
Well, so according to the strategy of this defund the FBI thing, is this what I said earlier? I don't think we live in the world right now where you can come out with the hard ask politically and then walk it back. Because the way the news apparatus works, and this is the Sitch and Adam's law, the political strategy today, and probably always, but especially today, is to grab the extreme position that someone on the left or someone on the right says, and then you paint the entire left or the entire right with that extreme position.
Right. You turn the moderates into extremists.
Exactly. Say, look how ridiculous these people are. So if someone comes out with the stance, defund the police or defund the FBI, or it's a non-starter, you've already killed it. And we actually saw this with defund the police, because when BLM stuff first started, what happened? There's actually a lot of, besides all the rioting, there was a lot of positive change in one area, and that was making sure that cops had body cameras.
Right.
That was the major reform that was happening all across the country that I think most people generally, like everyone, basically agrees with, and it's a good reform, and we all think cops should have body cameras to protect themselves and to protect the people that they're arresting.
Of course.
And that was kind of being pushed, and then as soon as defund the police, because defund the police came in afterwards, as soon as defund the police started to enter the mainstream, all of a sudden, all that police reform that we saw going in good directions kind of disappeared, or at least wasn't talked about anymore, because the focus was on defund the police. This is crazy.
Yep.
So
and it all fell
apart. I think strategy-wise, Brown is completely wrong, though. That's the problem. Thal for $20 says, "Hey Adam, do you remember that one conversation where you were right and Sitch was wrong?" Good times.
I can't tell if that's a positive or an insult, but thank you.
Because on Sunday when you tried to gaslight me, on Tuesday when you tried to gaslight me, and pretend like you somehow got me in some sort of argument, Thal was on your side.
Let's get back to the clip.
Wait, stop. Apocalyptic Optimist for $20 says, "Briahna is bad as Vaush. Look up the Hill video on YouTube. A 13-year-old shot. It happened sometime last week. She literally says, call the police, and the very next sentence says, don't call the police when in trouble." I'll have to check that out. I couldn't find out which video I was looking. I couldn't figure out what video you were talking about. But
sucks.
Joseph SK for $5 says, "Adam, stop correcting Sitch when he says Briahna Greyjoy instead of Joy Gray. It's funnier to imagine her bringing Vaush on to pay the iron price." Thank you. That's why I keep saying it. That's why I keep saying it.
That is a great super chat, and I do agree. I do think Vaush in the end here does pay the iron price. So
true.
We'll see what happens. They were downvoting her video though.
So. They were. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, "Briahna Greyjoy. What is woke may never die." True.
Yeah. A lot of good Game of Thrones
philosophy.
references.
A tweak to your plan. Let's develop this in concert with other people who are much more knowledgeable than I say yes and to that, Vaush.
Okay,
I'm not interested in tearing anybody down.
I'm yes-anding you right now. So
okay,
let's dial it back, because I feel like we've rolled down a very steep hill very quickly. The point that I'm trying to make here is that there are times and places to make certain types of criticisms. Now, whether or not I even agree with the abolish the FBI bit, it's fundamentally what this strikes to me is like an Andrew Tate fan screaming, Andrew Tate's been arrested on accusations of sex trafficking. Let's abolish the police. He shouldn't be able to be arrested for that. And a lefty stride in saying, "Oh, you want to abolish the police, do you? Well, maybe that would be a good idea." Now, I understand the temptation of this argument because you're meeting them where they're at. They're interested in this thing. But the truth of the matter is, and the thing that frustrates me is, they're not actually interested in police abolition. They're interested in getting their guy off. And while you think that you're doing our side, pulling people in.
It's weird. I don't understand Vaush's argument here. I understand it, but I don't understand it coming from him. There's got to be something else here, because he is the guy who's all principles don't matter.
Consequentialist, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's consequentialist, man. As long as he gets the outcome that he wants, he's in favor of it. So this argument he's making completely goes against his core principle.
Right.
His
Which
only
is
principle,
no principles.
His only principle. So I don't understand how he's making this argument. I don't understand what his actual motivation is here.
The principle is no principles. That's actually the only principle you can.
Well, no, his principle is any, by any means necessary. That's his one principle, right? By any means necessary, leftist revolution.
Right.
So I don't understand how he's making this argument.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be some other argument that's actually motivating him that he's just not saying.
Yeah.
Interest in getting Donald Trump off over to broader FBI abolition. I think what you're actually doing is the opposite, which is you're giving the institutional legitimacy of the left's critique of the FBI over to the far right, who just want to get Donald Trump off. And I think that's kind of iterating the fact that despite all your caveats and criticisms, MTG still quote tweeted you touting around, oh, look at this lefty former, secretary for Bernie Sanders. Even they agree the FBI has gone too far. And when they're in that mode, they'll take any stance. They'll say, oh yeah, they killed Dr. King. They killed Fred Hampton, not that they give a shit. And then they'll run with that as a specific part of their program to get their fascist wannabe dictator off investigations and charges. But I don't think it does much to support real criticism of the FBI. I think it taints criticism of the FBI because it associates them with this insane MAGA, hysteria. I think it worsens our arguments because it connects us and emboldens them to their argument.
So that's a dog shit argument all the way. It's a totally guilt by association argument.
Right.
That's all it is.
Well, yeah, the second part of what he said is a terrible argument.
Yeah.
But I think the truth, that thing that's actually motivating him was the first part where he said, they're investigating the FBI is investigating the fascists. I think that's the actual thing that's motivating Vaush. He feels like at this moment in time, the FBI are helping the left by investigating the quote right-wing fascist. So he's going to defend them.
Yeah.
I think that's really what's going on here.
Well, and Vaush is just any agreement with the right on anything is just a death sentence in his eyes. Like that they're evil, they're Satan, they're unforgivable. So agreeing with them on anything is just, you can't do it. It's the utmost purity testing.
Yeah, he might have the position of just sort of like, well, he might have just the very general, whatever the right's in favor of, I'm against it, even if it would be something that I might be in favor of.
Yeah, no, that's what I think's going on.
Yeah, because either A, I don't like them tribally, or B, if they're in favor of it, there must be some nefarious thing going on that I'm not aware of.
Well, he even framed it as this would ruin our credibility because we would appear to endorse the right. We would, which is like, okay, Briahna Joy Gray. Now I don't even remember what it is. Brianna's video. Brianna's
from the Iron Islands. Okay.
Right. Greyjoy. Brianna's video was basically saying, she had to include, 1,500 caveats so everyone realized, look, I'm not endorsing the right on this. Okay.
Right.
I'm just saying that politically we could take advantage of this. And that is not enough for Vaush. And that's why Vaush goes on his YouTube channel and calls her all kinds of names and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why just... isn't this the second black woman that Vaush has gone after? I feel like Professor Flower. I feel like maybe Vaush just likes to go after black women.
There you go. You caught it. Vaush is a secret racist.
And bully them on the internet. Well, I do think as much as Vaush calls people fascists, I do think Vaush has opened himself up to secret racist.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it always a black woman that he's going after?
That's $1 million question.
And when he goes, like he's going to the wall. There were just as many clips of Professor Flowers. Remember, Noah Sampson had to come out and defend her. It was getting so bad.
Mm-hmm. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, J-Mac.
Yes.
And thank you so much, PC, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Welcome new members.
Appreciate it. And Harker, do not buy me a snow cone machine. Thank you. Let's get back to the video.
So what arguments are the left? You mentioned that this is the wrong time. Is there a movement separate and apart from the conservative movement that is at all vocalizing any interest in reforming the FBI in any way?
I don't even know what reforms we're talking about here. What are we looking to do exactly? Because I don't know if I'd agree with that. I admit, the abolition thing's complicated. You can go a lot of roads with that. But in terms of reform, maybe, if you could bite into something a bit more moderate, what would you do exactly? Are we talking about more public...
Did Vaush just say he wants the moderate position? It sounded like he did.
Might go back?
Well, they're pitching. He's like, let's think of something more moderate. Abolishing is so extreme.
Warrant approval procedures on the part of judges, or like pullbacks on what they can do to get wiretaps on, or what would you do exactly?
I think that it's remarkable that in 20 seconds of applying yourself to considering what reforms would be beneficial to the left, you came up with two that sound really good.
I'm fine with those. They're right on it, though.
But however, there's been absolutely no interest in or any conversation in the least about that on the left. So here's my thought. I completely agree that Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of these right-wing figures are operating in bad faith, but they deny it, right? So what better way to demonstrate that their argument about abolishing the FBI is complete fluff that's only being used to insulate Donald Trump, one of the most elite people in the world as a former president of the United States, other than actually doing what they have.
A one-term president of the United States. Let's just make that clear, right?
Not done, which is promulgating legislation from the left, for the left, that actually would be substantive reforms, the kinds of which I think would appeal to a right audience, a conservative-leaning audience, even if it would miff the elected Republicans who, of course, have bad faith interests in this
How would that own
position.
them, though? Wouldn't they want that? They don't like the FBI. That's just doing what they want.
But wait a minute.
Look, okay, it's clear here Vaush doesn't even understand the argument, right? We're in agreement there? What do you mean? You're reading the chat?
I am.
Okay.
Spell it out for me.
Look, she made a very clear argument here. She said basically the thing I said in the beginning. We could make these right-wing politicians who are screaming abolish the FBI look like morons if we put forward a policy to abolish the FBI and they don't vote for it. And Vaush doesn't seem to understand that argument here.
Well, but the
He's
thing is,
like,
it cuts both ways, though. That's the problem. Because it's true. Like, if you have Marjorie Taylor Greene and some of the further right people that are like, abolish the FBI, and they're like making a big hoopla about it, and then they actually create some legislation to do that with the left support, and then the right votes against it, yeah, that will make the right look stupid, but it'll also make the left look stupid, because they're like, well, you're supporting abolishing the FBI. That's stupid.
okay.
Right? So it's kind of like a double-edged sword in that situation.
So back it up, though. But Vaush doesn't make that argument.
The elected Republicans who, of course, have bad faith interests in
How
this
would that
position.
own them, though? Wouldn't they want that? They don't like the FBI. That's just doing what they want.
But wait a minute. If the left drafts left legislation,
Right, but that's because Vaush's argument is different from my argument. My argument is I'm actually trying to look at it from her perspective to see whether what she's suggesting would actually help or hurt her movement. Vaush is looking at it from his perspective, where he's like, I want to defend the FBI because the FBI is fighting fascists currently. So that's why he's making a different argument. I would imagine that's why he's.
But he
kind of
doesn't
making
even
the argument he's
understand
making.
her argument. You understood it when I laid it out. It's
Yeah,
not hard.
I know,
It's not
but-
hard to get.
Yeah, well, it might not be. It could be either A, Vaush just doesn't understand her argument, which is very possible, or he just doesn't care about her argument.
He's like, duh, what do you mean? They'd like that. They'd
Right.
totally dive in and vote for it. They'd be all on board.
Well, that's
Why
because
would we do that?
Well, because from his
Why
perspective,
would we win like that?
from
That
his
would be
perspective,
terrible if we won.
I can explain it. From his perspective, since he actually thinks that the right is full of fascists right now.
Right.
And so he actually views that the FBI,
Oh, he says that.
yeah, the FBI is preventing or helping prevent the right-wing fascist takeover of our country from
Right.
his perspective.
Right.
So since that's how he views it, he thinks that if that defund the FBI bill came to Congress, all the right-wingers would all vote on it in agreement
Because they want fascism to rise up in the
Exactly.
land, and the only institution
Exactly.
stopping it is the FBI.
Exactly.
We have
So
to
he
get that
doesn't-
FBI out of the way.
Right. So he doesn't even think. Where I'm saying and where I can kind of have the different take, because I don't think the Republican Party overall would vote to defund the FBI. And I think it would actually be very damaging to the Republican Party for the people that did vote for it. But I think it'd also be very damaging to the Democratic Party for people that voted for it.
So you're more on Greyjoy's side then?
Well, but she's only looking at it like, oh, it's going to hurt the Republicans. I'm like, yeah, but it's going to hurt the Democrats too.
Of course it is. Look,
Right, but
I
she's not
started this
acknowledging that, though.
conversation by saying, yeah, because in her perspective, it wouldn't. It'd be like a great win for the Democratic Party.
Well, no,
oh
'cause
my
she doesn't
God, they
care.
finally did something progressive.
She doesn't care about any backlash to the Democratic Party.
Oh, yeah,
because
she
she
hates
doesn't
the
like the
Democratic
Democratic Party and wants
Party.
them to be
Yeah.
destroyed.
You're right.
So-
You're right. Yeah, yeah, she would love it because it hurts both parties.
Exactly. Maybe
It's
that's
like-
why she's suggesting it.
This is why I said, look, there's no way in a million years this would ever happen. Like, it's just, it's a fantasy.
Of course.
But you can, lay out the fantasy and imagine the Republicans looking stupid if it actually happened. That's not hard to do.
True.
It's just a hypothetical. But it's like Vaush doesn't even understand the hypothetical. That's what I thought was funny.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't understand it, or maybe he just, as I said, he views the Republicans are all fascists, so they'll be obviously on board in his mind.
He says that.
Getting rid of it. Yeah. So then, okay. So he understands. He just disagrees with the perception of reality.
Right. Okay.
That would reform the FBI in ways that benefit the left, and the right adopts it and votes for it and passes it. I hate to break it to you, but that's called a win. That's a good thing that just happened.
Would it prevent the FBI from continuing their investigation into Donald Trump?
See, right here. See, he does bring it up.
Would it be substantive reform?
Exactly.
Vaush, it's drafted by the left. So, no, of course not. The left, I presume, it could be whatever they want it to be.
The left does silly things all the time, I'm not staking any claims here on their trustworthiness.
The Democratic Party that just spent the entire last 2 years making their entire identity about 1-6 and impeaching Trump for a million, over and over and over again, and 1-6 commissions and all of that, is not going to do anything that absolves Trump from responsibility, nor do I think they should, although they should have the appearance of not having a witch hunt, because I think that hurts them politically, and there's no need for any of that. If he's guilty, what he's guilty of, he's guilty of. And what he's not, he's not. If
reform is put forward that does not in any way impede the investigation of Donald Trump, if it's a sensible FBI reform, the Republicans will just call it woke. They'll not vote in it, and none of their voters.
Exactly. So here we are. This is what I believe.
Look, he came to the conclusion accidentally.
Right.
He understands, but he's not willing to admit that it will make the Republicans look stupid.
Are the two options that exist. The left puts forward good faith legislation that would address some of the legitimate concerns that are being raised by the right about the FBI, not insulate Donald Trump from criticism.
What concerns?
Well, the FBI has spent the last 100 years of existence growing its power and growing its reach. There is, I think, a perfectly legitimate argument about various aspects of the way that the Department of Justice and the FBI have focused on Donald Trump and some...
Like what?
Inequities.
Well, I thought you just said this legislation wouldn't do anything.
Well, that's my whole point. So why are you asking about that, Vaush?
Well, then why'd you just say that? You just said that, though. You were just like, okay, well, address some of the right's concerns.
I think it's fair. I think that some combination of the media's behavior and the FBI's behavior, it's obviously, even when people do bad things, they can be politically motivated in their approach. I think it's perfectly possible. I don't know, right?
Like,
I don't know.
Wait a minute. We're doing the narrative.
Let me finish the sentence. You just asked me, Vaush. Let me finish the sentence. I don't know, so that's why I don't want to opine. But I'm not trying to opine on, for example, whether or not this narrative that's out there that the FBI held up the making public that Joe Biden had these outstanding documents until after the midterms because they didn't want to hurt Democrats. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not interested in promulgating that narrative. But I think that it's completely possible that there is some legitimacy in terms of the targeted nature of those attacks. If there's not, then great. Then there's nothing.
Now this is their narrative now.
But look, here's the point, Vaush. Ignore all of that. The point is that you get to design. You keep creating. Here's what's so interesting. You keep coming up with versions of legislation you don't like, when the reality is this is an opportunity to come up with the exact legislation you do like, for the left to be advocating for whatever it is. You don't want to abolish, I do want to abolish. Whatever you want to do is what we should be advocating for.
He's such a dumb shit, man. I know. It's just,
he's being intentionally
he's like, obtuse. Am I a congressman?
Yes.
What can I do?
Right.
I mean, I only have, a 250,000 dumb shits that follow everything I say online.
Right. Yeah, no, he's being intentionally obtuse. But I mean, I think her argument's terrible, but I think you could actually argue against it, as I have and as you have, in a much better way. But.
Yeah. Well, I just, she's saying that there's an opportunity here to get some sort of legislation passed, and we're pissing it away. And Vaush is like, yeah, so what? Like, I pwn people on the internet. Why are you coming to me? Why are you?
Well, but you can see the thought process comes out a little bit, because he says, well, how did you feel about, Trump investigation? And she's like, well, I did think it was maybe politically targeted, right? So then as soon as she says that, that plays into Vaush's narrative in his mind, where he's like, well, that's what he wants. Vaush wants the FBI to be politically motivated,
which is
against Donald
stupid
Trump.
as can be, because
I
now
agree,
they're
but
politically
that's-
motivated to go against Trump. Next time, maybe they're politically motivated to go against your guy.
I agree completely. I agree completely, but that's not, obviously Vaush doesn't look at it that way or doesn't care about that. So
yeah. Oh my. Yeah.
I mean,
so
he's
next
not, he's
thing
never,
you know, they're planting evidence on your favorite president.
Exactly. Well, listen, socialists have never been one for, the law applying to everyone universally, obviously, right?
Well, unfortunately, nobody seems to be in favor of that except for liberals.
True.
Is my belief, progressives to actually take up and run with.
The slight power that I have is over discourse, not policy.
I'm not talking about you literally, Vaush, obviously. I'm talking about what we push elected officials to do.
I understand that. But notice how the rhetoric is shifted, right? Always little bits of it pop up. What we're talking about right now, the left constructing criticisms of the FBI in the form of policy and legislation, that has nothing to do with giving the right accolades on getting a broken clock, twice as right kind of deal, on criticizing the FBI, nor on pulling people from the right over, nor on meeting some of their legitimate criticisms of the FBI, of which they have only one, by the way, which is the fact that the FBI doesn't work for them. Now we're just talking about crafting policy to reform the police. The FBI are police, after all, fundamentally, and I've always supported reforming the police in many ways. But notice how now we're talking about something reasonable, which is, hey, the federal police are, as many police institutions, rather corrupt and
I hate to break it to you, but there's a part of this community that has been talking about something reasonable the entire time. And your reluctance to participate in that is a choice, and that's completely fine. But there's some of us who have said, we're very
doing what Marjorie Taylor Greene wants by abolishing the FBI and giving them accolades and saying they have legitimate criticisms and saying the FBI might have been politically motivated when they have Trump.
Yeah.
No, you slip in these narratives here, right?
I think that
which aren't necessary when criticizing the FBI in a formative
you
way.
Obviously like the FBI a lot more. Like you're not going to convince me to not want to abolish the FBI.
Well, okay, here's the question. Here's the problem. I haven't watched enough of Briahna Joy Gray's content to know if his accounting of it is accurate or not. Is that really true, or is she giving all sorts of caveats where she says the right is stupid, from her perspective, the right is stupid, Marjorie Taylor Greene is stupid, blah blah blah, but we should just use this as a purely cynical way to get what we want? Like, is she saying that, or is she actually, because she is trying to make a common cause with the right-wing populist, is saying like, oh, well, they have correct grievances and we should, join forces?
I think the latter. She acknowledges that the politicians are obviously full of it, but
right.
the voters have common cause. That is, I think, her position. I mean, I listen to a lot of her content, so because most of her takes seem to track reality as I see it. Obviously, I disagree with the policy prescription of abolishing the police. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
But when she is taking in, the political strategy that's going on around her, or the grievances on the right or the grievances on the left, she seems to be diagnosing the problem accurately. So my disagreements with her are on how to fix it, not necessarily what's going on.
Well, she's definitely diagnosing some elements of the problems accurately.
Yeah.
But again, I think the problem I have is, I just think her, and Vaush isn't saying this because Vaush doesn't care. He's not smart enough to see it, maybe. As soon as the narrative becomes defund the police, defund the FBI, you can't walk that back to reform.
Right.
That's the environment we live in right now.
Right.
It's not going to work. Because then any type of actual reform you want to do, that's like a good reform for the police or the FBI, the other side then says, oh, they just wanted to fund it. Look, this is what they've been saying for months. They want to get rid of it.
It's a Trojan horse. It's
Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Trojan horse. They're crazy.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So, Potato, thank you so much, our surrogate uncle, for 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. A lot of new members.
And
I hope they're all A-team.
Someone says Vaush is defending the FBI because that's his employer. So there you go.
Well, that's true.
There you go.
I mean, he's a glowy, right?
Supposedly.
FBI. So I don't even think we should go down that road.
See, well, then at the end of the day, all you want to do is what she wants to do. And such, you're prattling about it. It's meaningless. You just want to do...
Vaush.
Oh, look at that little... She did not like that word prattle.
Let's go back.
So I don't even think we should go down that road.
See, well, then at the end of the...
Wait.
You obviously...
Saying the FBI might have been politically motivated when they have Trump.
Yeah.
No, you slip in like these narratives here, right?
I think that...
Which aren't necessary when criticizing the FBI in like a formative way.
You obviously like the FBI a lot more.
See, so the thing that Vaush doesn't understand, or he's not acknowledging, is she does have to slip that in if she is trying to make an actual common cause with the right-wing populace. She does actually have to say that, because then otherwise it is just obviously performative, and they'll sniff that out.
Right.
More like you're not going to convince me to not want to abolish the FBI. So I don't even think we should go down that road.
See, well, then at the end of the day, all you want to do is what she wants to do, and such. You're prattling about it. It's me.
I was trying to catch the eyebrows.
Oh no!
Because she does this little micro look like, I can't believe you just said that.
You just want to do.
There it is. I got it.
There it is. This is the thumbnail. That's the thumbnail. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did this boy just say prattle to me?
Screen cap it if you want to. That's a good Vaush right there.
Oh man.
Screen cap that for me.
Oh, I got to open it in the YouTube because the quality is terrible on the...
I will...
Oh no, is the quality just terrible on her video? Oh, I think the quality is just terrible on her video. Yeah, I don't know why.
I got it.
The visual quality is bad.
Vaush,
wait, no,
I don't think I'm prattling about anything. This is my show, and I'd like you to offer me a modicum of respect here, Vaush.
We're both prattling. It's...
All right, now we get to the good stuff.
He realized he done goofed. He's like, oh no.
Sitch, I'm wondering, why are you always prattling off on our show? Why do you always do that, Sitch? Prattle.
Listen, Adam, my name is first of the show, okay? Just give me some modicum of respect.
Hold on. Prattle, speak about unimportant matters rapidly and incessantly.
Yeah, there you go.
Idle and foolish and irrelevant talk.
Well, it's funny because prattle doesn't even really make sense in the context.
No, it doesn't. It's a major put down.
But
she heard that word and she's like,
oh, you're right. I mean, I don't disagree.
This is over.
Yep.
It's okay. It's fine. It's a free country. But
no,
at the end
not.
of the day,
I think that's disrespectful. And I've been in the background of all of this.
We're both grown ups
Wait a minute.
Here. It's fine.
Wait a minute, Vaush. Wait a minute. In the background of all of this
it is totally disrespectful. And I don't know why you would say, "Oh, we're both grown ups here, and I can insult you like a child." That's not the grown up move.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because in the conversation up until this point, she's been the more aggressive one. So if you were to look at this conversation in a vacuum, you'd be like, oh, she started it. But he started it because he has the whole history of just insulting the crap out of her, on his platform. So
of course. Yeah.
You are sitting here in a way that is, in the background is, I've been trying to downplay, I've been trying not to emphasize what exactly your response to my radar has actually been. The reality is you called me a subhuman piece of shit as a consequence of what I think is, you just characterized as a reasonable conversation about reforming the FBI.
I don't think I called you that over that.
Wait a minute. I completely respect that you don't want to abolish the FBI. I don't care. We have a difference of opinion there. I don't think it's worth calling anybody names or accusing, any ad hominem attacks. But my point is this. If all you are willing to get to, if all the place where you're comfortable is to say, wow, in this moment, it would be nice if left progressives or Democrats in Congress were advocating for the kinds of reforms that they think are valuable in this moment to provide a meaningful contrast to the kind of self-interested, elite-protecting reforms that Marjorie Taylor Greene is going for. Wow, I should advocate for that And to the extent that I think that Briahna is not advocating for that, I can say, well, I think that Briahna needs to have a more focused message. I think that Briahna is going too far, but I would I would advocate for this. And it is frustrating to me. I do agree with Briahna that it's frustrating to me that the left Congress members have nothing to say about any of this when they spent years talking about defunding the police, defunding ICE, and having this institutional critique. Where are they in this moment?
Well, I'm not saying
but that's not what happens. Yeah.
She's saying you basically agree with me 99% of the way, but you're sitting here calling me a subhuman piece of shit.
Right. Well, but this is, to me, this is why I can't imagine this is going to end with them, some amicable, allyship. Like, it's just, because what she just said, she said the subtext of this conversation, which is why her editor put these clips in, or she put these clips in,
right,
is of, all Vaush saying all these horrible things about her.
She was downplaying everything to try to get him to play nice, but Vaush is incapable of playing nice.
Yes.
Vaush, the right should be thankful Vaush is out there. Like, he does more work for the right than any other, YouTuber in existence.
Right.
Oh my God.
Well, I think, except for him saying prattle, I think he was playing mostly nice. He was doing some fake obtuseness, but it wasn't anything like, what you're saying about her off air, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the off air stuff.
Right.
And also this huge two-faced business, because everyone can see everyone can characterize the left as being completely two-faced because they point at Vaush and say, look how two-faced this guy is. He's the avatar of the left.
To me, the two-facedness is not that because I think everyone does this to some extent where it's like, and we've done this and I don't have a problem with it. You're watching someone's content, you watch it for a long period of time, you get the other person's an idiot.
Hold
on, let me just finish. I know what you're gonna say,
subhuman pieces of garbage.
I know we haven't gone that far, obviously, but you insult them, you say this person's stupid, this person's an idiot, blah blah blah, and then when you talk to them, if you just immediately go, oh, you're stupid, you're an idiot, like the conversation just devolves into just name calling. You're not going to actually move the conversation forward anyway. So you do have to sort of put that aside if you actually want to talk about something substantive. I think to me, the two-facedness is that when he goes on The Hill, or he goes on something that's a more mainstream platform, and suddenly he puts on this, he holds up this mask and he acts like a completely different person. To me, that's the two-faced nature.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, what are you saying?
I'm saying at the end of the day, you can dress it up as much as you want, but a fascist said that she wants to get rid of investigative body that's investigating her corrupt dictator pick. And your answer to that was, yes, but for woke reasons. And that framing will always be something that I take issue with. It doesn't matter how sincere or legitimate the criticisms are. There are times when you have to understand that the material course of history is guiding your country in a direction where you're going to have to focus on other priorities. Like, it's with the police thing, right? We're in a very dangerous position in this country right now. Democracy might not last here, nobody can see the future, but it seems like Republicans are pretty openly anti-democracy at this point. They've been working hard to get rid of it on whatever level they're capable of. And
I mean, it's funny because Vaush is probably one of the reasons why Republicans are so anti-democracy now.
Yeah, I mean, wokeness has definitely revived the anti-democracy idea on the right. This sort of the kind of far-right anti-democracy movement that we're kind of seeing, boil up, which, first of all, I don't think any of the politicians are involved in this at all.
No.
Like Vaush does. I think it's mostly an internet thing. But that didn't exist until wokeness.
Right. It's a direct response to the left just being insane and authoritarian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're like, if you're going to be authoritarian, sure, we'll play authoritarian politics. That's right up our alley.
Reforming the FBI, that's fine, depending on how it's done, if it's reasonable. But the narratives addressing the right's reasonable criticisms, they have only one, and it's that the FBI don't work for them. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene happened to be right in this one. No, she wasn't. She doesn't give a shit about what the FBI has done. Neither do any of her followers. You're not going to own any of them or show them up by giving them a better version of the legislation. They'll say it's woke and they'll toss it in the trash.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that, Vaush. I think that I know for a fact that many of her followers actually do agree with me.
Didn't she retweet her, Marjorie Taylor Greene? It sounded like that's what happened.
Maybe.
know for a fact.
When you say abolish the FBI, the exact thing that she said.
Yeah, I know for a fact that many of her followers agree with me on two important points. That the FBI is an institution with an enormous power that has been used poorly to target people who are historically vulnerable, including people like them because they're low income and things like that. And additionally, I think that they agree that it should not be an institution that exclusively protects elites. And I think that that's a good place to work from, and a much more useful place
Their framing
than sitting
on
around.
that is totally conservative.
Wait a minute.
Biased.
Let's talk about your framing, Vaush, because you just accused me of wanting to do what Marjorie Taylor Greene wants. But
by your words, you both wanted to abolish the FBI.
If I could just
right?
finish the sentence.
Am I
You
wrong on
accused
that?
me of doing. You just said that you want to do. I want to do what Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to do, but for woke stuff. So I want to ask you: is not wanting civil rights leaders, of not wanting Fred Hampton to be murdered, woke?
Can you go back in time and keep him from being murdered? Because if so, goddamn.
Is that what you think that I'm advocating for, or could there be some prospective value in protecting people who are oppositional to the government and making sure that the FBI's powers are restrained?
The Republicans will not do this. The Republicans have no interest in restraining the power of the FBI other than curtailing it and using it for their own.
This is such an important point. I think that is actually what defines why there are these two halves of the left that exist right now. There is one half of the left that I think is really exemplified by the statement that you just made, which is that the right won't do this. Or sometimes you'll say things like, Democrats won't do this. And the entire political discourse is limited by what you believe the pre-existing actors in place are willing to do, which means at no point is there any conversation, even in loose, ridiculous kind of podcasty formats, at no point in academic spaces and political spaces.
So you have to acknowledge
this
at
is
least.
good. At least let her finish her point.
Okay.
Spaces and media spaces, is there any place to germinate ideas that have the power to actually push the Overton window in any way?
Absolutely.
And I think that's really destructive. And you don't have to agree.
No, there is, but you don't got.
Okay, you have to acknowledge that if that's her assessment of Vaush, she has no idea what she's talking about. Vaush is a radical leftist who wants a radical leftist world and is definitely advocating for very radical left-wing policies. Now, he does it in a very cynical, pragmatic way, but that's still what he's advocating for. So the idea that she's trying to cast him like, oh, he's some kind of like moderate lefty who just says, well, they're never going to go along with it, so why bother advocating for it? That has never been Vaush's position whatsoever.
But Vaush's position is also targeting the right as evil.
Yes.
As
of course.
Just,
he's calling them all fascists. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
So,
but that's not what she's talking about. Just there.
Well, she's saying that if you start off from this point that nobody in power will ever do anything, you can't even have a conversation about the possibilities.
Right. But that's never been Vaush's position.
Right. You're saying Vaush doesn't believe anything is possible beyond radical revolution. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what the position she just laid out is so far away from Vaush's position. It has always been so far away from Vaush's position.
She nailed Vaush on his position about the right being just
no, because
unsalvageable evil.
No, that's not what she's talking about. She's talking about she said, why don't we push to defund the FBI? And Vaush said the Republicans will never vote for it.
Right.
All they'll do is they'll just gut the FBI's power to investigate the people that they don't want them to investigate. That's Vaush's position.
Because they're evil.
Right, because they're evil fascists. That's irrelevant to the point I'm trying to make, but that is Vaush's position. And then she says, oh, well, the left is split into two groups. Presumably she hasn't said it yet, but presumably she means, the correct lefty is actually pushing for change. And then the bad, moderate centrist lefties who are kneecapping themselves saying, we're not going to advocate or push for things that are impossible to get. Right. Not even imperfect, but just impossible. They're pie in the sky ideas. No one will ever vote for them. And she's saying that Vaush is in that camp. And that's insane. Vaush is definitely not in that camp. He's a radical leftist who wants radical leftist policies enacted on this country. He's just a little bit more cynical and pragmatic about it than she is.
How is he more pragmatic than her?
Because because this was the original thing that we laid out in the beginning. Her position is she wants to get the populist left and the populist right to come together to enact her populist left version of politics onto the country.
Just
and
on
Vaush's
this point, though.
Wait, and Vaush's position is that he wants the radical left to slowly subvert and keep dragging and pulling the center left to the far ends. So they want the same thing, but they have completely different ideas about how to enact that thing.
Yeah, I think you're basically totally, creating an argument for Vaush that I don't think he actually articulates himself. Like I don't. Yeah,
he's not. No, you're right. You are right. He's not articulating it clearly. I'm reading into what he's saying.
Yeah, he's not making that argument. Look, Vaush is like
I'm basing this off of. We've watched a lot of Vaush content, so I'm basing.
Yeah, but why are you giving him an argument that sounds like it's actually intelligent? Like Vaush basically is like, Republican, evil, fascist, racist, Republican, fascist, disagree, and you're making it sound like he's got this, macro political view of how he can take the middle left and pull them when it's completely all elephant and just. Dunking on people on the internet. Like if we were having a conversation about Destiny, I would say, okay, well, this makes sense. Like I've heard Destiny talk about the political spectrum and, articulate the far right from the moderate right or the center right. Vaush can't even tell the difference between the center right and the far right. Like it's completely, this guy is a fucking buffoon and you're making it sound like he's got some competent argument.
So I think things are being conflated here because we have to remember how the elephant and the rider works, right? So the elephant has the initial reaction, and then the rider uses their rider brain, their intelligence, to justify the elephant's behavior. Okay. So Vaush's elephant says everyone on the right is a fascist,
right, and racist, and racist. He can't distinguish anyone on the right from anyone else.
Exactly. But then his rider comes and it says, well, let me justify this. Let me enact a plan in which I can get my leftist revolution, going in the country. So
what is that plan?
As what I just said, that he thinks the radical left can keep subverting to middle left and keep dragging it further and further to the extreme. I'm pretty sure he's literally said that multiple times. And I remember him. I could have swore we've watched streams where he said this.
But that's not.
I didn't just draw this out of thin air.
That's not his plan. It's like completely instinctive. He's like purity.
I don't agree because
Briahna Joy Gray agreed with an evil Republican. Purity.
So the reason I disagree is because this came up a lot when the election was going, and he was one of the few leftists to come out in favor of Biden, and he talked about this a lot. Now maybe he was just saying it, maybe it's not true, but that was at least his stated position. That he thinks the radical left can drag the mainstream left to the extremes.
You've heard him make this argument.
Yes, which, by the way, is currently happening. So I don't think it's a far out argument. It's definitely happening.
Yeah, because they're terrified of being classified as right wingers because of Vaush out there calling anyone who agrees, even in some sort of political alliance of convenience with 1,500 caveats about how they don't agree with anything else, that they're a fascist.
So I think I understand what's happening here. So when you heard this conversation, you heard that, and maybe from also watching Briahna Joy Gray, who I think I'm now just going to call her Greyjoy from now on. When you listen to Greyjoy,
pay the iron price, Vaush.
Exactly. Pay the populist price. So when you've heard her, talking, and she's trying to sort of make common cause with the populist right, and she's going out of her way to try to understand their position, you say, well, that's impressive. She's kind of doing what I do. She's trying to understand their argument. And so you're giving her credit for that. I don't give her any credit for that because to me, the action is not as important as the intention and the reason for the action. So for the only reason that she's sort of trying to reach out and understand the populist right is because she basically wants to leverage them against the center to enact her extreme leftist view onto the country. She's not that's her intention. That's why she's doing it. Even if she's doing the action, which is laudable, understanding people, it's for a bad reason.
You would have you would have to ask her, but that's a very bad, faith interpretation of what she's doing. I think if you asked her straight up, she'd say, look, they're poor people on the right too that are disenfranchised. And
yeah, but okay, she's going to say they're poor people on the right who are disenfranchised. I bet we can pull them over to our side we could just phrase it a little bit correctly.
You're going totally Vaush.
You don't think that's her position?
No, I do. I think she's I think Briahna Joy Gray is team truth and that she's trying to figure out the world.
Okay.
Look, I've listened to like 24 of her talks, 36 of her talks. How much have you listened to of hers?
I have not listened to that many, so you definitely listen to more content.
Yeah, I listened to this. I listened to her on her podcast all the time.
I've listened to the streams that we've covered, and I've listened to a couple more than that. And look, I don't get the team truth vibe at all.
I am literally interested in her because I am mystified by anyone on the left who is not a buffoon like Vaush, who can't tell the difference between Ben Shapiro and a fucking Nazi.
Right, but here's where and you could be right, because again, you listen to more content, but here's where I think the confusion is.
Look, I think she's been on the Ben Shapiro show.
Wait, let me finish.
Look, but you're the reason why I'm getting a little triggered here is you're being so bad faith with Briahna. You're literally, you're putting her in this box that I don't think she is, and it's not fair. And this is what makes people on the left turn into insane people, is because they're miscategorized by people like Vaush.
Okay, so me and you, or I'm assuming we have similar motivations here, but I'll just speak for myself. My motivation for when I try to understand people on the right and even the far left's arguments and worldviews, more so on the right, because I think the far left is basically a left's cause, is that the reason I want to understand it is, one, I like to just understand and be empathetic to other people's positions. Right. Two, I don't think that they're just stupid. And I think that's a very simplistic. I'm interested in the psychology of why people believe what they believe. But number three, I understand that we all have to live together. We all have to live together, and we all have to sort of come to some agreement that we have to come to a compromise we can all stand in order for us to not all kill each other.
I agree.
That's kind of my reason for why I want to understand and not strawman the right. I don't think that's her position. As I said, I think her position is she thinks she can leech the populist energy to the left so that she can enact her left-wing populist causes. I don't think she's really that interested in understanding people's positions, because if she was, she would be interested in understanding the center positions or the moderate positions without strawmanning them.
You think I would like to see the clip where you think that she's strawmanning the center. I'd like to see that. I don't know that I've seen that. I've never been triggered at her mischaracterization of the center. I remember we covered that kidology recently, and she called like Ben Shapiro alt-right, and I was like, okay, this woman knows nothing about politics, despite I think she has like a PhD in politics or something. So
Kidology called Ben Shapiro. Right?
Yeah, Kidology.
I thought you meant
Briahna Joy Gray, I think, might have even done a talk with Ben Shapiro, for heaven's sake. So, but my question is like, where's good faith Gary in this conversation? Because maybe she's being manipulative. Maybe she's playing 10-dimensional chess and trying to get one over on the right.
What I'm saying is not 10-dimensional chess. What I'm saying is very straightforward.
Yeah, you're saying
we should appeal these people. We can get them on our side. That's not 10D chess. But that's very upfront.
You're saying she's being manipulative, though. That she doesn't care about common cause. She just wants to trick them into voting for her proposals.
Yeah,
voting. So you're basically saying she wants to trick them into voting for her proposals and voting against their own self-interest through some psychological mojo.
So you're saying, where is she saying this? When she makes videos where she says the Democratic Party is dead, the center is dead, the center sucks, moderates suck, that's where I'm drawing this from.
Yeah, but she's allowed to have that opinion.
She is allowed. I'm not saying she's not.
Is she mischaracterizing some position of yours?
No, she's allowed to. Anyone can have whatever position they want. You're asking me why I'm viewing her through this light, or why I'm viewing her this way that I am.
Like I'm saying triggered.
I'm saying I'm saying if I really believed like you do, that she's just, trying to actually understand everyone's arguments, she wouldn't have this radical position that she has where she's like, the center is all the same. Joe Biden, Donald Trump is all the same. Like, that's an insane thing to say to me. That's so detached from reality.
But
that's not finding. How does someone who's trying to like find the truth think that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the same?
You can be detached from reality and operating in good faith.
I guess that's true.
You're accusing her and Vaush of being on the same level of bad faith.
Well, no. I think Vaush is obviously operating on a much higher level of bad faith than her. I just disagree with her motivation. I disagree with you on what her motivtions are.
Well, I'm not a mind reader. Like I said,
okay.
I don't know. Maybe she is a secret, just trying to manipulate people. I don't know. Maybe she does seances on the weekend and like tries to get, invade the spirit of right-wing politicians.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never seen anything from her that made me just triggered me like, oh my God, she's completely mischaracterizing people. I feel like Vaush mischaracterizes people mostly because he's an idiot. Oftentimes because he doesn't care, or he just wants to like destroy people's reputations. Like this whole podcast is because he has made it his goal to destroy her reputation, and she's basically coming to him and saying, listen, why are you trying to destroy my reputation when I'm trying to get past the same policies that you're in favor of?
Well, okay. We've watched at least 3 videos of her, right? One of them, I'm pretty sure, was her running defense for CRT, right?
I don't remember.
So I'm saying, like, I don't just. Oh, one of them was she was running defense for CRT. One of them was she was arguing with Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky, I do remember that
one.
Yeah.
Which was this is what I'm just saying. I don't know.
Look,
I think you saw. Oh, she's trying to understand the right. You're giving her credit for that. I'm not, because I don't think her intentions are your intentions or my intentions, and I don't know. I guess that's a move forward from that.
Look, someone can be on, like there's an honesty counter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a insane beliefs counter, and I think she's like a 10 on the insane beliefs counter, but I think she's also a 10 on the honesty counter. Like, I don't think she's trying to get one over on people. You do.
Okay, the way you're framing this, like she's trying to get one over. I don't think she's trying to get one over on anyone, because I think she's very transparent about what she's.
Is Vaush trying to get one over on people?
Well, it depends in some levels, of course.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So why do you object to that framing with her?
Because I don't think I think she's open. I think she's transparent. I think we would say, Briahna,
Vaush is transparent. Like he's literally come out and said,
okay, we're talking about different things. I'm talking. You're saying, oh, I'm ascribing bad faith to her in terms of thinking she's dishonest. But I'm saying, no, I just don't agree with her intentions. I believe her intentions are rooted on poaching the right-wing populace to the left-wing side, something which I don't think is even possible, really.
But is it against their own self-interest? Or does she believe that it's in their interests?
Yes, because the right-wing populace, because in her mind, she thinks she can get the right-wing populace on board with the left-wing populace because it's all about economics.
So it is in their self-interest.
Because on the left and the right can agree, not completely, but can sort of agree to some extent, actually. Actually, no, and actually, I take that all back. They can't actually agree on the economics whatsoever. The right-wing and left-wing populace have completely different ideas on how economics should work. All they can agree on is that they think that the current mainstream sucks. That's literally all they can agree on.
Yeah.
But this is but here's the thing. This is a very common, and I don't know if I'm not accusing Briahna.
Is she trying to fool people or what?
I don't know if Briahna is this.
Okay.
I've said no a million times. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that. I don't know if Briahna is a socialist or just very far on the left.
She is very much a socialist. What are you talking about?
Okay, so if she's a socialist,
she's a full-on commie.
Okay, so then this is a very common socialist tactic. This is what they call the red-brown alliance. This is they say, oh, the socialists are so concerned with destroying the liberals, so concerned with destroying the current system, the mainstream, that they will actually align themselves with the far right, often to do that, because they think, well, from the ashes, we can build up our socialist utopia. That was part of, and Vaush even talks about this, and I actually have to agree with him. This was part of what happened in Nazi Germany. The socialists thought, well, we can, as long as we destroy the liberals, everything will be fine. But guess what? It wasn't fine, and they lost.
There's a huge difference between, going full mask on and being like disingenuous about everything.
She's not being disingenuous. Again, I don't have time to say that. I'm just saying that our intentions are different. My intention is, I want to understand the right because, one, I want to understand them, and two, because I think we have to live together. Not because I want to poach them to my side. Because I want to this is where the dishonesty comes from. I'm not labeling it this way, but I want to understand the right because I think we have to live together, so we need to come to a compromise. I'm not trying to subvert. I'm not trying to draw anyone over to my side.
I think the right has good ideas.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think the left and right need to understand each other so that they can compromise, because I think there's good ideas on both sides, and I think they need to come together. I don't think that's her position. I think her position is I want to suck these people onto my team.
I don't get that. I don't get that perception. Like there was Kimberly Crenshaw was on Joy Reid's show. We've talked about it many times. There was a moment there that I just was like, okay, this woman is being completely dishonest. I don't even in this conversation, she's talking about making common cause with the right, and it seems like she's in agreement with making common cause with the right. She's not just saying, I'm only doing this to trick them. Vaush even kind of chides her on it.
So, how to jump on?
Well, okay, I'll say. Joe the Mig for $5 says she's not Team Truth. She regurgitates the quote, they pitted against each other to defend the 1% radical socialist argument to advocate for extreme policies. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Does she not do that? Is Joe wrong? Because that's my understanding of her.
She regurgitates
they pitted against each other to defend the 1%, which is a radical socialist idea. Like, like my understanding of her worldview is that the left and the right, like, the Democrats and Republicans, it's all a show just to maintain the elite power, against the poor.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding of what her position is.
Okay.
On a fascist trying to protect their strongman in order to make those points, because all you're doing is legitimizing and giving left approval credence to them. Same thing Donald Trump did back in
See, that's not a fucking smart argument, man. That's a dog shit argument. It's like this is a pro-felicity argument right here. It's like you're giving tacit approval. You're signing off on them. You're basically saying the left agrees with the right, and therefore you're giving them power.
2015, by the way, talked about how the DNC was screwing over Bernie. That wasn't him, and some lefties bought this. That wasn't him sincerely criticizing the corruption of the DNC. That was him, trying to, get a bite of lefty legitimacy as a maverick who could criticize
I love that example, Vaush, because the man won. The man became president of the United States of America because that message resonated, rightly or wrongly, bad faith or good. So if
he addressed corruption in the political institution?
No, but I'm not Donald Trump. It's the reverse situation, Vaush. It's me saying to a conservative audience, hey, there's some legitimacy. Yes, I believe there's some legitimacy to your concerns here. Just like we opened this conversation talking about...
No, there isn't, because their concern is that Donald Trump is being targeted.
Just like we opened this conversation...
Look, he's not even capable of understanding that there's multiple levels of concern. He's not even capable of understanding that the politicians have one level of concern and the rank and file voters have another level of concern. Mm-hmm. It's completely...
Yeah, of course. He thinks they're all fascists. Yeah, I'm not defending Vaush at all.
Vaush is a moron here. But she gets it right. A lot of people on the left, Bernie voters, voted for Trump.
Right.
That's a fucking fact.
Yes, right. So?
Because Trump reached out to him, made common cause with him, exactly like she's saying. Look, and it completely goes over Vaush's head.
Well,
like,
but
he's saying, you're making my argument. You're picking a guy who actually did it and won. That's called winning.
Yeah, but But if I was in that conversation, well, you just made the point, so I'm just responding to you. I would say, yes, but for all of the economic policies that Donald Trump said he was going to enact that would appeal to Bernie voters, he enacted 0 of them. So
okay.
Did he just take them for a ride? Was it all just a ruse? I mean, remember he was like,
obviously, Vaush would say, of course he took them for a ride, and that's why we should like.
Yeah, but what's Greyjoy gonna say? Because it's like, well, because remember Trump was like, he's like, listen, I'm rich. I know the tricks. We're going to close all the loopholes. We're going to text the hell out of companies that send monies overseas. We're going to, do all this stuff.
She says more here. She says more here.
Okay.
Talking about how there's legitimacy to a lot of these men who have moved to the right because they feel like the social contract has failed them. They don't have a place in society anymore. They have leaned into a kind of misogyny because they don't have traditional gender roles to conform to and feel lost and lonely. I don't think the misogyny is okay. I don't think Andrew Tate is okay. I don't think rape is okay. I don't think any of that is okay. But there's an underlying there.
I don't open that discourse by looking at Andrew Tate going on about how he thinks society has failed men because you can't rape women for free anymore, and go, hey, he's right on this. Not about all of it, mind you.
So if you want to say that Briahna's at a better point, because even if her overall intention I don't agree with, but she's still willing to try to like listen to people and understand them, where Vaush is just labeling as fascist, I will agree with you 100%.
Yeah, well, that's the point I'm making.
She's in a better starting point. Yes, she's obviously in a much.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. She's in a much better start. She's in a starting point that's 100 times better than Vaush, because at least she's not going to label them all as fascists to be, shot into the sun. Okay.
Yeah, and she's actually willing to engage. Vaush is not willing to engage. Vaush only invites right wingers on to mischaracterize their arguments and dunk on them.
Well, okay, I disagree. When you say she's willing to engage, is it really? I say, well, is it really engagement at that point? But
well, I mean, she does a show, doesn't she? Do like Breaking Points now with a right wing host or something?
I don't know. Does she?
Robbie, whatever. I feel like she does.
Well, that's good.
She's like on the centrist Breaking Points.
It's not. If her position is that they're both sides are the same, that's not a centrist position. That's like the straw man centrist position. Both sides are the same. I'm above everything.
Right.
Like it's like, well, both sides are the same in terms of that they're both controlled by human behavior. Both sides are advocating for very different policies. They're not the same policy wise.
I think you just don't like her, which is, I mean, that's fine. That's acceptable. Well, I mean, it seems
I don't like either of these people. This conversation,
like
Adam. And if you, no, I don't have any animosity toward. Wait a minute. Okay. If you're going to say, Sitch, you have to spend the entire day with someone. Who you think I'm going to choose Vaush over versus Briahna?
Oh my god!
Hell no. Okay.
Who would do something that dumb?
Yeah, exactly. Of course that. I don't. So
you can't even have a intellectual conversation with Vaush.
Right? Like no. Listen. As a person, I dislike Vaush like 1,000 times more than Briahna.
Yeah.
Okay. I disagree with both of their positions. I just think that her position is rooted more in naivete, and I think Vaush's position is rooted more in sort of dishonest cynicism.
Okay.
I guess I'm just arguing about it more because you're defending her position more, which is leading me to argue against it. Okay. I don't support either person in this conversation.
Right.
But you're supporting her, so it's making it seem like I'm defending Vaush, which I'm not.
Well, I'm supporting her in the fact that she's, basically calling out someone who is on her side that is completely mischaracterizing her positions and being
that's fine. Good. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm glad that she's doing it. And
I think also she makes Vaush look like an idiot, which I'm in favor of. Like, who doesn't like that?
Hold on.
The interesting thing about this.
I gotta go. Hold on. I'll be right back. This is getting ridiculous.
Oh, you gotta leave? Okay.
No, I'll be right back. Just keep going.
He is correct in that society has failed men, and then take it from there.
I don't know
what you're doing. I
agree.
Wait a minute. You have to reach these people where they are.
Stay there.
Take their bad faith message and go.
Stay there. Stay there for a second. Stay there. I don't know what Andrew Tate has said. I've never listened to Andrew Tate speaking.
I got in the ballpark.
But if Andrew Tate has said something like a sentence like, "I don't think there's a place for men in society anymore," I think it's 100% legitimate to say, "Look, I disagree with everything that Andrew Tate stands for. I think that he is normalizing rape and violence against women, and that's disgusting, and he'll probably be criminally liable for it. However, of course, it's true to your audience, and then including people who are like 13 years old, that there is a kind of a crisis of masculinity happening, and I think there are some interesting solutions over here on the left. Why don't you come join me and talk about them?
But your
I think that's
solution is the
absolutely
same as Marjorie
legitimate.
Taylor Greene's solution. Abolish.
He's so bad faith. He's so bad faith.
The FBI.
I'm a little confused, Vaush, because
You're doing her work for her, right?
I don't know how many times I can say this.
Look, Vaush completely changed the subject here too. So she basically said that in the crisis of masculinity argument, Andrew Tate said one thing that was accurate and true, and therefore she's willing to say that it's truth, even though her side is going to give her a hard time for agreeing with Andrew Tate, someone that everyone on her side despises. And he switches it to, well, but you agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's
Okay.
like, what the hell?
back.
We're not even talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now we're talking about Andrew Tate.
Okay. I had to get up because CT Harker ordered me a snow cone and it was sitting outside melting. So
Oh, okay.
I had to go get it. Thank you guys for ordering me a snow cone in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Not cool, but whatever.
Because
do you want to abolish the FBI or not?
I, Briahna Joy Gray, think that that's a perfectly legitimate solution. One that, by the way, I could be moved on with people who are knowledgeable about what parts of the institution should stay in place, what preserve a certain function that I might agree is useful, etc. Because I claim to be no expert on the entire workings of the FBI as an institution.
That's
However,
fine. It's complicated.
But Vaush, it almost doesn't matter, because what I have said to you now repeatedly is that whatever version of FBI reform that you support, right? Because abolish the police, there's a whole lot of things in there that a lot of different people believe. Some people think it's not really abolishment if you're replacing it with this other institution that you can call the police or not call the police, but has a very different function and different funding and different framing and all of those kinds of things. But the point is, this was an opportunity for substantial reform, whether or not you want it to be quote unquote abolished or not.
It's not an opportunity for substantial reform.
And it was an opportunity for liberals, leftists, whomever in Congress who are elected to call Marjorie Taylor Greene's bluff and say, this is actually populist legislation that protects vulnerable people against the overreaches of the government. This is what you're purporting to want. And if you actually believe in it, sign on to this legislation.
And when she doesn't, we gotta get to the heart of this.
And when she doesn't, I'm like 6 words away from the end of this sentence.
All right. Okay, you're 6. Okay, we're at the end. Okay, we're at the goal.
And when she doesn't, that's the opportunity to call her bluff.
Okay, you can't call their bluff. We've been doing this for decades.
We literally haven't.
No, you will. The Democrats have. That's how easy it is.
No, they haven't.
No, they have been. Because the Republicans will talk about any manner of emboldening or empowering the American people, or helping the American people get more change in their pockets, or lowering taxes or anything. And every single time the Democrats do anything that would objectively improve the lives of the working class, the Republicans go, this is woke, and don't pass it. Oh, any climate change reform? That's woke. Anything having to do with green energy?
This is weird because they're both making bad arguments. So her argument's bad because most of the Democrats are not going to get on board with defunding the FBI. Like, this is not going to happen. Especially after, I think this gets brought up, especially after the Democrats got killed on defund the police. They got annihilated on that. You think they're going to really stand behind defunding the FBI? Especially when the FBI is polling probably high, if you were to poll Democrats' opinion on them, because they're perceived as being anti-Trump. So that's the first thing. But then Vaush is making a terrible argument because he's like, well, they're just going to pull the rug out from under us. Yeah, but even if what Vaush is saying is true, that wouldn't hurt. Like, if the Democrats were all in favor of defunding the FBI, and then they tried to work with the Republicans to do it, and the Republicans dropped out of it, that wouldn't make the Democrats look bad. It would make the Republicans look bad.
Of course it would. Yeah. So
his counter argument is terrible. Like, I don't understand it at all.
Well, he's saying it's a hopeless cause because the Republicans would say the Democrats are woke and we can't work for them, and they put a bunch of other stuff in the bill and we can't necessarily agree with it, which they would.
Right.
They would definitely do that. But
yeah, but then the worst case is what? Then nothing gets done, right? But at least you tried.
Yeah. Well, he's basically saying, it's pointless to even try because, like,
right,
that's going to be the outcome. But I do think it does make the Republicans look worse. Well, right. I mean, not necessarily, because like we both said, in the real world, if the Democrats put up anything like defund the FBI, that would just be political suicide anyway. Mm-hmm. So she's literally advocating for political suicide.
Right. It's very. Thank you for the snow cone, by the way. It's very tasty.
Look at that. How do they know your home address? That's like, you're going to watch out. Next time they might SWAT you.
There you go.
That's woke. Anything having to do with like unions or healthcare or anything, that's woke. Toss it out. There is no calling their bluff, because while they may say they care about the FBI exercising power over the weak, internally they have a consistent message, was they want power and they want to kill you. You, of course, being whatever marginalized group is on the table these days, probably not.
See, this is also stupid too, because it's really the voters that matter. Like, if Marjorie Taylor Greene's constituents want her to get rid of the FBI, and she has an opportunity to get rid of the FBI and like makes a bunch of excuses and doesn't do it, that's going to definitely hurt her in the next election.
Right. Well, what would happen would be, because I think what would really happen is that no one would actually, quote unquote, get rid of the FBI. Basically, the Republicans would try to enact certain policies that would limit the FBI's power against, things that they don't like, and the left would try to do the exact same thing, but for things they don't like, and those will be two completely different bills, and nothing will happen. So,
not me. The idea that you can
I think
call
that you're
their
wrong
bluff,
about that, but I'll just put it in that, let you finish. Go ahead.
You can't call their bluff on this. It doesn't serve any point. The only thing you're doing is listening to a fascist trying to embolden her political strategy for removing democracy and all the barriers that prevent her from doing so, and going, yes, I think that she's right on this point. And then you propose a solution identical to hers. And
wait.
And then
the solution is not identical to hers. How many times are you going to say that straw man, Vaush? It's crazy.
Other caveat. Now we're interrupting both ways. And the reform version, the more let's introduce the discourse here, you still frame as addressing some of Republicans' legitimate concerns. They have none. They have none. The Republicans are uniformly against any kind of power being taken away from authoritative institutions. They will back anything that can be done to empower the police, anything that can be done to empower the FBI,
That's
the DOJ, or the CIA.
I'm sorry, it's not true.
As they're in charge.
See, this is just bonkers. Do you think Marjorie Taylor Greene's constituents really want to empower the FBI more? Like, she's literally just catering to her constituents.
Right.
It's ridiculous to think that she's, saying this and doesn't. And her constituents don't mean it. They're just like, oh, fake, fooled you.
But what I imagine she would do, I don't think, well, I'm assuming she's not stupid. Assuming she's not stupid, if they did try to push some bill, it would limit the FBI in some capacity that she would want, and that she could go back to her voters and say, see, I did the thing I said I was going to do. But it wouldn't help. It wouldn't really limit it the way the far left would want.
Right.
And when they have the power to take over those institutions, like Donald Trump tried to by firing Mueller or firing the directors and putting his own cronies in charge, the way the DOJ, I forget it's with Barr, tried to get sedition charges being brought to Black Lives Matter protesters, they don't give a shit about federal power being used to cripple the little guy, as long as they're the ones doing it. And all we're doing is giving legitimacy to their lie when we pretend they have any motivations other than the raw accumulation of power.
It seems like Vaush's concern here is entirely optical, though. Like, she's concerned with, like, she thinks that they're going to get some policy passed, which I think is naive, and he's just concerned about the optics of it, which to me is not the way to, which is weird and not really the way to address this point, but...
Well, it's totally self-serving, because all he cares about is optics. And
I was going to say, I guess it makes sense, because, Vaush is entirely about optics, so.
Yeah.
Power. There are plenty of things the Republicans could have done to indicate they actually care about taking power away from corrupt institutions. They have done zero of these. None. Zilch, nada. They don't.
Look, this is the mansplaining part of the podcast. You can tell she's like, oh, here I am. Let this guy just mansplain away. Doesn't even understand the argument.
Do it, and they don't care.
So I said this at the beginning, and I would just like to say this again. Mm-hmm. And I hope that we don't have to keep going back to this point. There is a difference between Republican voters, regular conservative people to whom these arguments appeal, and elected conservatives. There's no need to debate what elected conservatives in a position of power, what their investments in preserving their own power. Everybody agrees about this. Just like we don't have to go round and round and round about whether or not Marjorie Taylor Greene was a good faith or bad faith actor. As I said repeatedly in my radar, despite you and your response to my radar accusing me of being credulous and taking her at face value, I don't know how many times I can say it. This isn't about Marjorie Taylor Greene. This isn't about convincing elected Republicans. This isn't about any of that.
Voters
it's about
too.
It's the fact that regular people on the ground feel differently about this. And I'm sorry, like this is maybe just a difference of opinion, but my interactions with and real world understanding of the political smorgasbord that is the political diversity of this country and the random groups of beliefs that end up in any one given person who then identifies as conservative or liberal or somewhere in between. It's just not that neat and it's not that clean. And maybe we'll just disagree about this because we have different experiences in the world and of humanity. But I know for a fact that there are people who have a good faith interest in a lot of things, including a good faith concern about the IRS targeting working class people, which is a true thing that happens, even though I think that abolishing the IRS does in the same way that abolishing the FBI potentially could if there weren't other prongs of the Justice Department, et cetera, to hold Trump accountable, end up letting millionaires and billionaires off the hook from getting audited and taxed at all, right? So I think that people, even though conservatives are weaponizing this IRS thing to try to, yes, insulate rich people from getting audits, it's good to say, hey, I hear you when you say you're concerned that the IRS has historically targeted the poor. I hear you when you say that this is a legitimate concern, and it is a legitimate concern. But if you don't meet people there, if you don't acknowledge that there's a core of something there, they have no reason to trust you politically. And maybe your interest is in convincing people and changing anybody's mind. And maybe my political project in trying to do so is ultimately a futile one. But I can't see that. I do not believe that there's more utility sitting in these media spaces talking endlessly about what can't be done while the world burns, because a lot of people can't afford to extend the status quo in this way. And some of us want to just try things and throw things at the wall and see what sticks. And you said, I'm sorry, the one last point of what you said, just really quickly. You said that offering, again, you keep saying the same thing as Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care what you put in this legislation.
Well, let me interrupt her because she's going to go to a different point. So this is what, so I see now, Adam, I see why you fell in love with her. It was what she just said right now. Just captivated you. Which, look, I think what she said was good.
Well, hold on a second.
There.
It sounds like you fell in love with her. I didn't.
No.
Like,
well,
what are you talking about?
No,
Look, I've heard her say this a dozen times already. This is old hat for me.
Right. I'm just saying.
What are you talking about?
Like, oh, okay.
Look, so I guess you're saying that you thought what she was saying sounded sincere, or what are you saying?
Yeah, no, I think what she is saying is sincere. You do, and I agree with the idea. You do have to understand.
I've heard her say this
you do.
A bunch.
You do have to reach out. You do have to understand people. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong here. Look, I think it's because she wants to pull them over to the radical left side.
Did you listen to her talk with Andrew Sullivan?
No.
Oh, you should listen to that. Yeah.
Because it's hard for me to imagine that someone who, the way that she attacks, everyone who's not a radical, essentially, like, why does she have such openness and understanding to, like, just the populists or the radicals?
You should.
Right.
We should.
What about everyone else?
Maybe we'll listen to her talk with Andrew Sullivan on a Tuesday stream, because it's a really good talk. Yeah.
Okay.
And Andrew Sullivan, it's obvious. Like, Andrew Sullivan's obviously on the right? You understand?
Obviously,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So, like, they have the conversation she has with Andrew Sullivan. The mental Vaush does not have the mental abilities to have that conversation.
Well, it's not a question of mental ability. It's a question of he's coming from the perspective that they're fascist. Period.
I know. Which is,
yes, I know.
Look, how is he any different than a Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan? Like, they have a single lens. people bad. These people bad.
Okay.
There's absolutely no difference in him and some. I think we've said this before on streams. Like, if we were in the 1950s, Vaush would probably be the right wing racist.
Well, I don't think his moral intuitions are in that direction, but
Look,
he's definitely
he's on the left,
yeah,
the side that's winning, and he's able to beat people up online as much as he wants to do.
I don't think
1950s, which side was winning and able to beat up people
I know
as
I
much
said
as
that.
he wanted to do.
I've said that in the past, and I'm going to take it back. I unsay that. I think I was wrong.
You can't. You were.
I think I was wrong.
Already said it.
I think I was wrong because I don't think that he's chosen the side he's chosen just because his real thing is he just likes to beat people up and he doesn't care what side is.
I don't disagree.
Think so. I think his moral intuitions are very, very firmly rooted on the left, but he's just very authoritarian in his leanings as well. So
he's an authoritarian.
Yeah. I mean, wait, would anyone disagree with it?
Didn't we start this stream talking about the 2 black women that he's accosted online for the last 2 years?
Yes. And what's that to do with being authoritarian?
Oh, I think you were right the first time about the 1950s argument. Obviously, he doesn't like black people.
That must. I don't think that's it, but
okay.
But you cannot. You argue that the left calls or liberals, whatever, the broad left calls Republicans on their shit all the time. It literally doesn't happen because Democrats never put forward clean bills advocating for populist policies. They never do it. We saw this happen with the $15 minimum wage, where it was part of a must-pass bill. Democrats intentionally took it out so that it could be killed. It was a 51 bill, right? It was part of the COVID reconciliation package. Schumer took it out, didn't have to, but took it out on the advice of the parliamentarian, which is advisory. So then it was subject to a 60 vote margin and could be voted down by Marjorie Taylor Greene and, not Marjorie Taylor Greene, Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, right? Over and over again, they will never have a standalone bill on things that they know are overwhelmingly popular and they'll make them look bad. They just won't. They bifurcated the bill back better. They do this over and over again. So we never get these clean demonstrations of Republicans are against XYZ. Look at how Bernie has to run around defending that he voted for the crime bill because it had the Violence Against Women's Act in it. That's what they do. In fact, that's what Democrats always do to provide cover for the fact that they are not actually a populist or worker-centered party in the least, and they actually want substantially the same kinds of economic policy that the Republicans want. They just wanted to be a little bit nicer to the gays and the blacks and the immigrants.
Not substantially the same when Republicans are calling for the abolition of the IRS, but I do agree that they're closer to the middle than a lot of people want to acknowledge. I'm not making an argument for the efficacy of the Democratic Party here. I'm only saying that you can take a pretty clean look at what the Republicans or, McConnell failed to table or what they've shot down in the Senate or the House or whatever. It's pretty obvious that Republicans, just in terms of their policy prescriptions, once they get in office, are evil and want bad things. That sounds like a sort of childlike simplicity, but it's actually...
Wait. Let him. What he's about to say is so stupid. Just let him finish.
The God's honest truth. Fake complexity is as misleading as fake simplicity. They will vote against things that are objectively good for the American people over and over and over again.
There you go. Fake simplicity is just as bad as fake complexity. I like that. That's such a. You like that? That's such like a hand wave way. Oh, that's how I know that my simplistic, black and white, they're all just literally evil, is true. Because there's a lot of fake complexity out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's as dumb as Hassan. He is. I don't understand Vaush at all.
No, but see, what's the difference? I think Hassan is actually dumb. I think Vaush is just so politically biased. I don't think that has to do with intelligence, but I think Hassan is actually not that smart.
I think bias and intelligence are wrapped up together. I don't think you can get past bias unless you have some level of intelligence.
That's true, but intelligence has nothing to do with overcoming bias.
No, I do think you can be super intelligent and super biased.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that you can be dumb and unbiased.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
it doesn't seem to affect their voters' opinions of them that much. Now, I believe you can pull people over, by the way. You said you want to, build a project and reaching out to people, and that the complex variety of their positions make a more, unique and fractured voter than what might be seen just by how people vote. And I agree with that. People are very complicated. The issue I have is that there's a critical difference between the situations we're talking about here. When it comes to the concerns of a voter, reaching out to them, taking their bad idea, like abolishing the IRS, and saying, "Hey, listen,
I don't think it's a bad idea. But if you want to call it not abolishing the IRS, if you want to call it reforming the IRS, can we please just stick with that? If you think that, because it's not the same thing.
Wait. I gotta finish. Wait, abolishing the IRS would absolutely be a bad idea. We have no systems in place.
I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about the FBI. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Sorry. The FBI, but also more so the IRS. Okay, the IRS. Whew, yeah, no, it's okay. But anyway, you take a Republican who wants to abolish the IRS. I think you can.
So to say a little bit clearer, and I think this is kind of where they're coming from. This is the difference. So her plan of action is, let's get people like the right-wing populists on the left-wing populist side. That's Briahna's position. That's how she's going to accumulate more votes, right? That's a strategy. Vaush's strategy is, the way I'm going to get moderate left Democrats to be radical leftists is by lighting their hair on fire and telling them that the right wing is fascist.
Yeah, he said that. He's like, you got to put the fear of God into him and lie.
Exactly. Yeah. So since that's his strategy, he literally can't do what she's doing, because he has to label them as fascist to get the moderates on his side, or he thinks that's how you're going to get the moderates on his side. So that's why their two strategies are diametrically opposed to each other.
Well, he's labeling even people that agree with the right as fascists, which is her.
Yes.
Which, she, like I said, I mean, she's a commie. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
She's 100% commie.
Well, so I think what her approach, obviously, I think is more ethical or moral in terms of how it's being practiced. But unfortunately, I think from an immoral but practical perspective, I think Vaush's strategy is more effective. Or at least it has been proven to be more effective, because I think that's what's literally happening and has been happening, for the last 4 years in politics. I mean, I think so much of wokeness was able to grab hold was because they could point to Donald Trump and say he's, racist, fascist, blah, blah, blah. And that was pushing, moderate left people to be more extreme left.
Yeah.
So I think Vaush's strategy, unfortunately, has proven to be more effective than her, which is sad, but.
Yeah, I don't, that's a tough one. I don't know that I know enough to have an opinion on that.
Walk up to them. I think you can go, okay, listen, I got you, buddy. Okay, but we got to talk about this, spin it off in some way. I think that's okay. The issue I have is who you do it to, on what specific issues, and how you sell it. MTG, I think, is a no-go. I wouldn't agree with her on literally anything that she said, did, or believed that I thought benefited her agenda. Because her agenda is a...
Yeah, he can't, though, because he's made a dozen videos, calling her a Nazi. Like, you can't... Look, you just can't come out and agree with Hitler. You can't do it. Like, there are certain people that you just... It's just... it's career suicide to come out and agree with, right? He's turned Marjorie Taylor Greene into that person,
right? Yeah. Because that's his strategy. His strategy is he's going to try to poach from the moderate left, right? His strategy is character assassination to poach from the moderate left. Her strategy is try to be more open to poach from the far right.
Yeah, he's
populist right.
He's going stick. She's going carrot.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I'm not convinced his strategy is more effective, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's been working. I think that's why things are more woke now. I mean, I think wokeness is starting to get a little bit better, starting to die. But was why wokeness was worse under Trump than before that.
Well, I mean, wokeness is different than political advocacy and change and stuff like that.
Sure, but from her perspective, since she is, I'm assuming she's woke, her fear, her concern is, the evil, capitalist policies, right? Which, listen, I'm not a big fan of neoliberal economic policies either, but I think we can live through that and change that more than I don't think we can live through wokeness.
Right.
And basically left-wing communist social policies. I don't think we can live through that or survive as a country. So from my perspective, that's my concern. That's my consideration.
I perceive wokeness as a secular religion that's just basically making the entire country stupid, just dogmatic and stupid. So that's my problem.
Well, you agree with her on one thing. You agree with her about being anti-force the vote.
I mean, we both drink water, I guess. Sure. Wait, was she? Oh, that's right. That's right.
He uses the same analogy people use with Hitler too. See, it's so transparent.
Because she was one of the people who was consistent about. Yeah. So we got water, sky is blue, and that. And
but here, wait a minute. But why is it that it's like water, sky is blue when it's something like that? But to me, obviously wanting to dramatically limit the powers of an arm of the police state is a no-brainer consideration. The fact that me and Marjorie Taylor Greene are both interested in curbing government power is...
She's not. You keep doing...
Fine, let me rephrase.
Keep doing that.
Let me rephrase. That she's saying she's interested in curbing government power is an opportunity for, like, I don't understand why you think that it's like you're talking as though MTG has the ability to write whatever legislation Democrats put forward. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. If she wants to open this broad category of FBI reform, if she wants to open that Pandora's box, she's able to do so, frankly, because she knows that the Democrats are too feckless to actually call her bluff and do anything about it.
Nobody cares. The FBI. Nobody cares about the FBI.
Well, you don't maybe care about the
No.
You don't care about the FBI.
No. The average American does not care about it. It's not like a key voters issue. Police reform is way more up there, and even that just gets towered over by other
But they're
issues.
not doing that either, Vaush. That's the whole point. That's what's so embarrassing about this whole fiasco. That we had the largest number of people in the streets in a protest movement in American history 2 years ago, to which the Democratic nominee responded, "We need more funding for more cops."
Yeah, I agree.
He won
we
anyway.
live in a hell world. I completely agree. We're all dying.
Why do we
Everything
live
is
in a
over.
hell world? Vaush, why is there no accountability?
Listen, I like
Biden did that, and you told people to go vote for Biden without any
and I'll
condition.
do it again. Yes, because there are two candidates who can win, and one is worse than the other. There are two states the FBI. There are two states the FBI can exist in right now.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, please. There are only two states in which it can exist right now, as represented by the interests of people currently in power.
That's not true.
No. That is. Wait, can you? Who is fronting a public like support for FBI reform?
Nobody. That's my point. That's that's it. Then listen to what I'm saying. That's the problem. That's the very problem.
So you're agreeing with me then? Based on who is currently in power, there are two possible things that we can do with the FBI.
No, I'm not agreeing with you.
Stop. You just agreed with me.
I'm
you
advocating.
Just agreed with me.
No,
you
I'm
just
not.
Agreed with me.
No,
You're
I didn't.
Advocating for
no, I
changing
didn't.
that situation.
No, I didn't. Exactly.
You're advocating for
I'm advocating for a third opportunity, a third option. That's my job.
So if to get that option, you have to change the current situation, that would imply that an unchanged situation, aka what we exist in now, is one with two options as represented by the interests of people.
No, there's by that definition, there's only one option because there was only one party advocating anything, which is Marjorie Taylor Greene. So by your metric, there's only one thing out there.
As an option.
Fine.
So then that's it. We have that and we have this.
No.
She's saying they have issues that her people care about. Mm-hmm. And this is an opportunity to get one of her issues into the public conversation. But in order to do it, she has to do it through her political adversary, Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she's the only one talking about this.
Right.
And Vaush is saying nobody cares about it. And she's basically saying, well, people obviously do care about it because they, somebody brought it up. And this is our opportunity to chime in and signal boost that issue. It's like making the public care about an issue is kind of, you kind of have to wait for your shot, wait for serendipity to strike. And she's saying serendipity is here. And Vaush is going, yeah, fuck it. Who cares?
The problem is, I don't think So again, and I'm pretty sure they've been polling on this. I have to go look it up. I'm pretty sure the Democrats and the left right now is pretty supportive of the FBI.
No, I completely agree. Yeah.
They perceive it as like, oh, the FBI is anti-Trump, right? That's why the Republicans are against it. Yeah, but it's not possible.
She wants to say, well, there are some people on the left that are in favor. Like, you're exactly right. She wants to make common cause with the populists on the right.
Yeah, but I don't think I know that's what she wants to do. I don't think it's doable. I mean, you could try.
It's more doable.
I think it's a snowball's chance in hell.
It's more doable if the Jimmy Dores and the Vaushes and all the pundits in the political space, work together. Yeah, it's way more doable.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is like, who's going to be on board the defund the FBI from the left? It's going to be her. It's going to be Jimmy Dore.
If Vaush is not Vaush has been defund the police from why is he not on board?
Because he views them as actually, stopping fascism.
Right. No, I get it.
So,
right.
It's just, so, I mean, I understand what she's saying. And I think, listen, I think people should push for what they want in politics. I just think it's naive. I don't think it has a snowball's chance in hell.
It doesn't.
This whole defund the FBI thing.
I'm just here.
And I'm not even sure,
out Vaush.
I don't even think the Squad would push for it because I think the Squad is too politically minded, cynically.
Yeah, that's why they got all mad at him over force the vote, because they were like, "Look, I'm a congresswoman now. I can't. What are you talking about? I want a committee chairmanship."
Force the vote was dumb too because, I don't have to go back and look at the numbers, because part of the reason the McCarthy stuff worked was that they were able to get enough. They had the 12 or whatever number they needed. But with force to vote, wasn't it just like the Squad? They even have anywhere near enough numbers to prevent, or to stall?
My recollection of the force to vote thing was it was just insane. Never going to happen. It was bluffing when everyone knew, you had nothing in your hand. It was bluffing sitting in front of a mirror. Everyone knew you had nothing.
Right. And here's why what the Republicans did. And I don't know, because she's talked about this. She's been, her and Jimmy Dore have been doing victory laps about force to vote now. I haven't listened to any of it, so maybe they address those. But the difference from my recollection is, the Republicans with McCarthy, they were pushing to enact mostly policy changes towards rules and regulations in Congress, or in the House specifically, that they got enacted. So that makes sense, right? It's like, you want to be Speaker of the House, here are these rules and policies that we want, rule changes we want in the House. It's like, okay, that makes kind of sense, right? Whether you agree with the rule changes or not. But with the force to vote thing, it was
they wanted Medicare for all.
They wanted a vote on Medicare for all, which is so insanely stupid. It's astronomically stupid. And I don't know if they've ever addressed this. Any of them have ever addressed this, because it's this was the 2020 election. Okay. Joe Biden just won. He just became president. And part of the reason, not the whole reason, but part of the reason that he defeated Bernie in the primary was because Bernie ran on Medicare for all, which was the abolishment of all private health insurance. And Joe Biden ran on a public option, which he never fulfilled, obviously, but he ran on a different thing, a public option. So then to expect that Congress or the House, which was Democrat majority, would then turn around and spit in the face of their president, the Democrat president, by having this Medicare for all vote is so insane and detached from reality that you think that would actually ever happen. Or be a good idea.
Well, they wouldn't get the votes, but their whole goal was to show which Democrats wouldn't vote for it and then primary those Democrats.
Yeah, but this is why it annoys the crap out of me when they talk about this. They always say, "Oh, everyone's in favor of Medicare for all." It's like, well, okay, if you actually look at the polls, more people were in favor of Joe Biden's plan than they were Bernie's plan, which they always don't mention. And then when you actually ask them specifics about Medicare for all, because people didn't even understand what it was, then all of a sudden their opinions on it would change.
Yep.
So why should the radical, left position that lost the primary then get to, dictate this vote after they lost?
Mm-hmm.
How does that make any sense?
Well, and now they're spinning it as you know, the right wingers did the exact same thing and got everything they wanted. I mean,
but they didn't.
Yeah, I know. The equivalent would be like if the right wingers wanted to vote on like abolishing gay marriage or something, like some totally insane policy proposal.
Right. Like say hypothetically, you know, Trump was running against someone who wanted to abolish gay marriage and Trump was in favor of keeping gay marriage. And then when Trump wins, they're like, well, we need to hold a vote that we abolish
gay marriage. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, Trump won against that policy. Like, why would, you know, of course the Republican Party is not going to stand for that.
And do you think the Republican Party wants to vote on abolish gay marriage?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Of course
the example.
not.
Right.
Yeah.
But so if the force of vote thing for the Democrats was about rule changes for the House, maybe they could have got away with it.
Of course.
Some, movement on it. But
I looked at what the Republicans got and I was like, they got promised a vote on term limits. I was like, oh, okay. That's crazy.
Yes, term limits. It was the ability to one person can no confidence the speaker, which is kind of insane.
Nothing.
That's kind of insane because that makes it like he's lost a lot of power by agreeing to that, which is kind of surprising. But
okay.
And then the debt ceiling fight, which unfortunately is the dumbest thing in all of human history, but we'll come back to that.
Yeah,
in the future.
In another stream.
When the debt ceiling fight, if the debt ceiling fight manifests. But
Vaush, this is so ridiculous.
No, you can change it. You can get 3, but right now there are 2.
No.
You agree with me.
No.
Right now there are 2. You can fight for
Vaush,
3. Right.
Who cares? I am fighting for 3, and you're convincing people to take one of 2 options because you're too afraid to advocate for anything in the world that's real.
We're almost there. You are tying you are tying option number 3 to the insane bad faith fascist.
No, I'm not.
This is just so. This is just so off the charts.
So patronizing.
This is so off the charts. You got to watch her talk with Andrew Sullivan because it's like night and day from this.
Well, yeah, of course. But Andrew Sullivan's, very calm, cool, collected guy.
But she's kind of the crazy one. If I remember correctly, she's kind of the crazy one in that conversation. And
because she's a crazy person.
But Andrew Sullivan is kind of like the voice of reason, like
because he's a reasonable guy, right?
I know, totally. But as big a difference between Andrew Sullivan and her, like the difference between her and Vaush is like 10 times that. Well, it's like the Grand Canyon chasm,
right. But it might just be because since Vaush is so much further out there,
Vaush
he looks reasonable, but only by comparison, right?
Vaush is just completely detached from reality. He is.
Yeah, but this is my problem, is that so is she, just in different ways. Because actually, the last video I did see from her was when she was arguing, I forget that guy's name. She was arguing about the Ukraine letter. And he annihilated her on that. He eviscerated her on that.
Vaush did?
No. She was not talking to Vaush. She's talking to this guy, Joe Cicerone. I'm not familiar with him.
Okay. And
it was about, you remember they're the people that wrote that letter.
Is she anti-Ukraine? Is she got
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh my God.
She's anti-supporting Ukraine. Yes.
Oh, look, DGG. Look, Max. Again. Gotta love it.
There you go. But no, she is I believe that she's anti-supporting Ukraine. And in that debate she had with Joe Cicerone about the Ukraine CPC letter, he just right in the beginning, he just lays out this is why you're wrong factually. Boom, 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 boom. And then after that, it just devolves into nonsense. She's totally detached from the conversation at that point. Okay. So I think she only might look good in this conversation to you because it's compared to Vaush, which is the bar is so low.
I know
that looks good,
yeah.
Right? But if she's talking to Andrew Sullivan or someone more reasonable, you're like, oh, she's the crazy one.
Yeah, no, but I mean, yeah.
She out crazy Noam Chomsky in the conversation.
I think that's the first time I'd ever seen her, the Noam Chomsky talk. So.
No,
I'm not.
No, BGG.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you real slow. Let me answer your question. You just asked me why.
Wait, please. We have 2 institutional options right now, okay? We have 2 parties, if we may. We have the MAGA group and we have Democrats and moderates broadly. The MAGA group are composed entirely of fascists and people who want to abolish our democracy. And the moderate-leaning Republicans, the moderates, and the Democrats are some neutral flavor of law and order to maybe mild reform of the police. Why would you hinge any reform of the FBI to the fascists and not to the legitimate concerns of people who are arguing against police brutality? If you wanted to reach out to people who want to reform the FBI, don't reach out to MAGA voters, reach out to liberals. They were the ones out there on the streets protesting against police brutality, ineffectively, I might add, because we live in a hell world. But if you're going to tie FBI reform to some kind of optical or political front or movement, why would you do it to the worst people with the worst intentions rather than the not worst?
Because liberals are not in favor of abolishing the FBI. You moron!
Right, but this is what I said again. He wants to pull moderates to the extreme left. She wants to pull populist right to her populist left. They have conflicting strategies for how to gain more votes, and they're completely contradictory to each other.
Right.
Because Vaush can only pull moderates to his side by calling the far right or the MAGA right fascist, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's who she wants to appeal to because she thinks the center is the true evil, essentially.
Well, she seems to be making a pragmatic argument, though, that the reason she's
They're both making
out,
pragmatic arguments, Adam.
Well, but she's saying, I'm not reaching out to them. They're stepping up. Like, Vaush is making this insane argument. Like we've said a million times, the Democrats are not in favor of getting rid of the FBI. Okay, they're not in favor of
right,
that
but technically he's not either. He's in favor of quote unquote reforming them, whatever that means.
Right,
okay?
But he's saying no. Don't reach out to the people who are already on your side. Reach out to the people who are against you. Like what? Like what are they even having this conversation for?
Well,
she's basically saying they're already on our side.
Mm-hmm.
All we have to do is court them. And he's saying, no, reach out to the people that are completely against you. Okay, well, that's super smart, right? I mean,
I think Briahna's position is sort of aligned with the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which I think is a dangerous idea to operate under.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't agree with you. I mean, the strategy she's talking about will not work.
The enemy,
and even on a purely practical level,
friend.
It won't work because there's not enough people on the left that want to quote unquote defund the FBI in the first place.
Right. No, I don't think her strategy will work. I'm saying Vaush is pitching an alternate strategy that's even dumber.
Well, I don't know. This is where I disagree with you because, again, I think the strategy of pointing to the right and saying these people are racist, these people are fascist, has worked at pushing people further to the left that were in the center left. Or the moderate left. That's worked. That's a proven worked strategy.
No, I'm not talking about that strategy. I'm talking about the strategy of actually making common cause and making defund the FBI an issue. Like bringing the prominence of defund the FBI into the more mainstream conversation.
Well, I guess I just don't think it's ever going to happen.
So that I'm not talking about what you're talking about. This idea that, everyone on the board is, somewhere left to right, and he's moving people over. I'm talking about this one specific issue.
I understand that.
Yes.
But since Vaush
if you wanted to bring that into prominence, who has the better strategy? Vaush, talk to the people who, love the FBI and are never going to come over to your side, or talk to the people who are halfway there
She
already?
does. She does in terms of
times better.
Right.
Yes.
She does. Right. In terms of the narrow criteria you laid out. But the problem is that you can't separate, since they have different overall strategies for how to gain votes. Okay. Since Vaush's strategy is demonize right, pull from the center, and her strategy is basically demonize center, pull from the fringe.
But her strategy is not
wait.
Let
me finish.
Her strategy is bring something that is not in prominence.
Let me finish. Okay. Since they have these completely different strategies, they can't have a single issue where they go against that strategy because then it defeats their entire overall premise. They all, like every individual strategy has to work according to their overall premise.
I get that. What is her strategy now?
Her strategy is to demonize the center to pull from the fringe.
No, not in the macro view, just on the issue.
On the issue of let's get the fringe right doesn't like the FBI, so let's pull them, let's use that energy to advocate for defunding the FBI.
And
on the left.
And her philosophical predisposition strategy seems to be there are these issues that very left-wing people want to enact. In order to enact those issues, they have to become prominent, mainstream, something a lot of people care about.
Yeah, but okay, but here's
the whole reason she's talking about this and this particular thing is she's saying, here is an opportunity to get one of our fringe issues that nobody cares about into mainstream prominence. I mean, you keep jumping to this macro, pulling people to the left, pulling people to the right, and I'm talking about her goal is, how do I get, I say you're a UBI advocate. How do I get everyone talking about UBI? Okay, she specifically focused on that.
Right. So putting aside the fact that I think defunding the FBI is stupid, right?
Well, let's talk about it in context of UBI then.
Let me finish. Okay. And putting Vaush's strategy, remove it completely from the equation. Okay. Mm-hmm. Just looking at her strategy. What I would say to her is this: that strategy won't work and is bad because the mainstream left has labeled Marjorie Taylor Greene and those people that are calling for defund the FBI as evil, crazy, fascist, racist, blah, 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 blah. So if you or AOC or whomever on the left joins up with them in quote unquote defunding the FBI, they will be smeared with the brush that they've cast against Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, let's take defund the FBI off. What if they do it and they get like a public option?
Well, that would be different because the left has been pushing for a public option so strongly this entire time. It looked more like the right was siding the left, not the other way around.
So then, okay, that's an interesting point. So it would look more like the right is caving into the left.
Exactly. Because like the defund the FBI, because the defund the FBI thing, like the left might have been calling for that in like the 1960s, right? But in 2020, like no.
Well, no, that's an interesting point because that's a part of the optics neither one of these people have really talked about. The who's caving into who. I mean, obviously, I think Vaush understands that intuitively, but he hasn't said it as explicitly as you just did.
Right.
So interesting.
People with the not worst intentions. This is the issue that I have. Our power is in our voice. Our legitimacy conveys strength to broader public fronts. Marjorie Taylor Greene runs this train, not you, or Donald Trump technically does. She's the conductor. So you can use words
like hinge and tie and do what you want. But I think most people understand.
Articles like and to.
I think that most people understand that my audience has no cognitive difficulty in processing.
When he swigs that big jug, it's just so, God, it's just
What's wrong with the big jug?
It's just so frat boy. It's like,
I see.
It just optically don't you think? I mean,
I don't know. I always think of Nuance Bro when he drinks it because he used to carry that giant gallon jug around.
It's just, okay, whatever.
Exploiting a opportunity rhetorically in the
all
political
audiences
field.
have cognitive difficulties. Trust me, I have one.
My audience gets it. My audience, there's nobody who didn't already have a bad faith.
I have to agree with Vaush there. It is naive.
What do you mean?
He's an asshole to bring it up, but I agree with that. That's true.
Our audience gets it. Just because you sit, just because you're elitist over the audience doesn't mean
we have the best audience on all of YouTube. Everyone in our audience knows everything that's true, and you know why? It's because they watch us and they donate to us, so we grant them free will.
Yeah.
But we're the only YouTube stream out there that gives out free will to people. Okay, Vaush's stream doesn't do this. Briahna doesn't do this, and that's why their audiences are just, have their heads up their butts.
A very limited, very, very limited resource. Free will is.
Exactly.
There's nobody in my audience who didn't already have a bad faith perspective of me, who's gotten a lot of clicks and views out of calling me every name in the book and criticizing every word out of my mouth, frankly. Unless you already had an inclination to think the worst of me, nobody who heard me say, Marjorie Taylor Greene is an utter fool, but she's opened the door to something that is legitimate, which is that the FBI needs to be abolished. Let's say substantive reform, since that's a sticking point for you, and we just disagree on that issue.
This is like
Jesus Christ, dude, come on!
It's like saying it's like saying the Nazis opened the door to anarchism because they abolished.
He interrupting her like crazy. So
yeah.
He's
got a mansplainer, man.
Yeah.
the Wehrmacht government, you know?
Do you think it's appropriate to continually compare Marjorie Taylor Greene, one elected representative of the United States of America, to the Nazi regime that killed 6 million plus Jews and however many tens of millions of Russians?
Absolutely. The fact that you don't think that's appropriate is insane to me. Like, genuinely untrue.
Okay. I think that's pretty disrespectful to millions of dead people and real life consequences, but we don't have to go down that road. I think
tragic, I'm sure.
I think it's a rhetorical...
You'll just drop a shoe at the door and then leave it. It's
I think it's rhetorically... I think there's a reason why Goodwin's Law is what it is. It's rhetorically, I think, weak to constantly have to shoehorn Nazis into every argument to make your point.
Hell yeah. That's what that is like the Vaush move. He can't go 30 seconds without bringing up the Nazis. She just called him weak sauce for doing it.
Yeah, good on her.
I think either of us needs to do that.
They're fascists. It's a perfectly valid comparison, especially since in this case, Marjorie Taylor Greene also wants to abolish a federal institution that she's just using as a bulwark to achieve power, but other people might misinterpret.
85% of what the FBI has done is to crush people like me, people who are black, people who are left, people who are communist. But I know that she doesn't care, Vaush. Why do you keep saying that to me? I know she doesn't care.
Why do you keep bringing it up?
Wait a minute. I know she doesn't care.
Historically, the Weimar Republic had done so many bad things. Do you think that made it more justifiable when the Nazis said they wanted to abolish it in favor of putting Hitler as the Führer?
So the argument is...
No, wait, can you answer that? The Weimar Republic had done like...
See, this is Vaush's problem. He has a point he could make here, but he loses it because he's too caught up in the optics of trying to be like an asshole, an attacker. Because the point he could say is, well, the point he's trying to make is in the Weimar Republic, the socialist... they thought that if they kind of helped or allowed the far right to destroy the moderate liberals in Germany, it would help the socialists take control of, Germany. And obviously that didn't happen. The Nazis
they used the socialists. They did.
Right. But you could make that argument without being like an asshole about it the way Vaush is and just completely turning her off from trying to understand what his point is.
Yeah.
Like mostly bad things. It was a government in
the argument is that if the left
early 20th century.
If the argument is that if the left wants to make if the right wants to make a claim like the police are bad. This is what was happening at the moment. After years of criticizing the left and calling everybody Antifa and flying Blue Lives Matter flags, between 1-6 in this moment, there has been a really interesting shift and realignment inside the Republican Party.
They're all still pro law and order.
They're not.
They are. They all. If you take a look at what motivates Republican voters and which candidates tend to win in the midterms, law and order rhetoric, cracking down on the BLM protesters, Antifa.
They're not all still law and order.
No, they're anti the Capitol Police and FBI.
Wait a minute. I am not making a claim that now all Republicans hate the police. I'm not making the claim that 90% of the Republicans hate the police. I'm saying no such thing. What I'm arguing is that there is a new vulnerability in their arguments. There's a new subtlety to these arguments where for the first time, and perhaps a long time, Republicans can imagine a world in which they are oppositional to the police. It's not just a consequence of 1-6. I don't know if you watched that Callahan documentary. There are all of these interesting moments that are burbling up. And Marjorie Taylor Greene saying this thing about the FBI was in some ways like the highest profile crack in what has been a very formidable defense or alignment, I should say, of Republicans and the police since time immemorial, it seems. Now, you can say that it's not a real thing. It's a superficial crack. It's not a real thing. It doesn't matter. I understand that you disagree with this, but my perspective is it's worth chipping away at that and see how far we can go. Let's chip away at them and either force them to double down and go back to saying they love the police and that's fine, whatever, no love lost, or create opportunities. If they're going to tell their audiences, if they're going to speak to the average conservative voter and say, actually, the police aren't always good. Oh, actually, maybe we shouldn't have qualified immunity. Maybe police members should be held accountable too, because sometimes they go after people that I like. How is it delusional? Even Donald Trump, there's been a conservative push to end qualified immunity for years. That's like a real thing.
They are only after power if it's in their way. There is no institutional support for broad police reform.
Of course that's true, Vaush,
the current conservative darlings are Trump, who said that we should suspend the Constitution, and DeSantis, who is currently constructing his own little Oceania down there in Florida. The current leading conservative constitutional interpretation theory is one where they essentially abolish originalism and go in favor of what, like, a kind of paternalistic Christian nationalism. They are...
So despite the fact that I live in Oceania, I guess now, what he's saying doesn't address what she said at all, though. She just said, let them walk back on it completely. And he just said, yeah, but you're delusional because they're going to walk back on it.
And but she's saying when they walk back, they've won over some conservative voters.
Yeah,
like, that's her whole point.
Right. But, I don't think I'm not sure
could.
that they would.
They definitely
I'm not sure
could.
that they would. Again, this entire debate, if one of them had just realized what I said 30 million times in this conversation, that they just have fundamental different strategies of how to acquire votes, then they would actually understand each other's positions.
I completely disagree, because I think just Vaush is out to lunch on how to get people to vote. Like, Vaush is just
okay.
not...
Wait. I didn't speak about the validity of their strategies.
Okay.
I said if they understood that both of them have different views on how to acquire votes, he wants to pull from the center, she wants to pull from the fringe. And that the way in which they're going to accomplish this is that he's going to demonize the fringe to pull from the center, and she's going to demonize the center to pull from the fringe. These two strategies of votes are not compatible with each other. And those strategies are going to dictate every opinion they have down the road about every issue and how to handle every issue.
I feel you're being completely constrained by the mental model that you've
No.
put up here.
No. I'm not being constrained. They're being constrained because every position they have has to follow that strategy.
I disagree. I think pragmatically, she would just as easily pull from the center. If the center popped up and said, this is a thing that we care about, this is an issue that concerns us, she would reach out to the center. She's pragmatically, she's saying, I will reach out to anyone that we can make common cause with. And you're casting it as, no, she only wants to reach out to the far right, and Vaush only wants to pull the middle further left.
He said that, but
you keep saying that.
No, he said that in this conversation.
Yes,
he did say that.
I think you're mischaracterizing her perspective. I think her perspective is pragmatic. Who is interested in my issues, and where are they on the political spectrum is immaterial.
But no. So what you said is, say the center left had some cause that the fringe left agreed with, right? This wouldn't be a conversation then, because then it would just be everyone on the left agrees with it, right? So she wouldn't even in her mind conceptualize this like, we have to pull votes from the center, because she wouldn't have to pull votes, they would just do it. Right?
So it's center right then. Do you think Vaush is going to let her make common cause with the center right? No, he's going to cast whatever center right character is as a fascist.
Okay, if you want to say she'll pull from the fringe or the center,
he's going to call anyone on the right.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to word it. If you want to say she wants to pull from the right in general, and so she was fine, so she'll demonize the center left to do that, and he wants to pull from the center left, so he'll demonize the right to do that.
Who is she demonizing?
Those strategies are at odds with each other.
Who is she demonizing?
The moderate left.
By saying that they're feckless and they don't get anything done. I mean, that's not really hard-hitting demonization.
If I'm going back through her other videos, and it's all just about Democratic Party's dead, they all suck, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are basically the same as Republicans, blah 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 blah. I don't know what you're missing here, but she seems to be in that camp that like the moderate Democrats, they're all just the same as the Republicans. That's part of why I'm saying the fringe, because she thinks they're the same. She thinks it's the populace that will, come to her side. I don't think she thinks the moderates, or maybe not moderate, but like whatever you'd call like a center right person, I don't think she thinks they're going to come to her side.
I mean, you keep going to like a macro perspective on this that I'm not going to. I'm saying her whole entire argument here is there's policies that I'm in favor of that if I can move further down the field,
I understand your argument.
I'm willing to make a alliance with anyone.
I know. You think it's purely pragmatic. And it could be the macro strategy I'm laying out is a pragmatic strategy. I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah, but
I said they're both
I don't know
acting
why
what they
you
think is pragmatic. But
I don't know why you keep like saying, okay, we have to look at it this way. This is the only possible way we can look at it. She is a far leftist and is uniting with the far right. That's the only way to see this.
Because the reason I'm saying that you have to look at it from that perspective is because, in my opinion, that's why they have a disagreement, is because they have this different strategy. And if they could just lay that out so it was on the surface, as opposed to that being the underlying argument to everything they're saying, then they would actually say, oh, this is our disagreement, and we're just not going to agree with each other, period, on anything.
Why can't the disagreement just be as simple as, I think we shouldn't work with anyone on the right, and they're all fascists, and she's saying, well, I mean, maybe we can work with someone on the right if we can move our policy prescriptions forward.
That is part of the disagreement.
So why conceptualize it as, why is the macro perspective that you're laying out so important?
Because even if you were to say the way you just said it, which is to remove the demonization of the center left, which is fine. If that's her position is I want to draw from the right, and Vaush's position is I want to draw from the center. And the way Vaush thinks he's going to draw from the center is by demonizing the right. He literally cannot agree with her strategy ever on anything.
I don't think Vaush.
And I'm not saying
cares.
that's the right strategy. Listen, I'm not saying that's the right strategy for Vaush to have. I'm just saying if he said that and they understood it, this conversation would be 5 minutes long.
This is why I object to the macro framing. Okay,
we're just repeating ourselves. We can just move. No.
I want to make this last point. Okay. This is why I object to the macro framing that you keep pointing out here, because I don't think Vaush gives a flying fuck about drawing from anyone. I don't think he cares about getting policy passed. I don't think he cares about building coalitions. I think all he cares about is shitting on right wingers.
You're wrong. You're wrong. If that was what all he cared about, he wouldn't have supported Joe Biden. He would have just taken the far left, burning your bust position, and that's it.
Okay. So you think because he voted for Joe Biden that he
not just voted for, he pushed for his audience to vote. He pushed for his audience to make the pragmatic choice that, if you remember at the time,
how does that disagree with my shitting? Like all he cares about is shitting on right wingers.
Because if he didn't care about policy and all he cared about was shitting on the right, in order to, I don't know, make his Twitch or / YouTube career better.
Literally making them lose the presidency is shitting on the right. Like he's basically said there's no way a third party could win.
Yeah, but why? If he doesn't care about policy, he just cares about shit on the right. Why would that matter to him? He would be one of these people that would just push for the.
If Biden doesn't win the election, he doesn't shit on the right. Making Trump a one-term president is how you shit on the right.
What do you mean? If Trump is president again, that would make it even better to shit on the right, and probably would help his numbers. So look, I just don't agree with
Trump. So you're saying. So he comes out and supports Trump? I mean, what exactly are you saying?
Well, no, he can't obviously come out and support Trump directly. But if he was being purely cynical about this, and all he wanted, if Vaush's true motivation was, I just want to share on the right and build up my YouTube numbers, and he didn't actually care about policy being enacted, he would cynically push for people to vote for a third-party candidate, which would hurt Joe Biden, which would make it more likely for Donald Trump to win, because that would help him accomplish those goals.
What policy proposals has Vaush actually been for? Do you even know?
I don't know, but he's pushing for Joe Biden. So he was obviously pushing for whatever those policies were. And he kept making the argument that you have to choose the least bad option.
All right.
Purely authoritarian in every element of their political advocacy. And coincidentally, the only time they seem to have a problem with power is when it's in their way. Why would you ever give this any weight or credence?
What's so crazy about
why pretend it's a crack? It's not a crack. They're a unified wall.
What's crazy is that, like, literally in my radar, like every time I talk about these things, I'll say exactly that, and you don't hear it. Like, it's like you don't want to hear it.
It's a steel block.
I'll say, hey, audience, this is a principle, whether it's free speech or limiting government power, and you believe in it. Now, the people that you like on the right who are talking about these things, they're saying they believe in those things, but they're not really good faith actors. They're just trying to protect their own. I just did a radar like this about the IRS. So if you genuinely believe in these principles, like the poor shouldn't be targeted by the IRS, here's alternative policy. For example, part of Bernie Sanders' wealth tax was to have a 30%, I think, quota for millionaires and billionaires getting taxed to try to correct for how disproportionately poor people are getting or audited, not taxed, right? So you meet them where they are. You say, I understand why these things appeal to you. They're not actually going to do those things to help you.
That's great.
So then you pivot. That's all this is. And look, at the end of the day,
good. Wait, that was good. I have no problems
Vaush,
at all.
That's literally what my radar was. But you have a hang up about Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that's fine. You obviously think that she is more dangerous and more fascist.
I don't like fascists. That's true.
That's
a lefty
fine.
principle of mine. Look, that's literally.
That's fine.
Wait, BJG, you've literally hit the issue. If everything that you had said was, here is an issue Republicans are concerned about, I don't think they're coming at it from the right angle. Here's the right angle. If that,
Vaush, that's literally what I said in the radar. We'll play the radar right here, by the way, in the podcast so everybody can see word for word. Marjorie Taylor Greene has become America's favorite broken clock. And it's that time of day where she's regretfully 100% right. Now, I don't take her critique in good faith. I don't expect her to keep this up when a candidate of her liking is in control of the deep state. But you should. Her hypocrisy doesn't have to be the hypocrisy of the average conservative voter. I said Marjorie Taylor Greene is a bad faith actor. They don't really mean this. They're only doing this to protect Trump. However, this is what the left should be doing. And the fact that I say that, Vaush, and you still hit me with all these bad faith attacks. And by the way, you didn't just call Marjorie Taylor Greene a fascist. You called me a fascist.
Fascist enabler at times. We'll get to your Ukraine takes, I'm sure. It's not about the core of the argument
Vaush,
you just laid out to me.
Do you think that's useful? I mean, if you honestly think I'm a fascist enabler and someone who wants to murder Ukrainian children,
the last one was a joke.
Wait a minute.
First one was.
But wait a minute. Why would you agree to come on Rising and look me in the face and be friendly and nice and act like all is well in the world?
What?
If you really have that level of antagonism toward me, if you really think that I'm as bad a person as you tell your audience repeatedly, then why even agree to come on Rising in the first place?
So she's actually majorly screwed up here because she had Vaush dead to rights. Okay, she's like, I literally said the thing you said I should say, but you were too stupid to watch the whole clip, which I think Vaush brings back to his mistake that he actually didn't watch the clip. She has him dead to rights, and then she gets caught up on this side quest joke that he just made. Like, why would you look me in the face if you thought I was a fascist enabler?
Well, she's trying to protect her reputation. That's the whole point of having this.
Yeah, I know, but she had.
No, I know. She had him. She definitely had him.
And she said, "We're going to put the clip in here of me saying exactly what you did, what you said I should say, which is what the clip said." So she had him right there.
So what should she have done?
She should have just said, "I said the thing that you said I should say, Vaush. Explain yourself. You know what the fuck's wrong with you?"
First of all, a couple of things. I've sat face to face with Charlie Kirk.
So have I.
Right. Okay. I talked civilly with him. I don't have any qualms about that. Second of all, I say mean things about a lot of people. It's genuinely just.
But why, Vaush? Because I've been accused of being a grifter. I've been accused of ginning up, fighting over force of stuff. But I don't take personal attacks at people. I don't do response videos to try to create beef. In fact, I'm inviting you here today in part because I've ignored you. I've chosen not to engage. It doesn't seem constructive. But because you were so, frankly, kind of polite and humble on Rising, I thought there might be a genuine opportunity for us to have a meeting of the minds at the very least. But then you make a joke like the one you just made, and it makes me feel like this was a fool's errand.
No, what we're having right now is a breakdown in communication. It's an aesthetic difference in how we approach what we do.
Well, I got to tell you, human to human, I don't feel it like it's an aesthetic difference. It feels degrading and unconstructive in a space that actually means a lot to me because I think the project that we were ostensibly both involved in is an incredibly important one. This isn't like, I'm not trying to be famous on the internet from talking about politics. I only became Well, no, I was an attorney with a very good salary that didn't need any of this, to be honest. So I'm here because my passion for these issues drove me to start freelancing.
You're just some fucking loser kid on the internet. I was a successful attorney. I actually care about the cause. Oh my God.
Look, I agree with her. You're the one saying Vaush cares about policy.
He does, but I agree with this point, maybe we should be a little nicer to people. I mean, Vaush obviously is a huge asshole, right? I disagree with that.
I think Greyjoy is policy over tribalism and Vaush is tribalism over policy. I think that's a fundamental.
1000% disagree with you. I think she just has they just have different tribes. So it might seem that way.
You think she's you think she's a tribalist?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I think that's probably the root of our disagreement.
Probably.
I ended up getting a full-time position, and I ended up getting plucked by the Bernie campaign to be a part of this. That's why I'm here. And I'm not trying to grandstand to say that, but like, I'm just going to be honest about emotionally, it feels very frustrating to feel like you're trying to do something constructive. I'm open to criticism. I'm open to saying this is a different suggestion. We can go this way and that way. You don't like force the vote. Okay, so Rhoda had these other asks that was so constructive. We grew, we developed, we moved forward. But it seems to me that your position, that your desire is to like coin winners or losers, dub winners or losers, good people or bad people, grifters and not grifters, fakes or legitimate folks. And that seems to be ultimately very destructive to me to this broader project that I think that we share. No.
Now, what are her tribes? So her
tribe is the anti-mainstream tribe. It's similar. It's not quite the Jimmy Dore America Bad tribe. I don't think it is. Maybe she is, but it's the fringe. She's on the fringe socialist populist tribe. That's her tribe.
So you think she's on the America Bad
No. I said I don't know if she's on the America Bad tribe, but she's close to the Jimmy Dore fringe. Whatever is the mainstream is bad. That's her tribe.
I disagree. I don't
anti the current thing. That's just, she's like in the left wing version of anti current thing tribe.
I totally disagree, and I would want examples like of her being.
Well, let me look at her play. Well, let's see.
I mean, maybe her Ukraine take will out her for the America Bad thing. I don't know. So you're saying her tribe is when she's like calling Vaush out for separating the good and the bad. She also is separating the good and the bad, but by pro-America, anti-America.
Well, again,
and the anti-America is her good.
I'm going to say it one more time. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying she's on the America Bad tribe. I don't know if that's her case.
Well, what's the tribe? You said she was a tribalist.
I said she's not. I said she's close to the Jimmy Dore tribe.
Right.
I said I don't know. I don't know if she's on the America Bad tribe. Okay. I'm saying she's on the populist. She's the left-wing populist fringe tribe. Okay. She's on the left-wing populist socialist tribe.
Well,
that thinks that whatever the mainstream says is bad. Okay. She's on the anti-current thing tribe, but just from the left-wing perspective instead of the right-wing perspective.
So she's anti-establishment. She's on the establishment
anti-current thing.
Right. Establishment, bad, anti-establishment, good. That's her tribal breakdown.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. I mean, she's oh my God. In one of these videos, she's like having a good old time with freaking Roger Waters over here about Ukraine and BDS and America's foreign policy.
Well, I've not watched any of her
Ukraine
takes.
I'm sure it'd be enraging. You think she asked Roger Waters like, so why do you deny the Uyghur genocide?
Well, look, I've not, like I said, I've not come across any evidence that you're just intuiting here.
Well,
and
no,
I like to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Here might be the problem. Here might lie the problem. Okay. I think you've seen more of her content when she's on the Hill, where she has a right-wing host and she's probably framing things in far more centrist takes. And I'm looking and am more familiar with her content where it's her Bad Faith podcast, where she's in her own space. Well, no, maybe she has two different personas. So
I've seen both. So
okay.
I'm just I haven't really seen her aside from like the Chomsky stuff, but the Chomsky stuff was just her like pushing for, wild policies that would never get passed. It was just like pie in the sky. I think Chomsky on that one was that conversation was about voting third party, I believe. And she was trying to advocate everyone vote third party. And Chomsky was saying, look, you really only have two choices here. And actually, Chomsky was in Vaush's position. He's like, it's fascist dictator.
Yes.
Or, and she's like, no. But did she believe that I felt like we were making fun of Chomsky for saying Trump was a fascist dictator and not necessarily.
Well, we were making fun of everyone. We're making fun of Chomsky for saying, well, that's the problem. Number one, Chomsky is ridiculous, in my opinion, for saying Trump is a fascist dictator.
Right.
But even that being the case, her position that both the Democrats and Republicans are the same, and that you should just throw your vote away on a third party, that doesn't make any sense to me either.
But she's not saying Trump is a fascist dictator, if that's what she's saying. Because obviously, if she believed Trump was a fascist dictator, she wouldn't be voting third party.
They're both wrong. I don't have to pick a side when they're both wrong.
Well,
fortunately,
one
I don't have to
reality.
vote between. unlike the general election, I don't have to vote between Chomsky and Briahna Joy Gray.
Well, unless you're saying Trump is a fascist dictator, her position tracks reality more than Chomsky's.
No, it does. No, what? No, it doesn't. How can you say that? Her position that Trump isn't fascist, I think, tracks reality. But her position that
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's only half of her position. You're focusing on half of it. The second half of it is you should throw your vote into a trash can and light it on fire and make it useless. I don't think tracks reality.
This is why I literally said, unless you believe Trump is a fascist dictator, then her take on that tracks reality better than Chomsky's. That's why I singled out that one thing.
On the fascist take, yeah. I agree with that.
Yes. Yes, throwing away your vote on a third party is not a great deal.
Okay. Oh? Mr. Voter
we definitely share it to an extent. And I don't think...
Look, I'm in California, okay? My vote...
Never gonna let you live that down. Adam Friend voted for yay because he hates...
First of all, any opportunity to vote for something as rare as a black white supremacist. Come on. Who gets the opportunity to vote for that?
You're going to vote for Kanye 2024? You're like, yeah, black white supremacist.
Look, I voted for Kanye before he went white supremacist. I want that on the record.
Well, to be clear, we don't know if he's white supremacist. He just doesn't like the Jews.
Yeah, I voted for well, I guess he probably was anti-Semite, but mask on Kanye, not mask off Kanye.
Okay.
That, I mean, there's obviously a huge overlap in the stuff that we actually do believe. I do genuinely believe that a lot of this is an aesthetic difference. If I was feeling cynical, I would accuse you of engaging in a kind of civility politic here, right? I mean, there were plenty of sincere, well-minded political activists back in the 1980s who would have shown up in leather strap or punk mohawks.
Well, that wouldn't bother me.
They might have. Well,
and
they might have been
doesn't
mean.
Bother me. That doesn't bother me.
They might have been mean too, right?
Either you really think you believe that narrative that I am indifferent to the interests of Ukrainian children, or you don't. Which is it? Don't bring it up as a joke. Do you think
this is the bad faith from Vaush?
Of course it is.
Because it's I can yeah, there's obviously some level of mudslinging that always happens on the internet, right? But if he's oh, she's a fascist enabler, when he says that, that's not oh, I was being hyperbolic. He actually thinks that. He thinks that we're on the brink of a fascist takeover of a country, and she's helping that occur.
Yeah.
So you can't just say, well, this is an aesthetic difference. It's no, you mean what you said.
Yeah.
You weren't just being hyperbolic.
Great point.
That I laugh at genocide and think it's great for Ukrainian children to be killed. Is that something that you think? Then let's talk it out. But don't bring it up as a joke.
I wasn't under the impression that particular bit would get to you so much. But if you want my sincere opinion...
It's not about it getting to me, Vaush. It's real life.
That's fine. Wait, I'm not insulting.
I don't think that Ukrainian children being dead is a joke, in fact.
Wait, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be insincere there. When I said got to you, I wasn't trying to epically own you by indicating you're emotionally involved in the stuff you talk about. I am too. The sincere, actual, non-joking, fully straightforward position that I have on that debate that you had was that I only saw the damn clip. But I do know that a lot of lefties, and people adjacent to lefties even, not just lefties, have attitudes on the Ukraine war that I consider to be outright fascist apologia. I don't think that makes them irredeemable people, or that I shouldn't speak to them, or that they're bad people fundamentally, or that they're malicious or lying or anything. But I do care about these issues, and it's a product of the fact that I care about these issues that I take the stances that I do. If I fly off the handle a little bit too much, I think that's a fine criticism. Nobody's perfect.
So having you didn't actually watch the episode. You just saw the clip and you made it opinion. Did you? I don't actually know. Did you do a response video on my position on Ukraine? Have you done a video?
I saw it on stream. If it got turned into a video, that would have been my editors. I don't think I talked about that for more than 30 seconds though. So I don't think I did a full thing.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that.
Do you think it's responsible? maybe it's fine. Like, I can't believe everyone makes clips about me. For all that I'm called a grifter, it seems that I'm fueling the media ecosystem of YouTube with everybody making clips about my original content.
Well, you know
Thank you.
how much people dislike me, right? So that's a mutual thing right there. People get real mad about me.
I can't speak to what people say about you. I have very consciously chosen not to engage because I don't think that kind of thing is constructive. And if somebody who wouldn't normally listening to me is listening to you and saying Medicare for all is a good idea, at the end of the day, I'll let sleeping dogs lie. That, to me, that's a net benefit, and I don't need to tear you down or talk about anybody else on the internet. That's not my business.
Yeah, but the problem is Vaush is completely tearing her down and making her completely ineffective on moving any policy prescriptions forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and and I wouldn't be surprised if they have some amount of similar.
Oh, they've
audience,
a bunch of them.
so.
Of course. Yeah.
Well, she should have really stuck on the you went off on a rant, called me a fascist enabler, and you didn't even bother to watch.
Of course.
I mean, that's
yes.
high. That's very
She
irresponsible.
She did call him irresponsible, and it this
right,
is what
she
bothers.
She should have extracted something out of him for doing that. But
This is what bothers me about Vaush. I'm sure it's what bothers you about Vaush. Is that he is completely just irresponsible, totally irresponsible, mislabeling people, making people targets that are like misrepresenting people's positions. It's bad. It's totally bad.
Well, right, you don't do reactive content quite as much, right? If you're live streaming, of course, you go over all the clips and videos and arguments and discourse that you see and you react to it.
I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not, and I don't mean this, we're in different spaces, and it's fine to be an entertainer. It's fine.
But I am a respected pundit on a respected talk show where we talk about actual politics, and you're a guy that
sniveling internet a-hole.
And you are a guy who plays video games and watches 10 seconds of an actual segment and forms an opinion about people and then spreads that misinformation to your entire audience.
But like, that's not my niche. So all I would say to that is, like, I think it would be useful and good and probably actually elevate your content. I mean, that sounds patronizing. I don't mean it like that, but I think.
Look at the level of good faith here, Sitch. Look at the level of good faith here.
I think she kind of does mean it like that.
It would be useful and good to perhaps review everything in total, in context, to assume good faith of people. That's the.
There you go.
Assume good faith of people?
Who's she talking to?
What?
The irony of the name of my podcast is the whole point is that to try to engage legitimately and in good faith with all of these arguments, even with people I disagree. And that means not taking an isolated clip, or even within the clip, frankly, I think I make myself clear, but not taking an isolated clip and making content on it that causes people to make jokes or claims about me, like I like and enjoy the death of Ukrainian children. That's all I would say.
With respect, I think that we're both culpable of this, even in this conversation to an extent. Like you mentioning that I'd called you subhuman, or you saying that it was disrespectful to the millions of dead that I might make a comparison to Nazi Germany. These are things that both of us do, intentionally or otherwise, to lower the opinion of the other in the eyes of our audience. Or I guess.
Wait a minute. This is insane.
I know.
This is masterful gaslighting. Oh my God. He just said, me calling you subhuman and you calling attention that I called you subhuman is the same action.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, yeah, sure, I called you subhuman, and that's bad. But you told your audience that I called you subhuman, and that's also bad.
I know.
That's insane.
It is insane.
Oh my God.
The levels of hubris are off the charts here.
Well, the levels of bad faith that Vaush employs is like astronomical. That's why I'm saying, listen, I'm not defending Vaush in all this conversation. Like, this is insane that he just said that.
Well, he does have he feels he should be able to mischaracterize people's positions and call them whatever names he wants. And that's just the political environment we live in and grow up.
I'm not sure. The way I would say it is, she calls him out on this thing. So what's his response to be? Is his response going to be like, I'm sorry. He's going to look like a bitch. He's going to look like a pussy Adam. Is he going to violate Adam's rule and actually apologize? No!
Of course
He's going to say, well, we're the same, you and I.
Look, I've got nothing to apologize for. Vaush has plenty to apologize for. Look,
Okay. Okay. I didn't mean to imply you did, Adam. You don't have to take it personally.
Look, I don't call anyone subhuman that doesn't deserve it. Let's just put it that way. I watched the whole clip.
Then I call them subhuman.
Exactly.
There you go.
I guess in this case, whoever is sympathetic to me who watches this content on your end, since I'm not live streaming. I don't think, look, I'm fine with banter and insults back and forth. I love that shit. Oftentimes I feel like a hyperfix.
It's not banter and insults when you're literally lying about people, Vaush. That's not banter.
Well, I mean, it's dishonest banter, right?
It's not. Categorizing it as banter is just completely bad.
Right. Well, no, it's like
you're literally fucking gaslighting your audience.
Yes. Well, that's why he's using the term banter, because banter usually means, in a good humor way.
Yeah, it's not good humor. Lying about people is not good humor.
Right. This is obviously in a bad faith way.
He's literally using the thing everyone accuses us of, the comedy defense. He's like, look, I totally lied about you and made shit up, but, it's just a comedy show.
I run a comedy show, guys.
It's just banter. It's friendly banter on the internet. I said you were subhuman and that you were into genocide. What?
That's pretty funny.
Fixation on it's to the detriment of the conversation because people get all up in arms about who's being ruder to who. The ideal is obviously for everyone to be polite, but we both shouted. We both made jabs at each other. I think that's wonderful.
I don't
think it's bad faith.
Shouting. I don't have an issue with any of that. I think that, look, at worst, I could be accused of, Vaush, not understanding the existential harm that Marjorie Taylor Greene's and her politics present to the United States. At worst, you could say that I, underestimate the potential harm that could come of me saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene is right about this one narrow issue.
Look, she says, at worst, you could be right about us being on the verge of white supremacy and a dictator taking over.
No, that's not what she said.
No, that's basically what she said.
No. She said at worst you could be right that this is gonna blow up and go nowhere. Yeah, essentially, right. She's not agreeing with the fascist.
Well, no, she's saying at worst I could be underestimating how close we are to fascism because that's Vaush's argument, right?
Right.
So she acknowledges that maybe Vaush is right. Maybe we are teetering on the edge of fascism, and
But
underestimate the potential harm that could come of me saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene is right about this one narrow issue, and that's
what would that harm be?
Yeah, I don't think she's agreeing to the fascist narrative, but we can continue.
Perfectly legitimate criticism somebody can make, but you know that you went a lot further than saying that.
Fascist apologia, yeah, which I stand by. I think that you've engaged in it to an extent. Okay. It's fine. Who doesn't do that, right? I mean, the first principle of being a lefty is to hate other lefties.
I don't think that I do.
Front-standing
and in
criticism.
Fact, I think that the FBI is a fascist organization. If we want to use these kinds of words,
this is incredible. Listen, if you want to take lessons on how to never apologize, never back down from anything, you could just watch Vaush videos. Just never admit fault for anything ever. That's what suckers do.
And I could easily say that wanting to defend and protect the FBI, I think that Biden's a fascist. I talked to Cornel West about this at length.
Then call me a fascist apologist. Do it. If you think that, then you should have no problem calling me that.
You think she's still good faith, Adam? You think she's still operating in a good space?
She's making a point about the hyperbolic terms aren't serving anybody.
Yeah, but she said Joe Biden was a fascist, or she thinks Joe Biden is a fascist.
Well, I mean, obviously she hasn't defined fascist, but then again, right here, she says she could call Vaush a fascist, but wouldn't because she doesn't believe he actually is a fascist.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, okay, that might be the case.
Does she?
What?
Is she saying
hold on.
I could call Biden a fascist? But
let her finish. Okay.
Easily say that wanting to defend and protect the FBI. I think that Biden's a fascist. I talked to
Wait, let me go back.
as a fascist organization, if we want to use
her argument.
Wait. Let's just let her.
Principle of being a lefty is to hate other lefties.
I don't think that I do.
Front-standing
and in
criticism.
fact, I think that the FBI is a fascist organization, if we want to use these kinds of words. And I could easily say that wanting to defend and protect the FBI. I think that Biden's a fascist. I talked to Cornel West about this at length.
Then call me a fascist apologist. Do it. If you think that, then you should have no problem calling me that, right?
But I don't actually think that that's true, Vaush. And I also don't spend my time attacking. I attack the powerful. I'm interested in attacking, or not attacking, but in criticizing Joe Biden because he has the power to affect so many lives.
Okay, well, I couldn't tell if she was saying Joe Biden was a fascist or Joe Biden is a fascist because he defends the FBI.
She's saying she thinks the FBI is a fascist organization, and because Joe Biden defends the FBI, you could make the case that he is a fascist too. But she wouldn't say that because she doesn't believe.
Well,
Joe
no,
Biden
she said
is
she
a
wouldn't say that about Vaush.
Look, you can make the case anyone is a fascist. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, but what sounds like she's saying is it's not like a principle, like, well, I'm not going to call Joe Biden a fascist because I don't believe it. She's saying, well, no, I'm not going to call Vaush a fascist because he's some, fringe leftist YouTuber who, even if we have some disagreement with, we're still on, close on a bunch of issues. And I want to attack, the power. Like, Vaush is useless. He's not someone who's in power. He's unimportant. I'm going to attack. I'm going to punch up. I'm not going to punch at some pissant on YouTube. That's basically what she's saying.
We've only watched it twice, but I'm pretty sure she says she wouldn't say it because it's not true.
To Vaush.
Because it's not true of Vaush.
Yeah, but that's not Mike. I'm talking about Biden.
You
could hate Biden all up and down, but calling him a fascist is pretty goofy.
She wouldn't call Biden a fascist because it's not true either. That's her whole point.
I'm not sure.
Look, she's making the case that Vaush calling people fascists who aren't fascists is a problem. And she's trying to illustrate that by making this example of the FBI. And Vaush says, well, you should call me a fascist. And she's saying, but listen,
I understand.
You're not a fascist. Yeah. This is why I was saying she was Team Truth. That's like...
Okay, I disagree, but...
Look, you disagree that she's saying she wouldn't call him fascist because he's not actually fascist?
Again, she said that about Vaush. I don't know if she would say that about...
I attack the powerful.
Let's do it. If you think that, then you should have no problem calling me that, right?
But I don't actually think that that's true, Vaush.
I don't actually think that's true, Vaush.
How many times do I have to repeat myself? I don't understand.
What do you mean?
I said okay. When she says I don't think that's true, she's talking about Vaush. I've said that a million times. I agree with you. But when you're inferring that she's also saying that about Joe Biden,
which she hasn't actually said either. Yeah.
Well, no, because she said, well, you can make she kind of fumbled it, so it's not clear whether she was saying Biden is a fascist or he's a fascist because he defends the FBI. But she didn't say, well, I'm not going to say that about Joe Biden either. Okay.
Look.
You're assuming that level of charitability, and I'm not. Okay,
I understand. There's no charity on the table today. Good Faith Gary has left the building. But let's listen to it one more time to kind of, I'll tell you what I'm hearing here.
Okay.
I think that the FBI is a fascist organization.
She thinks the FBI is a fascist organization.
If we want to use these kinds of...
If we want to use these kinds of terms.
Yes.
Words. And I could easily say that wanting to defend and protect the FBI. I think that Biden's a fascist. I could
easily say that wanting to defend and protect the FBI, that Biden is a fascist.
Mm-hmm.
So because he wants to protect a fascist organization, I could say he's a fascist.
Cornel West about this at length.
Then call me a fascist apologist. Do it. If you think that, then you should have no problem calling me that, right?
But I don't actually think that that's true, Vaush. And I also don't spend my time attacking... I attack the powerful. I'm interested in attacking, or not attacking, but in criticizing Joe Biden because he has the power to affect so many lives. I'm interested in attacking institutions because they have the power to oppress people. I'm not interested in arguing with podcasters. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the point. And I think that you serve a valuable role. I think a lot of people in this space who I've argued with and disagreed with serve a valuable role. People like Sam Cedar, people like Jimmy Dore, who I sometimes agree with and sometimes I don't. I don't spend my time. And it's frustrating, I got to say, when you exercise some restraint and don't spend all your time fighting with people, for that to be characterized as having alliances and secret cabals of like, it's ridiculous.
Well,
like,
I'm not making those criticisms. I usually criticize you for the stuff I think you've said or made points about. I understand that, you know, the tribalism here can get out of order from time to time. We obviously different kinds of content. But I'm glad you understand, at least, that there's a direction to this. Criticizing people in power is fine and good, but sometimes bringing on some dipshit MAGA hat to argue with for 2 hours while calling him every possible word that won't get you banned from YouTube is legitimately a good way of moving over people from the right. It sounds stupid, but especially with the right, you know, oftentimes their allegiances have more to do with conveyed strength than actual arguments. So if you can make somebody look kind of funny and make a couple of good jokes, they'll take you more seriously. And
so
those
what's the difference
attitudes
between that? Let me ask you, like, what's the difference between that and what I'm talking about with alluding to the fact that, oh, you like Marjorie Taylor Greene? Here, what about my pet project over here on the left? Because there are people who've said after your Rising appearance, you know, it's wrong to ask Vaush to talk about this because of past statements he's made about women. You know, it's wrong. It's inappropriate. It's hypocritical. Da 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 da. Like you can make any argument that any person is inappropriate to allude to or to bring into a part of a conversation or to respect in any way or to validate rather in any way. So what is the difference between you debating Charlie Kirk? Are you and I validating Charlie Kirk and his beliefs or that he's a legitimate political figure by engaging with him in debate? Some people think so.
You know,
some people think so.
It's funny you bring that up because there was an instance in my conversation with him that I thought kind of spoke to the principle you were talking about showing them up or brain cucking them or whatever term you used. He was talking about.
Sure I've never
you might have used that term. he was talking about the pharmaceutical industries and how they're bad. Fauci, ouchie, whatever. God, you know. And then I said, you know, you can't pull that crap with me. I want to nationalize these industries. You can't, like, this doesn't work with me. Will you nationalize them? And he dropped the subject, you know. Mm-hmm. So I think that's like a very workable example of what you're saying is good to do. Mm-hmm. You talk about differences, right? In this particular, and I'll do the Godwin's Law bit one more time, okay? I swear, just one, you know, it's a treat, and I'm dropping it forever. I've read up a lot on the whole Nazis, fall of the Weimar, whatever. There was a strong intellectual weakness on the part of the Stalin-backed communists in Germany at the time. The attitude was, around a lot of them, a tendency to underestimate the Nazis. The idea that this was just like another upsurge of conservatism, a populist conservatism that could be used by them. And they ended up actually being supportive of some of the institutional destruction that was done by the Nazis as they slowly like undid German democracy because they felt that it was a sort of a dismantling of bourgeois democracy. I am very, 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 what's the term? Vigilant, I guess, of tendencies that I see in line with that. You know, obviously I'm not perfect in what I see is, you know, like leans into that. I could be wrong in my assessment. I feel confident on this one, but I do have a particular like fucking, can I say that here? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What? Okay. I was so good this entire time. I have a thing with that specific subject. And I do think a lot of lefties really underestimate it. You know, it was like the Bernier bust discourse too with Biden and Trump. And so many lefties were like, yeah, Trump and Biden are two sides of the same coin. They don't understand. A lot of them just don't understand. Bourgeois democracy may be a killer, but it is infinitely better than what we could be living under. And I think that leftism can only really even have a chance at making its arguments if we exist in a system that's not openly persecuting us in the way that the MAGA crowd probably would the first chance they got. I mean, God, can you imagine if Barr had started putting out insurrection charges and all the BLM protesters? It would have been over for democracy in this country. Thank God he got ousted when he did. So that's a bugbear for me. But it's not born of insensitivity.
Wait, did he just say Barr when Barr was ousted?
Or
yeah, Barr was
there
till the end, right?
That's not openly persecuting us in the way that the MAGA crowd probably would the first chance they got. I mean, God, can you imagine if Barr had started putting out insurrection charges and all the BLM protesters? It would have been over for democracy in this country. Thank God he got ousted when he did.
Ousted? He resigned.
What? Bill Barr resigned because wait. Oh my crap. So yeah, Bill Barr resigns.
That's a pretty big flub.
Well, no, it's not just a big flub, but it's a complete ideological failing of Vaush. Bill Barr resigned because he thought that the election fraud claims didn't have merit to them.
Yep.
Which would completely contradict Vaush's position that Bill Barr is some sort of fascist enabler.
You're right. Yes, because he was against Trump trying to install himself through the election shenanigans.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay. But he was trying to bring cards against the BLM rioters, so that's all you care about, right?
So that's a bugbear for me. But it's not born of insensitivity or bad faith tendencies on my part. These are sincere things I care about.
So I understand
you're the most bad faith person on the internet, Vaush. Jesus. I can't think of anyone more bad faith than Vaush.
Argument. Yours, it's the mainstream argument. It's the mainstream Democratic liberal argument. It is in fact
okay, here's where you might have a
point. You think you're some kind of fringe socialist leftist? No, you're just the current thing, motherfucker. You're just a mainstream, lamestream liberal Democrat.
Is she gonna do the tribalism thing with him with the establishment first?
Adam.
I know you might have been. You might have been right.
I am a little worried.
I was listening to it at 1.75 speed, so I might have missed this part.
Oh no!
Look, I have been. My intuitions about people have been right. Have been right on the money, and yours have been wrong. This would be a reversal of that.
Wow. Well, listen. We've all been wrong about things. We've all been right about things.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like,
my
name is Adam. I've been right about everything. Okay.
Look, I pretty much nailed it on everyone.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I'm so nervous about this, because I have I'm batting 1,000 here. I have a perfect record right now.
Sure.
If someone uncovered a clip of Briahna Joy Gray going full tribalist, CRT tribalist, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be devastating for my argument.
Adam was right about covalent bonds, so he's right about everything.
No, but I mean, I feel like I was right about Jangles. I feel like I was right about Max. I mean, I feel like
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Who have I been wrong about?
You were pretty hard on Jordan Peterson.
I mean, the Daily Wire has destroyed his content. You got to give me that. You got to give me that at least.
I don't know. I haven't watched it recently, so you could be right. Maybe.
No, yeah, of course. Who's going to watch his content?
Admitting that you're correct.
Yeah, exactly.
So, right, but that's not what your complaint was. Anyway,
in your argument, yours, it's the mainstream argument. It's the mainstream Democratic liberal argument. It is in fact the vote blue no matter who argument, right?
It absolutely is. Yeah.
But I don't. But wait a minute. I honestly don't feel like you understand my argument. With respect, that was part one of a.
I agree with her on that. I don't think he understands her argument at all. I don't think he's even capable of understanding her argument, to be honest with you.
Right. Well, again, as I said, this is why I keep going. You don't like it, and it's the last time I'll do it. So I keep going back to the macro level. I don't think it's a question of not understanding. It's just a question that their strategies are completely not just not aligned; they're contradictory to each other. So.
I mean,
it doesn't really matter if he understands her argument.
I don't think the macro argument is without merit. I think it's I guess I object because I feel like you're adding a veneer of intellectualism to Vaush that I don't feel is earned or deserved.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. Listen, I have so hope maybe we'll watch part 2 on Tuesday because I think it's going out on Monday.
Right.
Though maybe we'll have to subscribe to our Patreon or something.
Well, no, I don't think it's fair, but I mean, we could do like a members only live stream, and do it behind members only for. I don't know if it's fair to broadcast her behind the paywall thing to YouTube.
Why not?
In being good faith myself, why not? What do you mean? She's trying to sell it behind her Patreon paywall. Well, you wouldn't like someone doing that to you, right? If we had content that was behind our paywall and Vaush was...
Well, first of all, we don't have a paywall. But if we did theoretically...
We do have a paywall because we can set videos to members only, yeah.
We've never done that before.
Well, we could. That's what I'm saying.
But okay. Well, I understand what you're saying.
I don't think it's right to put her paywalled... The reason why it's okay for us to do this is because we should link to her paywalled content. Like she's literally doing this to promote her paywalled content.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Like I understand the moral
one grifter to another.
Right. I understand the moral question, the moral issue you're talking about, right?
Right.
Legally, though,
come on,
it's totally fair use because we're definitely transforming the content.
Look, okay, Steven Crowder.
Whoa! Wait a minute here.
Hold on, let's listen. Let's listen to the end of this because she pitches what's going on here. It's what we're talking about anyway.
A 2-part, 3-hour interview. Part 2 will drop on Monday. You can access it by becoming a subscriber at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. You won't want to miss it because we get more in depth into Force the Vote and really, I think, resolve some issues once and for all. And we have some simpatico on some really important issues about the attitudes that the left bring to progress strategy and our willingness to be adversarial to the Democratic Party, which I think have been at the root of many of the fights and much of the divide that has existed on the left since the end of the Bernie 2020 campaign and the Force the Vote moment back in 2000. So do tune in. You can find it at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. And as always, I'll see you later tonight on Call-In. Keep the faith.
Wait, the Force the Vote was in 2020, right?
Yeah, I don't know what she was talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about something else. That's right, guys. We're gonna paywall this. You have to be part of the Sitch and Adam Mug Club.
Look, I feel bad now. I shouldn't have called it. Calling you Steven Crowder was too far. That was
no. You should have called me. You should have called me Jeremy Boring. That would have made more sense.
Well, that would have been anti-Semitic, so I shouldn't have done. Like, come on.
There you go. If anything, it was more Ben Shapiro. Yeah, exactly. No, but okay. Well, I could keep making this argument to you. Listen, I'm not saying I haven't made a decision.
Accolades and
sorry, I just wanted to get a screen grab up. Go
ahead. Right. You got to go back to the. Did you keep the time code of the screen grab that you took?
No, I actually took a bunch of screen grabs. To be honest.
No, the one where she's like,
Well, I mean, yeah, it's in. I have a bunch of them.
Okay. Yeah, anyway, but no. Okay. So, morally, okay. Mm-hmm. If we say we subscribe to her Patreon, or someone leads it to us.
You're still going about how do we grift this content?
No.
I love it.
You said no. Wait, you said okay. Well, what if we do that, but we just do it members only? How is that? I mean, that would be in the same boat. Just less people would see it. Is that the only moral difference? Well, less people see it, so it's okay. Like,
yeah,
but it's still the same action. I don't understand.
Yeah.
The question is, and
okay. If it's like, if we shouldn't do it, we shouldn't do it.
But maybe we shouldn't do it. But to me, the question is,
God, this is
to me, this is interesting. I think it's interesting to have this conversation about it. To me, the question is, okay, like the fair use question is not just transformativeness, but is that like, are we stealing their audience? Like, is someone who would subscribe to her patron and watch it, are they going to watch us pause it every 10 seconds? And talk about it for 6 hours?
Hell no.
Of course not.
Yeah.
So, but then why is it wrong then?
To publish it on YouTube?
Well, we're not publishing it on YouTube. We would be watching it the way we watch this one.
Yeah, but we would list it as members only as soon as we were done. So, you could catch it live, but you would be able to like watch the repeat. That's what this is my strategy. We watch it live. People can catch it live, but we said
I just don't understand how that's more. I just don't understand the moral thing that you're.
Look, I'm consulting my gut. It feels more moral to me. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that feels moral. That does that. Wait a second here. I mean, we have. I think. I don't know. We must be up to like. After everyone hit us with new members today, we have to be up to like 2,000 members.
That's true. That's true.
So I mean, I don't. Do you just think it'll get like a lot of views, and so that's why you want to? I don't.
Well, I thought we'd do it on Tuesday, and I don't want to poop on our Tuesday.
Tuesday's booked. I have Tuesday booked.
Is that we're gonna talk about UBI?
A little bit. Reed Nice Wonder, total friend of the show.
I love Reed.
Yeah, he's coming on at 1. And I mean, I haven't really talked to him about what we're going to talk about. I think he's like launching a new channel. He's been working with Peter Boghossian and stuff like that.
Nice.
So we'll just hang out with him, let him promote his stuff on our channel, obviously. And Anthony Davis is also coming on. That's the Austrian economist who I had the disagreement about the money supply thing. He's the one that told me, well, what happens if we, and I read the book and was like, oh, this is what happens. So that could be interesting. But I don't know that we'll talk about UBI. I thought we'd talk about the debt ceiling because he's probably like, the debt. But he, in all honesty, he seems like a good-natured guy, like he does a podcast.
Right.
I think...
Unlike Rohen Grey.
Yeah. Do you want to talk? I mean, if you want... I got to run, so I mean, we need to do super chats and move on.
Okay, we could do
I
super chats.
always have time to talk a little shit about Rohen Grey, though, if you want to like...
It was a little funny little drama. Adam reached out to Rohen Grey. We if you remember when we were watching the UBI thing, we watched the clip that was too boring to keep watching.
But I kept watching anyway.
But Adam kept watching anyway. He was a UBI advocate. Adam reached out to talk to him.
That's not what... Hold on. That's not what happened.
No. Well, okay, you tell. Sorry.
So he is going off about the debt ceiling because this is his jam. He like do the $1 trillion coin. He's the guy that talked to Bob.
Oh,
Murphy.
That's right. He was right.
Yeah. So he talked to Bob Murphy. He had a debate over the debt ceiling. It was amazing. We watched, I don't know, 20 minutes of it on a Tuesday. And he did some tweet. I follow him on Twitter because I'm interested in this stuff. And he does some tweet about the debt ceiling. And I was like, they should just do $100 trillion coin because, like, why are we even? This is stupid. Like, just show him how stupid it is. And he liked that tweet and followed me. So I was like, holy shit! Like, I did not expect Rohen Grey to follow me because I was like, this guy's like legit.
Nice.
So I DM'd him and I said, thanks for the follow. We were just watching your debate like 2 days ago. And reacting to, Bob Murphy and what great arguments you were making. And he said, oh, that would be interesting. Send it to me. And then he's like, oh, wait a second. I'm not into the transphobic BS on your timeline. And I mean, I looked at my timeline and I'm like, oh, it's pretty innocuous, the stuff that I was saying. Like, unless he's favor of like...
Maybe he went on my timeline.
Maybe unless he's in favor of like transitioning children or something, because that like the only thing that I tweet about is like, I'm not against trans people. I'm not against, I am against child abuse. Like I'm against, obviously convincing children that they're trans. I think and that's inadvertently happening. So.
Yeah, but it all gets lumped together.
It does. And I mean, we pointed, I think he came up because it might have been Rising. Cause I sent you a clip. Was that Briahna Joy Gray talking about the debt ceiling or one of the other Rising? Somebody brought up Rohen Grey on their show and his pitch for dealing with the debt ceiling crisis was like to deploy the military and surround the Federal Reserve or something. It's like, completely insane.
Well, that's so wait. So Rohen Grey, the guy we watched, so he basically said at first he was like, oh, maybe he'll talk to us, and then he's like, no, you guys are transphobe bigots.
And then he unfollowed me, and I unfollowed him and muted him. I'm like, I don't want to.
See, I would have. You should have pressed me like, well, wait a minute, what did we say? Like, where's this with the transphobic thing? But then right after that, it was funny because then his big plan for the debt ceiling fight was that
a literal fight.
The question was, the Treasury could produce the coin, right? The Treasury could produce the coin, but the Fed might not accept it, right? That was the concern.
Right.
And then what do we do then? And his solution was, well, then Joe Biden should call the military to come and surround the Fed with guns and force them to accept the coin. And I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, so it turns out...
It's insane.
Yeah, it turns out he's like the most insane leftist on the internet.
Yes.
But he's like a Harvard attorney and shit. That's what's scary.
I was like, that's the most batshit like answer ever. What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, just have the army come out, have a bunch of tanks just point their barrels at the Fed and say, you can accept this coin.
We never talked about Bob Barr on Real Time.
I didn't watch it. Did you watch it?
I did, yeah.
Was it good?
Well, I didn't watch the Real Time. I just watched the clip.
Right.
I have HBO. I mean, I could watch it, but I didn't really look into it.
Barr was on Bill Maher's, but I didn't watch it.
I was looking for the.
Anyways.
Oh, it's breaking. It's breaking points. Let's see who it was on there. I'm just curious. Oh no, it's Sauger and Crystal Ball.
What's the new Veritas video? I saw people talking about it, but I didn't see what it actually was.
Oh, I have one more. Look, I have one more thing.
Project Veritas.
I have one more thing we have to add to this video that will probably be very popular and get a lot of views.
Okay.
Because it's a David Pakman clip that is fucking, oh my God. The cringe is like off the charts.
Interesting.
I'll bring it up while you read Super Chats.
Shiro Hiyake, thanks so much for the $5. Says, I'm a guardsman in a southern state. We are activating for potential riots. There you go.
For what? For the debt ceiling stuff?
I don't know what they're talking. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Potential riot. Oh, riots. Is it because of there was a big riot in Atlanta the other day? Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. Ouch. That sucks.
That is probably what he's talking about, yeah. Because there was that big riot recently. Gallus Janus, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 10 months, says, Freedom America. Thank you. Based.
Yeah, thanks.
Magor, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 1 month, says, I think you missed my stream labs chat from Tuesday. I did. I apologize, Magor. He said, yes, Jordan Peterson did name Mikhaila, his daughter, after Mikhail Gorbachev. It's pronounced Michaela, more or less.
Really?
Well, there you go.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
I also missed from last time Tim Pool. That's right. Our good friend Tim Pool sent us $2 on Tuesday. And he said, listen, I'm friends with skateboarders and they are freedom loving. They said they think the Daily Wire's in bed with big tech and Crowder's fighting the good fight. So I think Crowder was probably correct. Well, there you go.
Okay. If the skateboarders are with him, you know, that's persuasive for me too. Then I guess I'm on his side.
And Tim Pool was driving around where he lives. He saw a lot of signs for Steven Crowder, but he didn't see many for the Daily Wire. So, you know, he knew.
Yeah. It's great stuff.
D5280 for $2 says, get Short Fat Taco and V Radio on. We can get him on in the future. We probably want to get anyone on for this because we are trying to not be an 8-hour stream tonight. So.
Yes.
D5280 for $2 says, still use sexual blackmail. Epstein confirmed it. Who used sexual blackmail? I know. We assume Epstein used sexual blackmail. But you're talking about the FBI? Anyway, what is this clip? George Santos.
No. Just.
You don't want me to read the title? You want to be surprised?
Not yet. I want to surprise you. Yeah, read some Super Chats.
Okay.
I got to get to the part. You're going to love it. You're going to love it.
How is George Santos? Okay.
No, don't look at the screen.
I'm not. I'm just saying, like, you have a guy who supposedly stole money. He apparently had a fake money, which stole for a charity to have surgery for a dog for a homeless veteran. And he stole the money, so the dog died. And then he apparently was caught in drag. He's hitting, like, everyone's got to hate this guy, right?
I know.
Left and right. How is he still in Congress?
This guy is like the gift that, look, what was that movie about the guy who kept switching identities with Leonardo DiCaprio?
Oh,
Catch Me If You Can. This is total. This
yeah.
is like Catch Me If You Can.
Right.
Now he's a congressman. It's like, what?
You still have the Vaush picture up, I think.
I do. I know. I know what I'm doing. Read a super chat.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Oh, the super chats are done?
No, but I thought we were gonna watch
read a super chat. Come on. Look, I don't want you to see it. I want you to hear
Admiral Monkey for $10 says, I'm glad I'm not on the left. It seems exhausting. Anyway, the two-party system is important. It keeps extremists from gaining political power. Ranked choice voting would be a disaster. I mean, I don't agree with that. I agree on some extent that the two-party system helps prevent against extremists, but I don't think that's not my concern, I think, with ranked choice voting. And it's hard for me to imagine that materializing if ranked choice voting comes into being, that we're just going to give the extremists all the power in this country. So I don't agree with it.
So Sitch really wants to take the show to the next level. How many subscribers do we have now? We have
subscribers or members?
Subscribers. I don't have it.
I don't know. How many subscribers do we have?
I'll take a look.
Why are you asking? 43,400.
43,439.
Smash that like button. We got to get above 2% likes, okay? That's not acceptable.
Sitch wants to grow the show, and we've come to the conclusion.
I want more money.
That we want some sponsors. So I noticed David Pakman had a sponsor, and I reached out. I thought, okay, well, let's get some sponsors for Sitch here. So this is Sitch is going to be reading this sponsor soon.
Unique online service delivering the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. And they're giving my audience an entire month's supply for free. So if you think you could benefit from an extra boost of confidence when it's time, all you have to do is take a short quiz on their website. A licensed doctor approves your prescription. The medication comes straight to your home within days in a discreet package. No driving around to the doctor's office or the pharmacy. No waiting around. No awkward conversations with your doctor. All of Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA. The entire process is just a few clicks. Go to bluechew.com. The link is underneath this video. They'll give you an entire month's supply for free. When you use the promo code PACMAN, all you have to do is pay $5 shipping.
Okay, so two things. First of all, that's very interesting about the demographics of David Pakman's audience. I never would have guessed the demographic age of David Pakman's audience. Okay. Secondly, why do you hate boners, Adam? Why do you hate erections? There's nothing wrong with boners. Old people gotta get boners too, Adam. Why are you such a hater? They got their Blue Chews, okay? Listen, you could be old, you can't swallow a pill. You know, sometimes old people can't swallow a pill. So it's a good thing now they can get boners and chewable form. There's nothing wrong with that, Adam. There's nothing wrong.
Come on, man.
There's nothing wrong. Listen,
come on.
Are you gonna read boners too, Adam? Don't be such a hater.
Look, are you gonna read? Are you gonna read? Look, I made a joke about pulling out the boner pill ad reads for Crowder. I thought this was a joke. I fell out of my chair when I saw David Pakman reading a fucking Viagra ad. Sitch.
Listen.
Sitch.
Listen, Adam, don't be a prude, okay? Old people deserve to be able to get it up too. Okay,
listen, guys.
Just because you've been blessed in your old age, okay, doesn't mean every old person has.
Guys, we've talked about some sort of dramatic face reveal for Sitch. Okay.
I'm gonna be like the 70-year-old me.
What do you guys think? The face reveal is the boner spot. What do you think?
Yes! Yes! I could charge extra. Oh, we could charge so much extra for that. I'll do your boner ads, but this could be a face reveal, so I want triple.
Dude,
I want triple.
That boner spot. I mean, we're getting 20 grand for that boner spot,
yes.
Right? Face reveal boner spot? Come on.
Listen,
that's never been done before.
If we do a face reveal boner spot, I'm getting 70% of that, Adam. Okay. It's not split 50.
I mean, I don't know that I'd feel comfortable taking 30% of it.
I take 100% of it.
To be honest with you. Because I can tell you, I'm not going to be in that video. I'm definitely not going to be.
Okay, listen, Blue Chew. Oh, listen, I'm not going to lowball. I'm going to, like the Daily Wire, I'm going to start high, okay?
Look, I'm not going to blue ball you.
Face reveal, Blue Chew ad spot, PSA Sitch, call me. Okay?
Right, yeah.
Call me.
We're going to start the bidding at 50K.
No, I'm sorry, 80K. All right.
Okay. 80K.
But open to negotiations. Okay. Unlike Crowder, I'm open to negotiations.
We'll take a counteroffer. We will.
We will take a counteroffer.
Right.
Yes.
Let us know your terms. You need this guy shirtless lifting weights? We can do it. Look, he knows karate and can play the piano. You want him playing the piano and karate at the same time?
Aikido and karate. I'm offended.
Okay.
By you conflating them. You must hate Japanese people.
Okay.
I can't believe you're making fun of old people that want to get boners, Adam. God.
Look, I saw this and I immediately thought, that's right, bitch. This is karma. You went after Kyle Rittenhouse and now your channel's falling apart and you're reading fucking boner ads.
He is accusing YouTube of the algorithm of
yes.
What's it called? Shadow banning his channel.
Yes.
Which I don't know. I just think his content is horribly boring, but that's just me.
Look, this is what you get. You spread fake news. You're reading boner pills.
There you go. Look, back to Chew, the blue Chew. Thank you.
All right.
You're just a hater. Anyways, well, thank you, Adam. I will do a blue Chew sponsorship any day. Okay, any day. I'll even do what's the female equivalent? I'll do the pink Chew sponsorship too. Okay.
Is there even a pink Chew? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Get some. They have problems with being too dry, right?
Oh my!
Gotta get excited, right?
Oh shit!
The blue and pink Chew. I'm on board. Just don't take them together. That's probably very dangerous.
Okay.
Anyways,
I'm exhausted now.
Spencer Harmon, thank you for the $20, Spencer. Says, Sitch, you were close. He needs to win by any means necessary. He being Vaush.
Of course.
CT for 2 Canadians says, what flavor snow cone do you want support?
What's up? Why are you guys wrecking the show? What's going on? What's happening here?
So I don't remember how, but somehow I got excited about potentially getting a snow cone because I haven't had one since I was a wee lad. And I realized there's a place very close to me that sells snow cones. And so CT and Harker have basically said that if I didn't get a snow cone this week, that they were going to buy me a snow cone machine, which I didn't want. I don't want them. They spend too much money on me. I don't want them to spend any money on me. They need to stop spending money on me. And so that was the threat. They were going to buy me a snow cone machine. And I was supposed to get the snow cone today. Today was supposed to be the last day. But then because we started streaming today, I asked for an extension to tomorrow.
Oh, so but it was too late. It had already been dialed in. Okay,
they bought me a snow cone. I'm happy they bought me a single snow cone instead of a fucking snow cone machine. So
yeah, I guess we were
planning on
streaming.
I said, listen, it was good. We were in a heated conversation. They bought me a snow cone, and it cooled everything off.
Nice.
So there you go. And it was very tasty.
Was it lemon?
No, it was orange.
Oh, okay.
I'm not taking some pea snow cone. No. JD Bachamp, thanks so much for the $5. Says, hi, guys. I know you both regularly talk about politics, but I would kill to watch you both play Dungeons & Dragons. Just think of the possibilities. Well, I'll be honest. We tried to play Dungeons & Dragons once. Adam wasn't very good at it.
I was great at it. What are you talking about?
He was a dragon paladin. And he used his flame breath, his once-a-day flame breath, to kill a homeless man asking for food.
A hobo. Look.
So we didn't get very far. We got easily distracted by killing hobos.
I was dealing with the homeless problem, okay?
I say, you're living in LA. Adam he's so upset about the homeless problem. He has to get the energy out, his aggression out in D&D by killing them with dragon fire. So. Well, thank you. Aiden just said that we're both welcome in your campaign. So thank you.
Oh, nice. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll take him up on
that. Joe the Mig for $5 says, anyone else get a kick out of the fact that the left immediately fumbles a football after celebrating the right wing infighting between Daily Wire and Crowd?
I am so glad you said that because I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, oh my God, they couldn't go one day. Like one day in victory, they had to start eating each other immediately. Oh, the right is doing it. Let's see what we can do.
It's a good point. Bruins for 7 months says S class is prattle class.
Battle class?
Prattle class.
Oh yeah, prattle class. I
Thank
did
you,
see
Bruins.
that.
A long story short for $5 says Vaush on the debate channels, and you just Vaush on the debate channels and just starts calling an Arab Muslim guy a fascist and a Nazi just right off the bat.
True. Yeah. Bad faith Vaush.
I tried to watch Destiny's debate with some Islamic guy about Andrew Tate, and it was just like, the guy was so stupid, it was unwatchable.
Yeah. I watched the beginning opening of it because, I mean, Destiny made some good arguments there.
Yeah, no, Destiny made good arguments. The other guy, like, it was just, the other guy was making such terrible arguments, I couldn't even, I was unwatchable.
We got to get Destiny on, which means, you know, obviously he can monetize our content, but I feel like we owe him for like sending us a bunch of fans.
That's true. That's
every day. So
an actual American flag. Thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 2 months. Says I'm 45 minutes behind, but it sounds like Vaush is doing a little bit of code switching. That's a good way to talk about it. Also, can we start a campaign to gaslight Adam into thinking it's Greyjoy?
Oh, you've already won.
That's true.
I like the Greyjoy just because the Theon Greyjoy tie-in and the paying the iron price is so good.
Yes.
Vaush must pay the iron price.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says the problem isn't that the two parties are too strong. The problem is that we've made parties as institutions too weak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the problem is we've made parties as institutions too weak. Ranked choice voting won't fix that. Well, I guess we have different I don't think making the parties stronger institutions. I don't see how would that solve the problem. Wouldn't that make them more polarized? Or I guess is the thought process that the parties, if they were stronger, they would cull the more radical elements of the party. I don't know if I buy that.
Yeah.
Or even if that was true, I don't know if that would fix the problem, really. Then we'd just be stuck in, mill territory forever, maybe. But Desert Runner, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 10 months. And Desert Runner for another 2. Aussie Buck says, bruh, I can't keep up with all these streams. Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, we'll probably be back to normal next week, depending, obviously if stuff drops, we want to weigh in.
Joe the Make for $5 says she is not Team Truth. She regurgitates the quote pitted against each other to defend the 1% radical socialist arguments to advocate for extreme policies.
I mean, I could be wrong. It's
I thought you were never wrong.
I thought
your intuitions about people were never wrong.
Well, this is what I said. Like I'm batting 1,000 right now, but maybe this is the first time it's ever happened.
Right.
Got to be open to that possibility.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to watch. I have on the playlist, I have her talking to, what's his name? Cornel West. There's a lot of the word fascist thrown around the transcript of that YouTube video. So
okay.
Check it out.
I'll watch it too.
Spencer Hart. No, just take my word for it. I'll just tell you what it says.
Okay.
Spencer Harmon for $10 says, I didn't know it was hammer time, Sitch, because you're nailing it.
Wow. Oh, nice.
Can't touch this.
Spencer must be 18. I think Spencer always throws us extra money in the comment section too. So thanks, Spencer.
Thank you, Spencer. That's awesome.
Sitch never reads comments, but I do.
That's true.
I see them and I appreciate it.
Octracy for $10 says, a Thursday show. Why do you want me to neglect my job? Well, listen, we'll be here. First of all, thank you, and we'll be here when you're done.
Yeah, this one's recorded, so.
This won't be members only. Guy for $20 says, Whoosh isn't stupid. He's a sophist, and that leads him to make stupid statements.
True.
True. I don't disagree with that, yeah.
I just think Vaush runs a very simple program that's like Republican, racist, fascist.
Yeah, of course, obviously.
Evil baby killer, eater.
Vilnology for $10 says, please read this as the count. Okay. There are 1, 2, 3 options, Briahna. There you go.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Regime Watch for $2 says, oh, thank you. Well, this is interesting. YouTube has a new feature. I've never seen this before.
I noticed that.
It says, celebrate the first super chat from Regime Watch. And it's got like a little balloons next to it.
Woohoo.
That's cool. I've never seen that before. So thank you, Regime Watch, for the first ever super chat for $2. Says, I break down Hill propaganda on the shills.
Okay.
The dollar sign. Oh, do you have like a YouTube channel?
Maybe that's what it is.
The shills? We'll check it out. Thal for $20 says, "Hey chat, you know why Sitch is so grumpy? Because Adam won't let him finish."
Is that what that is? Badoom. That's pretty good.
Like the rim shot. Get it, Adam? Adam, why won't you let me finish?
Well, you're making shitty arguments, so I'm gonna...
Listen, as my wife, it's your duty to let me finish.
You're the wife in this relationship. We all know that.
Okay.
It's your job to bear me a son, so they can take over the empire.
Okay. Val Van Gogh for $2 says, "Here's some runt money." Thank you, Val Van Gogh.
Yeah, thanks.
Demelius, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 10 months. Says, "You guys are arguing like every stream. It's so hot." Oh, yeah. Just kidding. Keep up the good work. I support my A-team dad and my S-class father. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, it's good to have, obviously friends you can argue with, and like there's no hard feelings about it. So
that's right. The truth is, neither of us is the mom. We're both gay dads in the relationship. So
I went on Joe's stream last night. And
cool. What was
it about?
You
know who you can argue with and get over it? V Radio. It's a little...
Did you argue with V Radio last night?
He's still salty about when he came on the stream last.
You were pretty mean to him. But
so were you. Look, he did a 1-hour response video, and you're in it as much as I'm in it. So
that's
don't
true.
try.
I actually didn't even watch it, so you should be salty. Listen, V Radio, no hard feelings from my end. Okay, I don't even remember what the conversation was about, but it was about Bush in Iraq or something. Yeah, that's right.
Look, no hard feelings on my end either. Okay, I tried to bury the hatchet last night, and it was dipping into like surreal comedy territory because I was getting meaner and meaner, and V Radio was getting saltier. And saltier.
Oh man, I should have watched this.
And Damn. Joe seemed as though he was actually getting uncomfortable, which I was like,
this is amazing.
Stop. Like, Joe, now you're like king pussy. What are you doing? Like, are you going to make me hold his hand now and like bend over and kiss his ass or something?
Sounds hilarious.
No, it was hilarious. It all ended on good terms. So obviously, and I saw V in the chat earlier. So I was like,
yes,
no hard feelings here, obviously.
JD Bachant for $2 says, "Briahna is a 10, almost as attractive as Sitch and Adam." Well, thank you. It's true.
I don't think Briahna is unattractive. Do you? I mean,
no, I don't either.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't. She's not 10 in my opinion, but
really, oh, okay. I mean, on the off chance she watches the video, do you want to? don't.
I thought she's not ugly. I think the asexual lady was hotter that we were talking about.
The asexual. Oh yeah,
the asexual leather.
Oh yeah,
catsuit wearer. Yeah.
Gene, the angry penguin.
Gene, the angry penguin for $5 says, "If midwits had a king, it'd be Vaush. Smart enough to argue, but not smart enough to know his limitations. A man's got to know his limits."
I 100% agree with that super chat. Yeah, that's part of being intelligent, is knowing your limits.
Cake Sauce, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 8 months, says, "Hey now, thanks for checking my bias on the Crowder deal." You're welcome. Adam, you talked about mental toughness. Any books on the subject you'd suggest?
Yeah, I'm not sure I really have one on that.
What do you mean by mental toughness?
I mean... mental toughness? I mean, I think of mental toughness as, not falling prey to, paranoia, all kinds of different negative emotions that can fill you up.
Right.
I mean, I'm a fan. I try to stay mentally tough. How about you?
I try, yeah. I try, ...
I hesitate to recommend this book because sometimes people get the wrong impression, but The 48 Laws of Power is a great book for people who... There are people in the world like Vaush that will read the book, The 48 Laws of Power, and start implementing it immediately to subjugate you and take advantage of you. And I think a lot of people intuitively come to the laws in that book and are just mean pieces of shit. So I always recommend reading the 48 Laws of Power to know when people are pulling that shit on you and how to subvert it.
Right.
Yeah.
You're talking about using it defensively.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
And that there's all sorts of mental toughness stuff in there. So
right.
Do you have can you suggest a mental toughness book? I mean, that's a tough one.
No,
maybe also
it's just a thing you have to learn by doing, in my opinion. I've never read a book about it. I mean, I'm sure there are books about it, but I'm not familiar with them.
Well, David M. Buss wrote The Murderer Next Door, and that deals with a lot of relationship stuff from an evolutionary perspective. So if you're dealing with like heartbreak and jealousy or anything like that, I feel understanding that stuff from an evolutionary perspective helps me.
Right. It can help you disassociate from it. If you understand what's happening to you, it can help you kind of learn to check it to some extent.
Yeah, totally.
You still got to practice a lot.
So that's another one that I think young people should read.
Right. Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says, so, Sitch and Adam, do you think it would be fun to go do some serious drinking at a dive bar with Vaush, or do you think the night would end in a fist fight? Well, I'm sure we could have a non-political conversation or night out. I mean, I could. I don't know about him. I'm very easily able to talk about non-political issues. You know, I'm not one of those people that like they only have one thing they'll talk about forever, and it's just like, oh my god, is there any other interest? So I'm totally able to talk to any, you know, leftist person. I'm friends with like people that are pretty far left, and we just don't talk about politics. Or we can talk about it, you know, not still be friends without it getting too crazy. At least from me. I can't speak for anyone else's behavior.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Vaush has been on the channel famously in the Sargon debate, Carl Benjamin debate, where he was completely out of control and just a dick the whole time.
Right, but he's performing for his audience.
You don't need to be a dick on our channel. What the fuck?
No, I'm about saying that's not related to like the question of like, well, if you're talking to him in private, I mean.
Sure. I met Vaush in private. Vaush and Destiny did a live debate in our studio.
Right.
And I mean, Vaush was just totally in love with Destiny at the time, and just, oh my God, oh God, Destiny, I'm here in person with you.
Right.
Oh my God. Like that obviously fell apart, but I mean, Vaush was cordial during that. So.
Officer Blue, thank you so much for the 5 CHFs. I wonder what that is. She clearly said she believes Joe Biden is a fascist, that she just discussed it at length. Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Take
I would want to see the Cornel West thing.
The CHF is a Swiss franc. Cool.
Sweet. They're high up on the democracy thing.
Anonymous Coward, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 2 months, says, I just finished Short Fat Taco's manifesto on white nervosa. His clips of Vaush were the most extreme and mask off I've seen, more extreme than Briahna would ever be. Interesting. Yeah, I saw he just released some big video today, didn't he? I mean, obviously we couldn't watch it because we were streaming, but
I'll check it out.
Check it out.
Can't wait.
Mr. Dolphin, thank you so much for being a free seeker for 9 months. Says, I always like to check up with you guys with this. Is wokeness almost dead? I can't really explain why, but I think it is. I don't agree that's almost dead. I think it's losing steam. I definitely think it's losing steam, but I don't think it's anywhere near close to being almost dead.
Yeah.
Zifu for 5 Aussie bucks says, Mikhail is pronounced Mihail. Emphasis on eel. Mihail. Oh, really? I can't say it that way. That sounds weird. Michaela is not a real name. Okay. I mean, is any name a real name?
I think it is. As soon as you make it a name of someone, I believe it becomes a real name. So.
Right. PC for $2 says, is Sitch's face reveal going to be the Blue Chew ad? Yes. Been decided.
We're 100% in favor.
If we can't get an $80,000 Blue Chew sponsorship, then I'm never doing a face reveal. Okay. It's that simple.
God, that would be so epic.
Potato, our circuit uncle for 20 knock knock says Sitch should face reveal for a Viagra sponsorship. Would do it. It doesn't have to be, listen, any $80,000 sponsorship, doesn't matter what it is. It could be gold. It could be, power bars. It could be those bars for when like the government attacks you and you need your bug out bag. Whatever it is, I'll do it for money. I am a sellout. I am a grifter.
I'm gonna clip this David Pakman Viagra ad out and add some fancy editing and post it on the channel, just so you know.
You're gonna put a little Sitch face on it? No, that's stupid. Don't give it for free, Adam. We're not doing free ads.
Well, no, I'm gonna.
They gotta pay me.
Look, I'm gonna put like a big cartoon boner going up into David Pakman's face. Like, you don't. The joy I felt when I saw this ad. I just feel like David Pakman is such a. I feel he's dishonest. I feel he's dishonest.
Well, he was around the Kyle Rittenhouse conversation.
Yes,
that's for sure. Yeah.
So I feel this is karma. This is he's so uncomfortable reading this ad, and obviously it's at the end of a video because he doesn't want it at the beginning of the video. Look, I want this. I want to post this on my Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want people to know this is out there. This is his Jack Murphy moment, Sitch. You don't know it, but it is.
Well, okay. Here's what Okay, I'm not sure the age demographics. Blue Chew is right for our audience, so 80K might be too high. But you know what I think we could get? That real doll with the AI voice. Okay.
No.
The real doll with the AI voice. That we could get. Listen, I'm sure that would hit our audience. Who in our audience doesn't want a real doll that talks to you? Come on. Isn't that your guys' dream? A real doll that talks to you?
We could go for it.
And listen, I'll even drop it. I'll even drop it from 80 to 60, if they give me a product demonstration. Okay. I mean, how can I sell the product if I don't know if it works or not, right?
Yeah, no. You should incorporate that into the ad somehow.
There you go.
We would have to do a lot of blurring.
I've tested this product.
Sitch does naked yoga with a robot.
I'm not. Well, listen, we're not going to show me demonstrating the product. Okay.
Well, no, why not?
That's going a little too far.
Well, we'll blur it out. Come on, it'll be perfect.
That's an extreme face reveal right there. That's more than a face reveal.
And we'll blur your face out. we still won't do the face reveal. The dick reveal. That's gonna be in there. But look, we can't do that on YouTube. We probably shouldn't even be talking about this on YouTube.
No,
this video is
probably
gonna
not.
get struck.
That's true. That's the plan. We're gonna get this video demonetized. So it doesn't matter if it gets struck.
No, come on.
J Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, not to toot my own horn, but I'm a pretty good GM, so I've been told. I'd gladly GM a Sitch and Adam show themed one shot. Well, that's definitely keep that in mind if we do that. That's cool.
Wow. Sweet.
Very cool.
That'd be awesome.
Let's see. Today is the 26th. V.I. Lenin. Oh my God, or VL. It's Vladimir Lenin. The ghost of Vladimir Lenin came back from the dead to donate $5 to us. Thank you so much. Says, I am the walrus. Thank you.
I'm the Eggman.
CT for $2 says, quote, not cool. Why would they do that? It's not cool, Adam. It's cold. It's a snow cone.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Got him.
I was wondering why you guys were ruining our stream, but I guess technically you didn't know the stream was today, so it's my fault. It's our fault for streaming today.
There you go. Vaush for $2 says 3 oinkers wearing pants. Well, first of all, thank you, Vaush, for the $2.
Mm-hmm. Cheap ass.
We know how much you're a fan of us. 3 oinkers wearing pants, plate of hot air, basket of grandma's breakfast, and change the bowl to a gill.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Okay.
Huh. CT for $2 says it was bad timing though. We didn't mean to interrupt the stream. You guys weren't arguing when it was ordered. We thought Sitch could slip away and grab it secretly.
That's okay. No harm, no foul.
It was better. It was better.
I was like, what? Well, like, what's going on?
It cooled off the art as a snow cone does. The official S class for $2 says, I'm suffering from a serious case of
crabs.
The official S class, who is actually a dirty A-team simp.
Crabs?
Says that
AIDS?
they're suffering from a serious case
herpes
of I don't even know how to say this word, priapism.
Oh, okay. Do you even know what priapism is?
Yeah, that's when you take too much Blue Chew.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been up for like 5 hours.
Persistent boner.
I think Adam put some of his Blue Chew, shots fired, some of his Blue Chew in my dim sum and my snow cone. Also, Adam, why are you a hater of Weird Al? Is it because he can actually read?
Well, yes, I hate everyone who can read, but Weird Al, in addition to being able to read, also writes really not funny music.
Wow. I feel like you lost 80% of A-Team the day you came out against Weird Al.
No, there's plenty of people in the comments were like, I can't believe Sitch is so soy that he likes Weird Al.
No, I don't believe that.
They did.
I don't believe it. That's fake.
They accused you of never having a girlfriend.
What's that to do with Weird Al?
They were like, nobody who
I will say this. You know what? That I have dated girls that really don't like Weird Al.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So. They were like, anyone who likes Weird Al into their adult years has never had a girlfriend.
There you go. There you go. CT for $2 says, why are you guys wrecking the show? You seem kind of heated, Adam. I know it will cheer you up. A snow cone. That's right. Send Adam a snow cone. His wife can bring it to him. So.
This is the show. I don't like. How are we wrecking the show?
Vaush for another show. Thank you, Vaush. Vaush gives another $2. Says the bee bit my bottom. Mm-hmm. Now my bottom's big.
Oh my god.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The Weird Al movie is hilarious. I've heard it was hilarious. I should watch it. It's on some streaming platform I don't own though, or rent or subscribe to.
That's the new one, right? Not the
with Harry Potter.
Yeah, it doesn't have Weird Al in it.
I mean, he probably shows up at the end or something. But.
Oh damn it! I was hoping to watch a Weird Al movie without Weird Al. Why does he got to ruin his own movie?
Hey, listen, UHF is pretty based, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
That's it. All right. Nice.
That's it.
Perfect timing. We hit our 3-hour mark just like we planned.
We hit our 5-hour mark. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And thank you, the people who snuck into our Secret Thursday stream and made to the end. You are the true hero. And I know I said we'll see you on Sunday, on Tuesday, and that turned out to be a lie. But this time, it's for real. See you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye.